Wow. It is your girl, baby. It is the mule, honey. Lord, it's your girl, Lima B. Y'all, I'm reviewing pro-white male leaderships. Y'all, if y'all didn't subscribe to this lady, y'all need to subscribe. She be having some fire commentary. Excuse me if I sound hoarse or whatever. It's just my allergies been just on 10. I don't know why. But anyway, uh man, she did a show. The name of that show is called What White Men Want from Black Women in Return for a Mutual Agreement for Colonization. Y'all. Oh, Jesus. We're gonna review this whole show was lit, fire. I and I'm gonna tell you what some of the things, y'all. I just did a show saying, do the modern men really want to be? Do the modern black man want to be the modern black woman? Because you cannot tell me, wow, what's good, LB? Wow, what's good, Kira? I'm not it for everyone. Yes, Kira, girl. Y'all know I did that show, and I was basically saying how it seemed like in all of these shows, the black man keeps saying they're the prize, asking women, what you bring to the. It used to be the woman was the prize, right? It used to be the man wanted to court the woman. Now the man don't want to pay for the deed. The man want. It just seemed like the men saying they want women to be more submissive and all of this here. Wow, what's good, TMKC? Y'all, this gonna be fire. This damn sure pro white male leadership did. Y'all, if you didn't subscribe to pro white male leadership, y'all need to subscribe to her because I haven't been catching her lies, but damn it, her replays give me life. So I'm so disappointed with them. I don't know what you're saying, LB, but yes, I don't know. I don't know who you're disappointed with, but you ain't gonna be disappointed with pro white male leadership. Now, y'all know I've been doing shows, and I keep coming back to these themes. These men keep talking like they're in competition with black women, or they want to be the damn black woman. They really want to be women. If you hear the discussions these macho men are saying, y'all, they seem like they want to be the women, right? Wow, what's good, Scar Beauty? Listen, these new modern men, and oh my God, they all put a lot of Carmex or Vaseline on their lips. They purse their lips. They want to ask you what you bring into the table. They want to tell you you're not the prize. They want to tell you women have no intricate value. They don't need women. The world could go on without women even surviving. Wow, what's good? Pro white male leadership, honey. Girl, I just finished this live. Girl, it gave me life all day. I had to keep stopping it because I was working and stuff. But girl, it gave me life. I don't know what was going on with me because I keep getting sick. But I'm thinking I went to the doctor, y'all, and he said it was my allergies. But Lord, I had a sinus infection. But anyway, I don't want to talk about that shit. But girl, pro white male leadership. I want to review this here. If I cannot finish this video today, I don't care if I got to do part one, two, three, however long. I want to go step by step with these people reviewing, talking. Your panel was lit, girl. And when I tell you everything I've been telling y'all that these men are either in competition, they're very feminine. That's why they keep saying we're so masculine. And these white men break this shit down. And they keep saying, like, oh my God, girl. Oh, girl. Listen, it's so many different points that I have written down, y'all, on this video. I just want everybody to please go to pro white male leadership because I want to be honest with your sister. You harsh. I want to be real with you. She is a smack in your face. She is a smack in your face harsh. And but I love her. And so I think she think, oh, but she just but Lord, like it's not that she wrong, right? You know what I'm saying? She like that damn smack in your face, wake up or some shit, like cold water being thrown in your face. You know, but yeah, we gonna jump into this because this is serious business right here. It's serious. I'm telling you. From start to freaking end.
Hello, everyone. It is Pro White Male Leadership coming to you with another live today. We have a very exciting live. I got the crew with me, guys. Oh, how are you guys doing today? You guys hear me good?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, she ain't never lying. She ain't never lying. It's very exciting.
I hope I'm not a little delayed because it sounds like I am a little bit. Do you think so?
No, I don't think so.
I don't.
Yeah, that's her introduction. No, she not trolling. Wait, let me go to y'all comments. LB was first. Kira was second. TMKC one. But no, it's not trolling, y'all. It's it's I don't even know how to say it. It's just so much stuff that I've been feeling and I've been already saying that it's just weird when you hear these men saying it. It's like, God damn, I just said it. You know what? I want to do a side by side review of. I wish I could edit better. I'm learning, y'all. I'm taking this thing online to edit, but I want to put a side by side of something I did a month ago to some of this stuff that they're talking about. Y'all, this shit blew my mind. I promise you.
Get it.
Well, that's not true.
Well, listen, this is my Black male family members talking here, the men that you are taking care of. So, I mean, and according to my younger brother, I'm brainwashed. So,
how could you be brainwashed? You grew up with them. Would you have been imprinted with their ideas, right? So they don't like.
You see how easy it is for him to make sense of that? You grew up with a whole black family. How couldn't you be brainwashed by your family?
They didn't live with me.
Well, tell them to look at the marriage stats when white men do marry black women, and who has the longest lasting marriages, who's treated better. I mean, you can look at the data and see that that's not true at all. But that's just propaganda, and people push that. And, truth be told, we treat black women better than a lot of black men. And that's the truth. So,
oh, thank you, LB. LB said I have subscribed to her because of you, Mew. I'm glad I did. Girl, I'm telling you, listen, y'all. Don't sleep on it. Like I said, some of the stuff is like I said, cold water being thrown in your face. It's shocking, right? But it's like, good. Wow, was good, Yeti Black. But I'm gonna let it go. I'm gonna be stopping it. I don't believe she will flag me, but out here on these YouTube streets, you don't never know. Let me stop.
If we so-called take over, which there ain't going to be one race just taking it over, the majority will be white people because we are the majority.
And they're killing each other so fast that their population is going to shrink anyway naturally. So,
yeah. Hey, I think Vincent popped.
Yeah, Vincent is. Yeah, he's going to be back soon. Oh, yes. Well, I wanted your opinion because I feel like a lot of the indoctrination that's coming from black women has a lot to do with the black male family members and the type of men that we are around. And I wanted to show that there's really no difference in black male family members and the other comments that we're going to also review that was left in my comment section online because they're one and the same. So,
Did you Did your family member write Black Power?
He surely did, and he's married to a Hispanic. Oh, let's go back and yeah. Well, yes, he surely did. Because he was listening to a conversation online that me and Brent, he was on a live that me and Brent was at. So he called our conversations online a white supremacist chat, and he's not even married to a black woman.
You shouldn't beat women, and you should treat them with respect.
Well, according to my uncle, it's because we just choose to date these bad black men. So because we just don't embrace good black men. So
that's a common thing.
How many of us have heard y'all should choose better? Y'all women ain't choosing better, right? You choosing from what's available, right? But anyway, let's go.
You should have chose better. Black women, you should have chose better. Yeah, you should have opened up your options. I kind of agree with that one a bit.
So because these women choose a lot of different types of black men, and they still all get their ass beat, they didn't choose well. Make it.
Damn, he said they choose a whole lot of different black men, and they all still getting their ass beat. Damn, golly.
Sense. I don't know. You know, it's I hear that comment a lot, and I mean, what's the ratio? 1 in 1,000, 1 in 10,000, 1 in a million. What's the number? Because I mean, they need to know how many are not going to beat their ass. Like, what's the number?
Well, according to my younger brother, I have a lot of hate in my heart. So,
wait, hold on. We're gonna have to figure out what is that number, Water Sniper. What's the number, the ratio of the black men that ain't gonna beat the black women ass? Tell me with that, because they was wanting to know. I don't know.
He claims, he says, I need to wake up because I have a lot of hate in my heart. So, and like I said, if you take over, I thought you were already, I thought you were already in control of the country and pretty much the world.
What about take over? Like,
I don't know. Listen, these are the members of my family that is talking like this, okay? And they are no different than the men that are online. We're going to get to that in a minute. But I want you to see the type of men that black women are being raised around.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, this is silly. I mean, yeah.
It's so.
Is he laughing? Is he laughing at me? Shout out to Roadrunner. That's a good dude. Thank you, Roadrunner. I like Roadrunner because he is a Christian man. And from what I can see, because I go to his channel a lot now, I don't see a lot of these guys, when I go to brothers' channels, they talk about God, but then they just show nothing but hate. I don't get that ever from him. So I like the way he talks. Did I skip it? No, I hope I didn't.
Michael Vick with his dog fights and shit like that. Like, they are crazy, rich and famous. And what your uncle said, which is that the idea that, like, you're not giving good black men a chance. The thing is what black men that talk like that have to understand is what possessed a black woman in the first place to have this idea. You know what I'm saying? Like, I've never heard a white woman talk like this about white men. Whenever a white woman gets with a black man, it's because she can't find a good white man. She's just not liked. But whenever a black woman talks like this, like, it comes from a basis of facts and experience.
Wait, let me just tell y'all. I told y'all I got a lot of interracial marriages and dating in my family. And I can attest to that. I told y'all I got 2 cousins that's married to white men, right? But they are like models. They are like beautiful. They are professional women. One is an attorney. Like they are what you would consider, I guess, a high value woman. So when white men do get black women, they do go for the cream of the crop. I will say that. Not so much the other way around. And I mean, look, don't hate me. I'm just saying what I see. Okay? Don't hate me.
You know what I'm saying? Like it doesn't. It's not like she just. It's not like media pushed this on her. Like in no way, media has black guys back so bad. So these good black men that he's telling you about aren't there. To be honest, your uncle probably isn't one either. And so
Damn, he said to be honest, your uncle probably ain't one either. I think he's probably telling the truth. That was a good guess. I think it's probably spot on. But anyway, let's go. Let's listen.
Just wrong, but like they feel like they're owed something. You get what I'm saying? Like every other race of man works like we do things and we feel like we're owed something proportionate to what we do. Black men feel like they're owed something simply for existing. This is a princess mindset, and this goes back to what I was saying earlier in the private.
Oh my God. That is what I've been telling y'all. It's like these guys online. He said it's a princess mindset. I'm gonna rewind it. Listen, I did that show. Do the modern black men really want to be the modern black woman? They never compare themselves to a man. You ever notice that? All they want to do is shit on black women. We're not good enough. We're not feminine enough. Listen, they want us to work two jobs, raise the kids, be the best school mom, do this, do everything. They don't even want to cook or clean or nothing. Why they sit in their damn house in their drawers and play video games and smoke weed all day. And then when you get fed up that he's looking for a job and looking for the next opportunity, you're just a masculine woman and they can't deal with you. When you done supported their dream for 10 damn years and just got tired of the shit. It's just craziness. But listen to, let me see if I can, I hate to skip it. Because this man right here, this brother here.
She just, it's not like media pushed this on her. Like in no way, media has black guys back so bad. So these good black men that he's telling you about aren't there. To be honest, your uncle probably isn't one either. And so he's just wrong, but like they feel like they're owed something. You get what I'm saying? Like every other race of man works like we do things and we feel like we're owed something proportionate to what we do. Black men feel like they're owed something simply for existing. This is a princess mindset. And this goes back to what I was saying earlier in the private chat, is that black men are the most feminine of women.
Bam. Booyah. Booyaka, booyaka, booyah. Oh, did he say black men are the most feminine? Oh my goodness. Oh, you see what these YouTube streets ain't failed me. Listen, all you gotta do is listen to these men talk. I don't know how so many of us, our women, how many of us are gonna keep listening to these? Listen, they're asking you, they're telling you that they are the trophies. They are the trophies. They don't want to be, they're telling you they don't believe they should have to pay for a dinner date. Oh no. They don't, they want to be Cinderella. They want to be the woman in every way, shape, and form. Y'all. Oh, girl, this man spoke a word today. He just spoke a word. Jesus. I don't even know if, girl, I don't know if this
back so bad. So these good black men that he's telling you about aren't there. To be honest, your uncle probably isn't one either. And so he's just wrong, but like they feel like they're owed something. You get what I'm saying? Like every other race of man works like we do things and we feel like we're owed something proportionate to what we do. Black men feel like they're owed something simply for existing. This is a princess mindset. And this goes back to what I was saying earlier in the private chat, is that black men are the most feminine of women.
Damn.
Lied about that, I'm telling you.
As far as you were saying, your brother sent you some kind of picture or something?
Well, he sent me a baby picture to disarm me, because I think that he realized that I'm pretty much done with them. So what he tried to do is he tried to send me a baby picture to disarm me. A baby picture that's this woman, this cousin in my family, she decided to have a child by a black man. He already knows how I feel about that, so I don't know why he would even send me a picture of that. Like, okay. That doesn't mean
he's using your niece or nephew there to try and get an emotional trigger out of you.
Because women inherently want to nest, so he's using your nesting to try to curb you.
Yeah. Basically, he's trying to make it look like you hate your niece or nephew if you keep talking like this, and that has nothing to do with it. You know what I'm saying? Like,
yes, that has nothing to do with it. Children are out, and I don't want to hear nobody saying nothing negative about children. I don't give a damn what race. Y'all know my profession, and I love all the children. So I'm so glad he said that has nothing with children. So let's continue.
having an intolerance for black men and the way they act doesn't mean that I have anything against the children that they make, because that's not the kids' fault.
Exactly.
You get what I'm saying? So no, but like that's what they're trying to make you do. Like I remember I was in a hospital lobby once, and this show, I think it was House of Pain, was on, but it was some black show. And the show really has this not very subtle subtext of like black men are good and providers and stuff like that. And it tries to make white guys look all incompetent and bullies, and it makes black men look like they're all loving rom-com-esque providers. And that's just not the fucking truth. And it really is like propaganda. Like I feel like a lot of black sitcoms are like this. It's like propaganda to make black men look better than they actually are. And also that so many black sitcoms, the main character is literally just that actor's name. But that's all this is just he's trying to make it look better than he is. He's offended. He's taking your words personally, because the thing is, I don't personally know your brother, but
wait, I gotta go back. Oh my God! Wow, Scar Beauty, MJ, Sister Nobody. Wow. Uh, Josh Watson. Welcome, my dear. Welcome. Who else? Yeti Black. Wow. Got an accuracy takeover. Wow. Yeah, I know I can scream that shit. Big J. Wow, my brother. Y'all, I don't care what y'all see. I've been doing my shows. I've been watching the Latif Network, that Fight Club, that J Prince, all these men. And what did I come to conclude? These men, I'm a little hoarse, y'all, so I hope I don't sound too bad. But it's my allergies and sinuses. But listen, these guys are hitting the nail on the head. This is the things I've just been talking about for the past month. And they just saying this like for real off the top of their dome. And you know what really is awakening to me? All of these shows, they always shit on women and black women and say what white men think, and like white men hate you, black women. And they always say white men don't like you. And it's just like always a beat down to say you have no options, or you can't go nowhere. Right? Well, this is a whole panel of people telling you what they really think. They make it seem like they're so uplifted outside of our race, right? And that every race of people just hate us, hate the black women. when it's really only the black man that hate the black woman. I promise you. I don't hear that shit nowhere in my real life. But anyway, look, you know what? We're gonna just continue because I'll preach. Y'all know. And I don't know how it sounds, so it might not be the whole show or whatever, but I'm gonna go as far as I can because this whole stream, y'all, go to Pro White Man, her leadership. I'm telling y'all, oh my God, she did another show. And like I said, I just been off and on under the weather because my sinuses. But anyway, I don't want to talk about that. But anyway, y'all, she did another show, honestly, on the young lady who was killed in Mexico. That show was eye opening as well. So please, y'all go like, subscribe. Please go over there. She got more people than me. I mean, I'm a new channel, but anyway, I love everybody who's here. Please, everybody who's here, like and subscribe, please.
Odds are strong that he's taking this personally because it describes him. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't really care what some wokey woke person is saying about me or white men because I know who I am. I know what I am. And that just isn't going to bother me. Because
listen, these are the men that you choose to take care of. And I'm like, listen, some of the things, what kills me about my younger brother sending this to me is that he's saying that you're going to take over America. And I'm a little confused because I thought that you guys have already done that. But according to him,
we're doing it nicely. That's the thing. Is it's like what they're threatened by is the possibilities and not the reality. They're threatened by the possibility that if we wanted to, all the white people could just up and decide to exterminate all black men, and then it would just happen, and they wouldn't be able to stop it. But that doesn't make it a reality. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's a lot of bad things every single person on earth could potentially do, but that doesn't mean they're going to do those things. You know what I'm saying? And also, we've seen how black men will act with little to no power already, with like nothing. Look exactly how violent and everything they already are.
I'm going to just tell y'all this here, ladies. If it ever came down to that, y'all rest in your femininity and stay y'all asses inside. If it ever came down to that shit, rest in your femininity, okay, ladies? That's all I'm gonna say. That's all I'm saying.
Like, you think putting them in positions of power is gonna make them nicer? Fuck no. That's never made anybody nicer.
Oh my God! Wait, I gotta rewind.
If we wanted to, all the white people could just up and decide to exterminate all black men, and then
wait, do y'all hear what he about to say? He's about to say, listen, we have all of these here men, Obsidian, who say he wants to see black women face down in a pool of their own blood, right? We have all these men who just truly go outrageous and say all the shit they hate about us. Listen to what this white man says about if black men ever was to be in power, would it make them any nicer to you? No. Listen.
Just happened and they wouldn't be able to stop it. But that doesn't make it a reality. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's a lot of bad things every single person on earth could potentially do, but that doesn't mean they're going to do those things. You know what I'm saying? And also, we've seen how black men will act with little to no power already, with like nothing. Look exactly how violent and everything they already are. Like, you think putting them in positions of power is going to make them nicer? Fuck no. That's never made anybody nicer. You know what I'm saying? Like, a position of power has never made somebody become a better person. At best, they're the same person they were before. But that's absolute best. And even that's extremely rare. You know what I'm saying? I like absolute power corrupts absolutely. Well, look at how corrupt black men are already, the way they are now, broke as fuck. You know what I'm saying? They like, whenever you go to like low income.
No, he didn't. No, he didn't. God, no, he did not. No, he did not. Oh my goodness. Did he say that? Yes, he did. Wait. Water Sniper, what you talking about? Thank goodness for your channel. I like your channel, but guess what? Don't hate. You know these white brothers talking the truth.
White areas, you don't see this. Like, you don't see the men beating and raping and killing their women like this. You know what I'm saying? But you do see this in black communities.
And killing.
And he could be rich as fuck. You have NFL players acting like this. You know what I'm saying? It has
That's always so crazy to me. You have some guy who makes millions of dollars, and it's like, oh yeah, he was just beating up his wife. Like,
yeah, like it makes no goddamn sense. Like, you're so rich and so famous and so everything. If this is so damn bad,
wife in the first place. I mean,
like, you have the option,
just divorce her. Like,
yeah, you know, like you totally would. Like, you're guys. People buy shirts with your name on it. You know what I'm saying? Like, you could have another woman tomorrow. But they don't want to. They want to act like this. Like, I remember there was some guy, and he was in the NFL, and then he like gangland executed somebody. Michael Vick with his dog fights and shit like that. Like, they are crazy, rich and famous and still fucking act like this. You know what I'm saying? So they're never going to stop acting like this.
Thing is really shocking.
Damn.
It's like, look, you're an NFL player. Look, dog fights obviously are bad. They're people should never do this kind of crap. But you're an NFL player. You're like, well, I don't know what was going on at my house. It's worth millions of dollars, and you have like dog cages out there full of pit bulls. Like, no, he knew. He's just so.
He didn't know no better, y'all. He didn't know no better. You know, he wasn't raised by. He was raised. I bet you, he was raised by a single black mother. That's the problem right there. He was raised by a single black mother.
I'm dumb that he just overlooked that, you know, hey, maybe it, you know, look, you're an NFL player. Everyone's looking at you. Everybody's watching you. If you do dumb shit, everyone's going to find out about your dumb shit. Hey, take a note. Don't do dumb shit in general, regardless if you're rich or not. Just be a good human. It's really simple. Yeah. Don't do dumb shit. Don't hurt people. Don't beat your wife. Very simple to me. I don't know. Don't beat your wife seems like a very something that you grow up knowing. That, you know, treat people as you want to be treated.
You know what I think it is? It's the total opposite of our culture. You know how we protect women. We do nice things for women. Wait,
hold on. Is this white man say they protect women? They want to do nice things for women? Wait, no. Let me see. That he didn't say that. Let me see.
Everyone's looking at you. Everybody's watching you. If you do dumb shit, everyone's gonna find out about your dumb shit. Hey, take a note. Don't do dumb shit in general, regardless if you're rich or not. Just be a good human. It's really simple. Yeah. Don't do dumb shit. Don't hurt people. Don't beat your wife. Very simple to me. I don't know. Don't beat your wife seems like a very something that you grow up knowing. That, you know, treat people as you want to be treated.
You know what I think it is? It's the total opposite of our culture. You know how we protect women. We do nice things for women.
I'll be there. He did say that. Oh my goodness. So you mean to tell me white men feel like they're supposed to be nice to women? Antoin, you say women have no value. We ain't gotta be nice to y'all. Oh gosh. Oh wait. Oh, shiver me timbers. Wow, pee time. Girl, I know he didn't say white men won't do nice things for women. I mean, in today's time, people, I'm telling you, these men are in competition, not with men, but with women. They want to be the women of our fucking race. And it's going to get way worse, y'all. I don't know.
We put them on a pedestal in a way. And it's the opposite way in the black community. It's like the men are used to being coddled. And in my opinion, it seems like...
Wait. Oh, I ain't going to keep stopping it like this, y'all. But Did he just say they put their women on a pedestal? And it's the opposite in the black race. The men are used to being coddled. Is that what he just said? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Oh, hold on. Let me see. Maybe I heard him wrong. Cause my hearing
This
ain't good.
army, a baby picture that's this woman, this cousin in my family, she decided to have a child by a black man. He already knows how I feel about that, so I don't know why he would even send me a picture of that. Like, that doesn't mean
he's using your niece or nephew there to try and get an emotional trigger out of you.
Because women inherently want to nest, so he's using your nesting to try to curb you.
Yeah. Basically, he's trying to make it look like you hate your niece or nephew if you keep talking like this, and that has nothing to do with it. You know what I'm saying? Like, me having an intolerance for black men and the way they act doesn't mean that I have anything against the children that they make, because that's not the kids' fault. You know what I'm saying? So, no, but like, that's what they're trying to make you do. Like, I remember I was in a hospital lobby once, and this show, I think it was House of Pain, was on, but it was some black show. And the show really has this not very subtle subtext of like black men are good and providers and stuff like that. And it tries to make white guys look all incompetent and bullies, and it makes black men look like they're all loving rom-com-esque providers. And that's just not the fucking truth. And it really is like propaganda. Like, I feel like a lot of black sitcoms are like this. It's like propaganda to make black men look better than they actually are. And also that so many black sitcoms, the main character is literally just that actor's name. But that's all this is just he's trying to make it look better than he is. He's offended. He's taking your words personally, because the thing is, I don't personally know your brother, but odds are strong that he's taking this personally because it describes him. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't really care what some wokey woke person is saying about me or white men, because I know who I am. I know what I am. And that just isn't going to bother me. Because
listen, these are the men that you choose to take care of. And I'm like, some of the things, what kills me about my younger brother sending this to me is that he's saying that you're going to take over America. And I'm a little confused, because I thought that you guys have already done that. But according to him,
we're doing it nicely. That's the thing. Is it's like what they're threatened by is the possibilities and not the reality. They're threatened by the possibility that if we wanted to, all the white people could just up and decide to exterminate all black men, and then it would just happen, and they wouldn't be able to stop it. But that doesn't make it a reality. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's a lot of bad things every single person on earth could potentially do, but that doesn't mean they're going to do those things. You know what I'm saying? And also, we've seen how black men will act with little to no power already, with like nothing. Look
exactly.
How violent and everything they already are. Like, you think putting them in positions of power is going to make them nicer? Fuck no. That's never made anybody nicer. You know what I'm saying? Like, a position of power has never made somebody become a better person. At best, they're the same person they were before. But that's absolute best. And even that's extremely rare. You know what I'm saying? Like, absolute power corrupts absolutely. Well, look at how corrupt black men are already, the way they are now, broke as fuck. You know what I'm saying? They like, whenever you go to like low income white areas, you don't see this. Like, you don't see the men beating and raping and killing their women like this. You know what I'm saying? But you do see this in black communities. And he could be rich as fuck. You have NFL players acting like this. You know what I'm saying?
That's always so crazy to me. You have some guy who makes millions of dollars, and it's like, oh yeah, he was just beating up his wife. Like,
yeah, like it makes no goddamn sense. Like, you're so rich and so famous and so everything. If this is so damn bad,
wife in the first place. I mean,
like, you have the option,
just divorce her. Like,
yeah, like you totally would. Like, you're guys. People buy shirts with your name on it. You know what I'm saying? Like, you could have another woman tomorrow, but they don't want to. They want to act like this. Like, I remember there was some guy, and he was in the NFL, and then he like gangland executed somebody. Michael Vick with his dog fights and shit like that. Like, they are crazy, rich and famous and still fucking act like this. You get what I'm saying? So they're never going to stop acting like this.
Thing is really shocking because, like, look, you're an NFL player. Look, dog fights obviously are bad. They're people should never do this kind of crap. But you're an NFL player. You're like, well, I don't know what was going on at my house. It's worth millions of dollars, and you have like dog cages out there full of pit bulls. Like, no, he knew.
Wow, what's good to my baby sis Sharice? I love you, Sharice. Listen, girl, I don't even know because this video kind of long, y'all, but I don't want us to miss one drop of it. But I don't want to be flagged either. And I don't think pro white male leadership would flag me. But I'm going to go ahead and drop the link. Y'all, when I tell you this only gets juicier. It doesn't, listen, we have not even got to the best part of this video. And I promise y'all that. Excuse me. I promise y'all we have not got to the best part of this show. But I just don't want y'all to, lose interest. I want anybody look, I saw pro white male leadership here. I saw Mr. Road Runner here. I'm telling y'all, and it's gonna be a very select people who can come up. MJ can come up. I don't want nobody. Listen, this video for me, I'm gonna be real with y'all. It's almost like a confirmation of what these guys are talking about and what pro white male leadership is talking. Is the shit I've been saying for like 3 months, y'all. And it just, I think I listened to it, and I'm so grateful I was alone and in solitude listening, not with the live chat and everything. It just to me was like, it was like, damn, girl, everything you've been saying is like our men are really in competition with us. And I don't see that from other races of men. What other race of man is jealous of their freaking women? It's really ridiculous. These men are on YouTube 24 hours a day dragging black women, but they don't have a word to say about no men. It's ridiculous, y'all. And then, oh girl, I just can't. I just can't. Wait.
Just so damn dumb that he just overlooked that, hey, maybe look, you're an NFL player. Everyone's looking at you. Everybody's watching you. If you do dumb shit, everyone's gonna find out about your dumb shit. Hey, take a note. Don't do dumb shit in general.
Exactly.
Regardless if you're rich or not.
Hello.
Just be a good human. It's really simple. Yeah. Don't do dumb shit. Don't hurt people. Don't beat your wife. Very simple to me. No, don't beat your wife seems like a very something that you grow up knowing.
Wait, don't beat your wife. That's white supremacy talking. Yeah, I know I'm petty right now. Oh, somebody was trying to come up and then they turned around. So, okay. I don't know what you're talking about. That's wild to say something like that. Mm. I do. Water sniper. I do have a black husband. And I do have a black son. No, I don't have a black son. I have black sons. And from listening to this shit on YouTube about black women don't have no value, Black women are the ugliest. Black women are the least desirable. Black women are just the constant beat down of black women. And I've been saying this since I was a teenager. More black women need to date out because it's just not even enough. If they were good black men, it's not enough. So no, you're not gonna shame me because I have a black husband. I have a black husband who's great for me, right? But you're not gonna shame me. That's one thing you're not gonna do, nigga. I don't know who you think you're talking to, but you're not gonna shame me.
I don't know why you gave that waterhead a wrench. You should have not gave him a
Why?
wrench.
Why? Because I don't want nobody timing them out. But
But
listen,
he was being disrespectful to you though in the chat,
I
saying
don't
that
really care.
saying oh, you should be ashamed of yourself, and you have a black husband
I'm
and a
not,
black son. They should be ashamed of you. Like,
and
you
I'm
see, you
not.
can. I know but if you can't ever respect the host, then why are you here? If you're so
And
sick and tired of the quote unquote these conversations, and you feel that it's always in a negative sight
they
for black
only
men,
tired when black women speak on this shit. They never tired. They think it's beautiful and funny when black men talk.
of
But
course.
listen, I'm letting the white men and a black sister talk tonight. You hear me? And they gonna school us. They're schooling us because I'm tired of the lies and the propaganda that keep making black women feel like they gotta be beat, raped, mistreated, children molested, horrible conditions to just stay down, to stay real. I'm sick of it. I'm sick of it, MG.
And you know what? Most black women are sick of it, and that's why if you see the numbers, like the birth rate is declining dramatically. I seen a post where in California they're trying to manipulate black women to have by giving them $1,000 to have children, literally in California. Now, I don't I know there's more sinister reasons behind that, but the simple fact is that everything is a manipulation tactic when it comes down to black women. And manipulation can come in all forms. All forms.
Listen,
Anybody can if
I
they see
saw
an
that
opening, they'll
shit.
take it.
But MJ, girl, you and me are so in tune. I saw that as a manipulate because black women today have stopped. Really have really come to conclusions that it's not that we have anything against children.
No.
We love our children, but a lot of black women see the errors of the past and they know these men don't want to love them. They don't want to stick around even for the birth of those kids. And then they're gonna be talked about and blamed for and then if she have to work two jobs to support that baby and she not really there all the time, then she get blamed for not raising
Matter.
innocent. So
Like
it's just like, goddamn, she can't win for losing.
But the Lima is not about, and that's the thing, it's not about winning. It's not about being successful. It's not about progress, right? It's about exploitation. When you have waterheads who have the mindset that women is supposed to be exploited by them. They're only there for their sexual and pleasure, for them to bear children and say, "Oh, I have my DNA continuously living on Earth." Then outside of that, is not for your benefit. It's nothing outside of your for your benefit. It's all about exploiting you. And what black women are now realizing is that even though how much they might love children, even how much that they might even want children, this is not the time nor the climate. And most of the time they're birthing children into horrible situations where they have dysfunctional families, dysfunctional homes. They're dealing with dysfunction in society of them even being a black children. Like a lot of things is coming down where they're outweighing, like, do I really want to birth a child that I know I'm going to love with every fiber of my beings into this situation? And they're tapping out. We don't have a community that respects motherhood, black motherhood. Okay, our community don't respect black motherhood. Black motherhood or black mother parenting is the most devalued sector in this community. Everybody say we love the kids, but it's the most unappreciated part of this community. You get shamed for having children. You get shamed for not having children. You get shamed from when you have children. You get shamed if you waited too late to have children. Like, it doesn't matter. It's so,
You get shamed on how you raise the children.
yeah,
Mm-hmm.
it doesn't
Yep.
matter. It's the most humiliating thing. Like, we don't get to enjoy being mothers or being able to bring life into this world. We get crucified. We get demonized for bringing children in this world. Literally, every day we are heard every single day how single mothers is the destruction of the community. Yet you wouldn't have a community if you didn't have mothers. You make it make sense to me. No other community deals with that, and they have single mothers in other people's community, but they have people supporting them. They have people trying to rally up resources for them, even though they know that maybe a father's not there, or a father's not present in a home, or possibly the father died and now the mother is a widow and things of that sort. There's resources put up for these women, that they're not shunned and given a scarlet letter for them not having a quote unquote male in their house. But we get that. And in every situation where we're a single mother, is always the worst outcome. Oh, you had kids when you was young. Oh, you was a fast ass. Oh, you was promiscuous. Oh, you didn't pick the right person. Everything is negative. We don't have mothers who became single because their husband died. We don't have mothers who became single because there was an accident. We don't have mothers who became single because the relationship didn't work, but she still loved her kids anyway, and she was glad that she was able to share love as a mother in this earth and give the love that she had for her kids. No, 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 no. There's no glory in that. You even got these kids who come from these are grown adults who come from single mother families. Their mothers struggled their whole entire life and sit up there and talk shit about the same predicament that their mother was in. But then they say, "Oh, no, 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 no. That I'm not talking about you, ma. I love you, ma. But these other bitches, nah, they wrong for that." Why would what is any incentive for any black woman to have children in our community? What would be the incentive? You're damn if you do, damn if you don't. So I respect women who say fuck that. No. Or I respect women who makes a long, hard, logical decision to have children with other men of other races, and they feel like, well, at least this man, if he says that he is committed and invested in raising the children that he spawned, then I'm okay with it. I mean,
And there is no incentive because, mind you, they don't even have respect for the process itself. Like, they really just feel like women just grow babies just easily and just pop it out, boop, and that's it. Like, they have no respect for the process or their part in it.
Yeah, and it really shows their lack of intellect because, I mean, the way they talk about single mothers as if they're not the ones creating all these single parent households, these single mother households. Like, it's just weird and it's dumb. Like, that they can just keep saying this shit and shaming black women, but they're the ones causing the issue.
I say let it be. I mean, at the end of the day, they keep on talking and shit, they will go extinct. So until they can find artificial wombs that have black DNA or the mitochondrial DNA in it that can create black people, you will become extinct, my dude. Or you will just become the new whatever black person. I mean, it is what it is. If this is what they're asking for, so be it. I'm at to the point where black women deserve to be happy. And I want black women to be happy, whatever that looks like. If you find a great man of value and he is black, hold on to that. Do what you have to do. Hold on to that. Make it last. Make it successful. Make it healthy. Bear beautiful black children because black children are beautiful. But if you can't find that, make beautiful homes regardless. Make healthy relationships regardless. But let that be the goal. Let that be the goal. You deserve your flowers here, not when you die, black women.
Amen. I agree with that.
Facts.
I agree.
Hey, Mule, how you doing? I missed you.
Hey, Sharice, I love you. I miss you too.
I love you
Why was
too.
good pro white male leadership?
What's going on?
Hey, pro white
Girl,
male.
What's going on, guys?
this video is everything. Oh my God. Listen, I have been telling black women, it seemed like the men that are on YouTube are really in competition, not with men, with only the black women. And
Well,
when those
Yeah, because
white
they are.
guys are going to tell us, first of all, they already said that the black men are the most feminine of men. And later on,
Mhm.
you guys, y'all got to hear what they say. It blew my freaking mind because it's something I've been feeling and saying, and I did a show on it. But now here are white guys saying the exact shit I done said and felt. And it's the truth. And they want us to believe that we're
yeah, but
so
those are the
hate.
men that conquered them and
Yeah, but
conquered
they
every
want us
male
to
group.
believe
So, of
we're so
course,
hated and they're so loved in society. And the shit just isn't true. They really want to beat us down and make us think we're so fucking hated. And we're not.
Mhm.
I keep telling y'all that. That's why I said come over to my channel, so you guys can hear it from them. I say that all the time,
This
but
guy, Road Runner, I gotta send him something. Next time he go live, I'm gonna cash app him. He's already supported me once before, but I just, I want to support you too, pro black, pro white male leadership. I'm gonna support you too. The next
uh,
time you go live, but let me tell you something. It's sickening the way these brothers treat us and act like nobody would want to. I'm older, right? And I'm happily married. You guys, I'm not looking for anybody. But my thing is, I've been saying this since I was a teenager when I learned that it's too many black women compared to black men because a lot of them get killed and in jail and all of that, right?
mm-hmm.
When I learned that it's 2 million extra black women, it just was simple in my mind. They just gonna have to marry out. As a kid, as a teen, it wasn't even a big deal for me. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm not really racist, and I grew up in an interracial neighborhood, right? So
Well, this is what black women are not understanding because they're not looking at it correctly because of
mhm.
a lot of the way we have been taught and the indoctrination. So I'm going to actually have a premiere tomorrow about that, and it's going to be based on male superiority because I still don't think that black women truly understand what's going on and what the real problem is. What you're dealing with is you're dealing with males that are the weaker males and they're not able to compete with other males. Remember when I told you about the spectrum of men and masculinity? And I told you that white males are the dominant males, other groups of men are neutral, and black men are the lowest males, functioning males, because they're not able to function like other groups of men.
You think Asian men are neutral?
Yes, they are neutral because all male groups follow the dominant males, which is the white man. They're just copying what they see white men do, and they're doing it to the lowest form of males, if that makes sense. Because so this is how it works. So white men are the most dominant males. They're able to conquer every male group. Now, the males that are neutral can only conquer their group and the lowest males, which would be black males. And then black men can only conquer other black men. Because those are the only men that black men have ever conquered was other black men, because they can only conquer the weakest males. So, and I don't think that black women are understanding that because they're viewing this as a race situation, and this is not a race situation. This is a masculinity and manhood situation that we're dealing with.
Right.
Well, it would
Wait,
kind of also be a race situation due to cultural dynamics and things of that nature.
wait.
And seeing that there's like a global, yeah.
I want to say, wow, what's good, Queen Cascade? What's good, Quita? Let me just say this here. I want to play pro white male leadership. You don't mind us playing your video, huh?
Of course, you can play my video. Yeah, of course. Just make sure you use the copyright, because if they copyright you, it wasn't me.
Okay, okay, okay. But yeah. So I just wanna y'all, this video is good. Let me just say let play a little more, please. I can't even skip through the video. That's how good it is, y'all. I'm scared to skip through it.
Oh, I'm glad you like
I'm
it.
sorry if because I'm nervous to skip through it because you're gonna miss a detail. That's okay, because you know how usually we skip through stuff, right? But we can't.
I understand. I'm gonna just mute
Yeah,
for
he's
a few
driven.
minutes. You'll give me 1 second.
Yeah, if everybody can mute just for like 2 minutes, I'm just gonna let it play for a little bit and then stop it, and we can discuss it. I really would enjoy that. Okay, 1 second.
Well, Mule, just be careful because I don't want you to lose any supporters or anything like that. So,
Girl, when I tell you, I've been saying this and I've been feeling this in my spirit.
so maybe it's
And
not a good idea because.
girl, because I'm telling you, when I watched the Fight Club, the Anton Daniels Millionaire, when I watched these guys, they listen. This man said no black woman have value. It's like everything they do, and they never just say women. They always throw our race in. It is like so much hate toward us. I want the sisters to hear a different story. I want them to hear that that shit is not true. I need them to hear this. I'm sorry. I need them to hear this.
I'm
Treat
sorry,
people as you want to be
Desmond.
treated.
You know what I think it is? It's the total.
Hold on. I gotta rewind it because he just said treat people as you want to be treated. When y'all hear black men saying this here, hold on. Let me rewind that shit. That's why I say I
You're
can't
so
Enter.
even
funny,
skip
Mule.
nothing, girl.
Mule, you're funny.
Hold
You
on.
said treat. When do black men
Oh,
say that? You're
Jesus.
so.
Hold on. I'm sorry, y'all. Here we go.
You're
The
never
whole
going to stop
dog
that
fight
practice.
thing is really shocking because, like, look, you're an NFL player. Look, dog fights obviously are bad. People should never do this kind of crap. But you're an NFL player. You're like, well, I don't know what was going on at my house. It's worth millions of dollars, and you have like dog cages out there full of pit bulls. Like, no, he knew. He's just so damn dumb that he just overlooked that. Hey, maybe it. Look, you're an NFL player. Everyone's looking at you. Everybody's watching you. If you do dumb shit, everyone's gonna find out about your dumb shit. Hey, take a note. Don't do dumb shit in general, regardless if you're rich or not. Just be a good human. It's really simple.
Yeah.
Don't do dumb shit. Don't hurt people. Don't beat your wife. Very simple to me. I don't know. Don't beat your wife seems like a very something that you grow up knowing. That, treat people as you want to be treated.
You know what I think it is? It's the total opposite of our culture. You know how we protect women. We do nice things for women. We put them on a pedestal in a way, and it's the opposite way in the black community. It's like the men are used to being coddled. And in my opinion, it seems like they're the princess and they need to be taken care of. And it's easy
I'm
for
glad
them
you
to
say
attack
that.
women. Yeah.
Because earlier when we were having a private chat, I was saying this is that one, I did liken it to a princess mindset.
Yeah.
But two, is that I told them is that there's no such thing as black patriarchy, and there never has been. Rather, there's black matriarchy. And what this is
I
that
disagree.
the women in the black community, they are the ones that lead, they are the ones that build, they are the ones that provide, they are the ones that do all this. And that black men are basically the nagging housewives. The ones that complain and bitch.
Oh, wait a minute, y'all. This is another historic moment. Girl, I wish I
Yep.
could. I'm taking this editing class, y'all. Listen, this shit he about to break down. I'm gonna rewind it. But what he about to break down, God, golly.
But
Whew.
I do
All
want to
right, go
say I
ahead, say.
disagree on one part
Okay,
that
go ahead.
we're not a matriarchy. We're a failed patriarchy. Doesn't
We
make it a
are.
matriarchy.
Yes, I agree with that. We all fail patriarchy. Cause them suckers ain't lead us to nothing but destruction.
Girl.
I agree, sis.
Yeah. You so yes, mío.
Well, holler that you are damn too masculine and you working two jobs and selling popcorn on break. And talking about you too
And
much
they
of a
do want to
man.
be housewives. That's why I say they don't want to be black women. They want to be white women.
Yeah, that's why they're
Yeah.
accusing you of being white women.
Oh
Yeah,
my
'Cause they
everything
God.
is projection. They project all day, every day. Like this water spout dude, just nonstop
I
projection. And I
know.
was waiting
well,
for it. Then he got
Oh
to
God.
weave and makeup. And I was like, oh, here he
listen,
go.
and
Here
that's
they
all that
go.
they talk about. They're low level.
Mm.
You yeah, but at
Wait,
this
y'all.
point,
Y'all not gonna believe these white men are gonna talk about the damn weave. Y'all,
I hate
when the
that people
white
don't
men talk
understand
about the
it's
weave and
assimilation.
the natural hair,
It's
like
annoying when
white
black
person
dudes
that leave
bring it
their
up because we understand their struggles, but they can't understand any of our struggles. Like they don't take
exactly.
into account assimilation at all. Like, okay,
And
so
then
they're
fuck our
doing.
jobs because we need those, or our schooling. Like we don't still have issues, and they're still putting in laws in place trying to protect us so that we can wear the hair that grows out of our head, but yet y'all condemn us for assimilating so that we can
But the
keep the
white
community
men
going.
love it.
You
The
don't take
they
white
into
don't care.
men,
account that a lot of
Listen,
our
they're
I
not.
don't
hairstyles
I
are
don't
Listen,
protective
when
guess
the
what?
styles.
white men say when
They
they
want us at
see
the bottom with
sisters,
them.
Sharice, when the white men say they see sisters who wear their natural hair, that's like a bad signal to them that they might be interested in white men. Girl, I
Mm.
could have died.
Say
Mm.
what now?
They said
No, I understand
when
why you say
black
that.
women are what only will date black men, they always have weave. But when black women have their options open, they usually are more self-confident and love themselves more, and they wear their natural hair. He said that's like a signal for white men to flirt.
You know what?
Girl,
They
I'm
gonna
not
have to
even
find
gonna
another
front though.
signal.
girl,
I'm not even
wait,
going.
huh?
I'm not even going to front. Like I do see when black women are natural and in their skin, they do get approached by white men far more than
Yeah.
black men.
Hmm.
Black
And they
men
say they
like
like black women who are comfortable with their self.
It's actually rare for a black man to like compliment your natural hair, like,
no,
or it's
most of
like
the
if
time
they
they're
did, it's
great,
like,
they're degrading
Girl,
it and they
I'm
be like, oh look
natural.
at that
I'm telling you,
kitchen
I
and blah
have
blah
black
blah.
women,
So
I have white
mhm.
women, and I have all kind of races of men give me compliments on my freaking hair. But you know what? Rarely a black man will. Rarely.
Right.
Because when they're speaking about natural, they're speaking about a very specific natural.
Hmm.
The
It has to
mixed
be
people
loose.
natural.
It could be loose and short, but
Yeah.
if it's too tight, it can't be short. Like it can't be a short force
Yep.
fade. It has to be really long, or it has to be a type 3.
And do they even know just how long your hair has to be for it to be
Y'all,
4C and
wait.
to
Let
be
me just let
visibly
it play.
long?
Let me
Right.
let this play, and then we're gonna stop it after this. I might have to do 5 parts to this video because it's too long, but it is. Y'all, it's epic. Everything they say is gonna be shit I have said in the months ago. So this is it. Just listen to this.
All the time. But like I said, this is the key difference is that imagine if the nagging housewife was the physically superior one. Imagine if the nagging housewife could beat up the husband. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, right.
That's
Yeah,
what
I was in the
that's what
hospital.
black
Right.
that's
I
what
knew
black
right
men
away.
are. Black men are the whining, nagging housewife, but because they are male, they can beat up their wives. You know what I'm saying? Well,
Right.
I mean, not their wives, because most of the time they don't even get married. But like, there's that
Girlfriend or
right there.
friend or whatever.
Yeah, it's like they can.
Yeah, I heard that shot because most of the time they don't even get married, but they're the nagging housewife without even getting married. I'm gonna let it go.
So they can live off her, complain about how she makes money, complain about how she ain't home enough, and complain about all this shit. And then if she argues too much, he can beat her up. And that last part, the fact that he can beat her up, is what changes it. Like, black women are in black communities the role that white men are in white communities.
Yes,
it's like they are the providers. They are the providers. They are the leaders. So we don't have a black patriarchy. There's never been one, even in ancient time.
Wait, what y'all think about that?
I agree, but I don't really like that. Like, it's not like a compliment to us.
It's not a compliment, but what he's saying is we do
Agreed.
every damn thing that the other white man do, but we do it opposite in a reverse role.
Exactly, but
But
yeah,
the nagging housewife can actually whip your
right.
ass.
But this is the thing.
Right.
They're sympathizing with you.
Yeah, I
They
get that.
see
Yeah.
what
I
they
understand that.
see what this is what I'm trying to make black women understand, right?
No, I understand that. I just feel like, it's not, I don't like the fact that that's the case. That, I
Well, that's
understand. You don't
the
have to,
case
I
because that's
understand.
the position we're put in. And
Yeah.
we
Right.
have to, we have to
My point.
leave and go somewhere else.
And
That's
personally,
what
I
it
don't know
is.
if they're empathizing with us or just roasting black men. I don't know
No, no,
which.
no.
I
It's
Let
can't.
me
I
facts,
tell
don't
I
you.
know.
feel like. I don't know if it's empathy or what. I
Listen.
think it's just
Two of
he's
those
just
men on that
spitting
panel are
facts.
both
Are
two men on
married
those
to black
panel are
women.
married to black
One of
women.
them only exclusively date black women. So it's not a
Two of them,
roasting.
no, two of them are married to black women,
Yeah.
and one of them only dates black women. That's correct.
Yeah.
And I date white men. So, yeah. But two of those men on that panel are married to black women.
So it's not that they're really roasting. It's just that they are aware of what's going on. Okay, let me just continue
Right.
for a little bit.
No way. Media has black guys back so bad. So these good black men that he's telling you about aren't there. To be honest, your uncle probably isn't one either.
I went too far back.
And so,
my bad.
Well, he sent me a baby picture to disarm me because I
I
think
went
that
too far back.
if you keep talking like this, and that
Let me see. Okay.
potentially do, but that doesn't mean they're going to do those things. You get what I'm saying? And also we've seen how black men will act with little to no power already, with like nothing. Look how violent and everything they already are. Like, you think putting them in positions of power is going to make them nicer? Fuck no. That's never made anybody nicer. You know what I'm saying? Like, a position of power has never made somebody become a better person. At best, they're the same person they were before. But that's absolute best. And even that's extremely rare. You know what I'm saying? Like, absolute power corrupts absolutely. Well, look at how corrupt black men are already, the way they are now, broke as fuck. You know what I'm saying? They like, whenever you go to like low income white areas, you don't see this. Like, you don't see the men beating and raping and killing their women like this. You know what I'm saying? But you do see this in black communities. And he could be rich as fuck. You have NFL players acting like this. You know what I'm saying? It has nothing. What this is that the women in the black community, they're the ones that lead, they're the ones that build, they're the ones that provide, they're the ones that do all this. And that black men are basically the nagging housewives, the ones that complain and bitch and everything all the time. But like I said, this is the key difference, is that imagine if the nagging housewife was the physically superior one. Imagine if the nagging housewife could beat up the husband. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, right.
It's really not funny though.
That's what
Why are you laughing?
That's what black men are. Black men are the whining, nagging housewife, but because they are male, they can beat up their wives.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Well, I mean, not their wives, because most of the time they don't even get married. But like, there's that right there. Yeah, it's like they can they can live off her, complain about how she makes money, complain about how she ain't home enough, and complain about all this shit. And then if she argues too much, he can beat her up. And that last part, the fact that he can beat her up, is what changes it. Like
Right.
black women are in black communities the role that white men are in white communities.
Yes,
It's like
yes,
they are
we're
the
the
providers.
opposites.
They
Yeah.
are the providers. They are the leaders. So we don't have a black patriarchy. There's never been one, even in ancient times. Like 1000 BC, there never was one. And it's always been black women making shit happen with black communities, but black men have the ability to physically overpower them. And like, imagine if a housewife could truly bully you.
Yeah.
Could truly like beat you up. Like, that's what the black community is. It's like the people that should be leading aren't, so the ones that should not be leading and building now have to. And a lot of times black men will complain about black women being masculine or whatever, but they have to adopt masculine traits a lot of the time,
Right.
because you aren't doing what you're supposed to be doing. So like, if you're not getting a job and all that stuff, now she has to.
You know what's funny is they get so jealous too when you do things for black women. Look at our society. Look at the Goldman Sachs thing. Investing billions of dollars in black women to start businesses. These guys are jealous. They even get jealous.
Got so butthurt.
Oh God! And they even get jealous when I say things about black women. Well, okay. Well, what are you going to do about black men? I've had comments like that, and it blows my mind.
Let me tell you something. When I hear stuff like that, I think, you gay.
Right?
Yes, I did that. Well, listen, when that Goldman Sachs thing came up, how many times we heard black men being angry and wanting to know what the white man was going to do for them?
Yeah,
And it's
it
like,
was.
listen, y'all are men. Y'all want other men to do for you? Like,
Yeah, it's really
that's,
pathetic. And
and
it's
What
it's
I
like,
noticed personally was that they were more mad that we got it. That was the
yeah,
first thing I heard the loudest. And then it was, oh, well, what about us? But being mad that we got it in general was their first visceral reaction.
I mean, they
mhm.
don't want to give you anything because they don't see the value in you.
Well,
So
they don't have shit to give you, but they don't want anybody else to give you anything either. They don't.
exactly,
exactly,
this is
Therese, that's
why,
the thing.
you know
They
what I've
have shit to
noticed with
give
what they
you,
say?
but they don't want anyone else to give you
Right.
anything.
Because you know what they always say? I know white men, but they don't like black women. So they will only
Yeah,
befriend white men that don't like black women. Why do you think that? It's because they don't like you. That's why.
they don't want them to like you.
And they don't want them to like us either. And I keep telling y'all that what these men are really trying to do.
Listen,
Yeah, that's
y'all.
why they say that
Lately,
these
I'll
white
say
men
the
are
last
attacking
two
them when
months,
they.
I have found some white men channels, and the few white men channels I found that that date black women, these men say the most uplifting things, and some of these stories are so tragic, where they have actually said how black women have made them lie and hide, or would never introduce them to their family till they would get sick of, being with her if they gotta be a secret. There are white men, y'all, that got these stories on YouTube, and they have their own shows, and it is a lie when these people are saying that nobody wants your ass. It is a lie.
Telling you that they're lying. They cannot compete with these other groups of men,
They're just,
particularly white
yeah,
men.
but they're just out
What
of
this is
our
about.
algorithm. So you actually have to search them. But my thing is, when these guys are saying that they like you, but they go through hell and they say, you know what, it's not worth it. Like, this one white guy was wanting to marry this girl. This girl wouldn't even let him meet her mother or her family. And he was just like, no, hell no. I'm tired of being a secret. He said he stuck it out with her for a whole year. So I
Well, you know
mean,
what else though? I feel like black women will say a lot of times that they're not attracted to white men, that they've never seen one white man that they're attracted to. And I feel like that's part of black male worship. Because it's like, how is that possible that you haven't seen one white man that's cute?
girl, I'm married 29 years coming up March, and I done seen plenty of them. I am. So I don't know what's wrong
Right.
with these people.
Right. It just doesn't make sense. And I feel like it's like, they don't want to they really don't want to open their options. just stay stuck. They rather be celibate than open their options a lot of times.
Girl, look, and y'all would be shocked at the men, the mule finally attract the girl, because I would get me a damn hillbilly.
Right. That's what
I'm
I said. I
telling
was
you,
like, you
girl.
never seen like a big lumberjack, a buff,
Hell, girl,
tall, white.
Sharice, don't tell me you like girl, because let me tell you, even my husband, black pro white male leadership, but he is rugged. He fix cars. He do everything. He's
Right.
military man. I like him rough, tough, and all that stuff. And let me tell
Me
you,
too, mule.
you know the kind of white men who, when I see him, honestly, that I think be so sexy. Them damn white men that that look like a hillbilly. I promise you, they the most masculine, the motherfucking. I like masculine men.
Yeah,
Me
I
they're
don't
too.
like
I don't
pretty
want no
ass
pretty
men.
boy, none of that feminine
Yeah,
shit. Mm-mm.
I like masculine looking men. But
Yeah.
anyway, let it play just a little few minutes. I know we can't do this here too much longer. So I'm telling y'all, it's every show gonna be this damn thing till I finish it point blank, period. Y'all gonna just have to deal with me with this here because it's too good to skip. But these people, these brothers is speaking on some shit that I've been feeling in my spirit. And they lying to y'all. And I'm telling y'all, it's over 2.5 million black women over men. It's enough of y'all. I need y'all to marry out for real. I need y'all to, and I don't,
Right.
this is my thing.
Mary the
I,
Conquerors.
and marry people who were looking for you. Stop
Mm-hmm.
thinking that people
Right.
don't want your ass.
Well,
That's my
I've been
Seriously.
thing.
And
telling,
people
I've
that
been
don't
trying
want
to tell
nothing
you
for
that.
you. These men don't want shit for you. They don't want to give you nothing and they don't want nobody else to give you shit. They
Exactly.
really
And
don't.
it's too many of them talking hatred. So it might need to be
Hmm.
even more of y'all that marry out. I'm going to be honest with you.
Yeah.
For them to get a
It
damn
is.
wake up call that you're not waiting on the ass. Because let me tell you something. Too many of my sisters are college educated, buying their own homes, doing okay, but they're holding out for a damn brother that
Right.
that never gonna get. And the brother they get, he lying to them. He got 4 or 5 other women, and you know what I'm saying. It's just listen. Let me play this.
Want somebody to take care of you, you gay. You just you gay.
They ask, okay, well,
I don't know what happened.
All the fighters were women.
their marriages are the worst. You take a Tyrone and a Becky, that's the worst. You take a Brad and a Keisha, that's the best. And it says
Wow.
something. And look, I'm not just generalizing here. This is true facts. They've done studies. And in fact, when we marry black women, we're more successful than when we marry white women. And look, we need to do this more often. And
Wait a minute. What y'all think about that? See, that's what
Now,
I'm
I
saying.
do agree that black women do
I
need
can't
to.
finish this damn show. This show is too strong for me. What you
I feel
think?
like black women do want marriage. Well, most women want marriage and a family and stuff. And we know it's really not our in black men's culture to get married or
But
settle down or
Sharice,
anything.
tell me what you think about when he says when they marry uh Tyrone and a Becky, this shit don't last. But when Brad and Keisha marry, it not only do
That,
it last, that Brad becomes better. That
well,
Keisha
that's
makes
what
him
I
better.
kind of agree. I feel like because some not for everybody, everybody men are men, but they have their they grow up different, they have different values, and I feel like they have similar values that black women have. So I do think that that could be true.
Yeah, I mean, they're definitely, I was definitely say that they are socialized to marry young, and they do understand um what marriage entails, for both individual and what they're trying to build with it. Because I do know many white people who are married, and they married when they were 18 years old, 19 years old, definitely while they was in college getting their degrees and stuff like that. They usually have find their first wife, they stay with them for like 15 years, something happened as a fallout, and then they literally have no problem getting back into marriage. However, we do hear with black men, even if once they do get married, most of them be saying that they don't they don't never want to marry again. You know what I'm saying? And they'll literally just have friends with benefits going forward. So they do, I will definitely say they do have a different upbringing when it comes down to marriage and what it means for them. I mean, they do kind of understand that in the society that we live in, it's for a married couple. It's not for single individuals playing like they're married. And this is why they don't get the
Right.
tax breaks that they're supposed to. So
Yep.
Well, guys, I'm glad, Miss Mule, you enjoyed the video. It can be triggering, so, but like I said, I'm pro white male leadership, so. But I am going to have a premiere tomorrow on male superiority. I think you guys should definitely check that out.
Well, can you elaborate? What do you mean by male superiority?
Um, it's who are the superior males of the human race?
Oh, okay.
I think what that means is who are not, and I will say this here for me, for when I hear that. It is alarming. However, I'm to the point where I'm so sick of these men trying to say we are so horrible as women. I don't even give a shit no more. I'm tired of them saying all the worst of the worst for black women. I really and truly am.
Me too.
I'm
I really
sick
am
of
too.
I'm sick of it, Sharice, and keeps hearing it. And I'm gonna be honest, I'm older than y'all. I'm sick of it for my daughter who's 23. I'm sick of it for all these 20-year-old boys and girls who are online hearing this hate shit. You know what I'm saying? As if we don't carry our society. I have too many family members in my real life. I have uncles who slept on my grandmother's couch till she freaking died. You understand? Who didn't want to do nothing with their life. And all these sisters are accomplished. You cannot keep blaming white supremacy for everything. You cannot keep saying, listen, I don't know what's going on with the men, but a lot of them just choose not to do shit. We got to get out here in the real world, take crap from real bosses of all races, and not blame white supremacy as the black women. But these here brothers can complain and complain and complain. I'm sick of it.
the
And I'm
funny
gonna
thing about it is that these waterheads don't have no problem with white supremacy when it comes in the image of some white women who gravitates to the spaces, who talks down about us and talks down about our children and stuff. They don't have no problem with that form of white supremacy, only when it's coming from some white men though.
Right. Because they'll sit there and let these white women disrespect their
Yeah,
moms.
but what they're doing is not white supremacy. They're talking about their behavior as men. That's what they're talking about. That's not white supremacy. That's not racism. They are checking them as
Wait,
men.
I'm lost. I thought you were. Weren't you talking about black men, MJ?
Yeah, I was talking about black men.
Oh, because I got a little confused when you said, I'm just talking about, the
Yeah, no, I'm not talking about the guys on the panel. I was just talking about in reference how black men talk. When they talk about white supremacy, they're always catering to some black men or some white men who do that. However, when white supremacy comes in the form of a white woman, they have no problem with it.
Right.
correct. Because they had, yeah, that's correct. Yes. What black men are doing is what black men are doing when they're doing what they're doing. Black men don't like us because they just don't like that we're black. That's just really what it is.
They don't like
So
themselves. They don't like that they're at the bottom and they blame us for it.
yeah, but they put themselves in that position and they have never corrected themselves because they are not able to, unfortunately. So this all started from them. They've been doing this forever. This is not something that just began. The Moors, them selling us off to different groups of men. So, and, so, I mean, this has been a lot of their behaviors, they have contributed to white supremacy. So,
I
what
can
they were
definitely agree with that.
what
I
they were
can
doing during the
definitely.
civil rights, when they got off the plantation, what were they doing? They were going to Supreme Court to do what? So these men have always aided and abetted in white supremacy. They helped created it. So
No, and let me just say this here. You're absolutely right. I did a whole show one day. I gotta look up what the name of that show was. I did a whole show on white men wanting to, on black women, white black men want us to be the new Miss Sealy. Do y'all remember that?
Yep.
Do y'all remember what a lady was saying? If I can work 16 hours at GM, why can't I work 16 hours for my family?
Right.
So she was like, if you get off of work and you don't have the same energy you put at your job, so how you gonna do 16 and 16?
Right. And then the guy up there was saying that he loved his aunt so much and he looked up to her because she
Yeah,
went and busted her ass at work and then she came home and busted her ass at home.
yes, yes. And my thing is that they believe the role of the man is to just go to work, come home, kick his feet up, and read a newspaper, and
Hmm.
everything should be done for him. And this is the thing when I keep hearing these black people say, I'm sorry, yeah, I'm sneezing and coughing at the same time.
Bless you.
But anyway, these people keep saying, what do you want from a man? Or he need to be a provider and a protector. What if you all as a woman are a provider and a protector?
I mean, at one point,
Do
what
you
woman
not
was it?
believe that? Hold on, MJ. Are you not a provider? You don't provide?
Hmm.
You provide. So this is my thing. This is misleading when we keep saying these men are all providers or protectors. They don't want to be partners with us. You understand? And the
Hmm.
truth of the matter is, today's time, the men are not the sole providers. The men are not, and we make decent money. And I'm not throwing no money in no man's face. You know what I'm saying? I mean, he do need to work and be, do something. But I mean, my thing is, I'm sick of people saying a man provide like women don't provide. Women bust their ass and go to work every day. Women have degrees. Women have accomplishments. You're not
And
gonna
take
take
care of
exception.
kids and take care of everybody else in the house.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Exactly.
When have women never provided and protected? Like even before there was a different level of provisions that we provided for our children, and we always protected our children if the men were not in the house. If the men are working and a robber comes in the house, who's protecting the house? Who's protecting the children? Who's protecting the property? It would be the woman who's there. So she has to do some form of protection. The men,
Name
the
a
way how these
protector.
men, the men, the
I'm a
way how they
protect.
talk out here, they talk like they're protecting you 24 hours in a day, and they're not, because they're not
They're
even
telling you that they're
available
not going
24
to.
hours a day. So I think, like I said, yes, it's gaslighting. It's basically misconstruing what provision and protection look like, and basically saying that they're doing more than what they're actually doing. When when it comes to a healthy family dynamic, both are doing it. Maybe his as a male is going to be on a more dangerous level because he's supposed to risk his life for his wife and his children. But we are all providing and protecting as human beings,
That
as in self.
exactly. Exactly. And I'm gonna tell you this here. My husband was in the military. So when his butt was overseas, or you know, listen, I had to provide, protect. I had his money still coming in. I mean, he's never left us without his money. But what I'm saying is, I provided, and I had to protect.
Well, this
It's
is why
best.
these men don't get married, because they don't want to do that. They don't want to have the commitment to provide for anybody else or protect anybody. And they tell you all the time, and they show you with their actions why they
Wait,
don't.
Right.
hold on, Sharice. Hold on. Lady T, is that you?
Yes.
Hey, Pro White, you left fell off. Pro White male leadership. Is that you?
She probably might having some technical difficulties.
Queen Cascade, is that you?
Is that Queen Cascade? I feel like I haven't talked to Queen Cascade in forever.
I mean, she's definitely said that she
Hey,
wanted to
sis,
lick.
it's me.
Oh,
Just give
that's
me a
her.
hot
Okay.
second.
Girl, look, y'all know I got palm bombed. I can't do this. My nerves be bad. Oh, Lord. Okay, go ahead. I'm so sorry, Sharice. Finish. I'm so sorry.
But no, yeah, I just think that's like a lot of the reason why they don't want to get married. I mean, we hear online, we see out what's going on, how these men stand by and let women get victimized, that they don't want to protect women. They don't want to protect. They're not going to protect these bitches that they don't know. They don't even want to protect the women that they're with half the time. And that's why I feel that's part of the reason they don't want to get married. I feel like as well, because they don't want the commitment to provide and protect anybody.
I just think that going forward as women, we just need to stop saying that the buck lands with providing and protecting. I need you to be more if you're going to be a man and you're going to be in my life.
Right,
I
that's the
need you to
bare
be a
minimum.
yeah, exactly. I need you to be a caring man. You know what I'm saying? I
Mm-hmm.
need you to be thoughtful. I
Oh,
need you to
my
be
God.
considerate. I need,
Yes.
I need you
Well,
to
yeah,
have all
but
these other qualities and attributes about you that I can form a strong family and our kids have the best character instilled in them as possible. I mean, we know children grow up, you can raise them as best as possible and they change due to society or their own personal feelings, but at least the foundation was set correctly. You got to bring more to the table than provision and protection because I can protect myself and I already provide for myself. So if I'm bringing that same type of level, I need more, just as like you would expect me to give more in that relationship.
But this is the thing. The way these men are talking about, they want to be courted as if they're the women.
Mm-hmm.
And you know what?
they
I'm
are.
learning. These
They are.
white men have picked up on it. They say the black men are the. Did y'all hear this man
Yeah,
say they are
that's
the
fucked
They
up.
most
are.
But you know what's
feminine?
really fucked up? How they
Wait,
talking
it
about
get
how they can
worse,
beat up
y'all.
on
Y'all gotta
women.
hear how they talk about how feminine the black men.
Can I
Y'all,
can I ask a question,
They're
please?
feminine, but they're
yes,
violent and physically more capable of hurting
only
women.
toward women though, Sharice. These men gonna call that shit out.
May I ask a
Yeah, only
question?
towards women,
Yes.
exactly.
So I keep hearing people. I hear y'all saying th- these men. Are y'all specifically talking about black males?
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
because I'm confused because when I hear these men, I think about everybody other than black men.
Oh well, we're talking about black men specifically.
Okay, so here's the thing. Here's what I know about black men. They don't like you. They're not going to protect you. They're not going to provide for you. They're just not.
Lady T, I'm learning. I'm learning
They're
because
not going to do it.
I
We
have
can,
been getting
right,
disgusted by these men.
right. We can sit here and lament about why they don't do it and root cause analysis, but the truth is they don't like you and they don't see you as worthy of any protection. And the sooner you accept that, the better off you'll be.
Well, I'm pretty sure I said that in the beginning. But yes, I do think that's part of the reason they don't get married.
There is
I don't
no
know who
reason.
is this banter with. Do y'all know who that is?
Banter with Bo?
Banter with. I can't see it, but it got green hair. You know him?
No, but if it's banter with Bo, that person was in the chat.
No, I'm scared. I'm sorry, Banter. You gonna have to come back till I know who y'all, baby. I'm scared. I already had somebody flashing a penis at me.
Oh.
Yeah.
I do agree that black men do not protect, provide, and they degrade and demean black women, but I think we should be careful the way in which we pose things so that we don't use the same tactics that are used against us by black men and we don't use them as black women against other black women to try to get them to divest.
I don't understand what that means, but I will say black men just don't like y'all. They just don't. I
Oh,
mean, they just
Like
don't.
that's
Yeah,
It's
they
kind
don't
of
that
like
what
you
black
either.
men
simple.
do.
It's
That's
that
kind of what black men
simple.
do with
wait,
white
hold
men.
on, y'all. Banter with Bo is about to come up. Banter with Bo says she's a divested woman. Y'all just bear with me, let her talk, and hopefully it's who she says she is. Cause I'm not taking
Yeah,
all this
banter
shit.
with Bo is good.
Give me 1 second. 1 second. Banter with Bo, how you doing?
Hi,
Hey,
lady.
ladies. Not y'all being
Hello.
scared.
Hello.
Hello, can y'all
Hey.
hear me?
Yes, how you doing?
I'm good. How are you ladies doing tonight?
Oh, we're doing wonderful.
I said,
Uh,
not y'all being scared.
you want to add to the conversation?
Yeah, I was just listening to what you guys were saying, and I wanted to hop in when you had a chance.
Yes. Scar Beauty. Why?
Oh, you could jump in right now.
Yeah, yeah. Go ahead, banter. Please go ahead and speak your
Hey,
thoughts.
ladies.
Hi.
Banter,
I
go
just
ahead
want
and jump on in.
I just want to say that if it's not snowing, y'all shouldn't go. Like, go for the winning team, ladies. I feel like Black women have done everything for so long as far as being race loyal, taking care of the children, taking care of the household, and also being a shield of white supremacy. Y'all literally stand in the middle of strong Negro men taking rubber bullets. It's insane. So
Hmm.
I just want to push the narrative, encourage Black women to date out, to do whatever you need to do to get away from
Hmm.
the Black male because they are detrimental to your survival, really.
And I would also add to what Bo just said, not even about intimate partnerships, not just that. I suggest you pull all of your resources from the Black community. When I say resources, your knowledge, your tax base, whatever you do in the Black community to keep it thriving, because we know that's who's keeping it thriving, leave. Take it with you. You don't have to be there.
Can I
Let
jump
it
in?
flow.
Like I said,
Wait, I will
yeah, like
say
I
this
said,
too. We were being
I'm
killed,
sorry.
y'all. We were being killed, y'all, at every 4.9 hours. And now it's at every 4.1. It is getting ridiculous, y'all.
Well, like I said, I have two
And
investment
and this is
companies.
what makes me sick. I haven't heard any black man other than Taz take that shit serious. And we're not being killed by others. We're being killed by our intimate partners. Black men mostly.
Hmm.
I'm not saying it's only them, it's the majority,
Do you guys
like
hear me?
97%.
Yes,
Yes.
Can
Pearl.
I
Go
jump
ahead,
in
Pearl.
real fast? I just want to make a little statement.
Okay, good.
Hey,
Because
ladies, how
first,
y'all
let me
doing
say
today?
this, I think I'm a little delayed. So I have two investment companies. Invest white male.
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, somebody was talking. I mean,
All right.
Yeah, there might be a delay.
yeah.
Can y'all hear me?
Mhm.
Yeah, we hear you.
All right. Hey, y'all. You know, I'm just a little
I
disturbed
can, but I
by.
think there's a delay for.
Okay, I'm
Yeah,
gonna
there's
start
a
now,
delay.
though.
Somebody might have to go out and come back in. I'm not sure.
Wait, Candy Cane
What? Who
Lane
was
said
that? Scar
Mew.
Beauty?
Candy Cane
Yeah.
Lane said Mew
Oh,
wants a
you
Duck
sound good.
Dynasty man. Girl, Candy Cane Lane, my man ain't going nowhere. I'm just saying, I do like men who hunt fish. I do like men who are men. I really do. I like men who know how to fix cars, and I do like rugged men. I do. So yes, if I was to ever be with one, y'all would be looking at me like she crazy. I do. I don't like uh city boys. I don't like that shit. I really don't.
You like what
So
you like.
y'all
That's
would
not
be
a
looking
problem.
at me really weird, like
Yeah,
so.
I don't want no city boys. But Scar Beauty, were you saying something?
Yeah, I only came up because for me, when I'm listening, and this is really for like pro white male leadership, and I'm sure she knew that I probably came up for her. So I want to just be honest. We've spoken before, and I guess what I was trying to, well, I'm gonna use your words. What I'm trying to make you understand is everybody has not caught up to this. My mother is 56 years old, and I am literally just like she's just catching on. She has listened to some of, not just listened to like the panels that I've had her listen to, just she's starting to open her eyes and she see what's going on in the world, right? She's even noticing her own son. But I'm not going to go to my mom and say the fact that she still shows my brother any love or grace and say you'll never understand. And sometimes it seems a little shady when you speak because it's like the women, everybody's not where you are. And if you are if where you are right now is where you've always been, then bravo to you. But at the same time, keep in mind that there's a road that a lot of women have to take to get where we are today. And just because we're having the conversation does not mean that we don't agree with you. We agree with most of what you're saying, but when you
Right.
say stuff like y'all will never understand, when will black women learn? It's like, girl, stop. We don't even, in my opinion, I wouldn't even want to talk to you because it's like you're being condescending. It's like you're saying that, like, it's like I'm supposed to just be,
Like you don't like
I'm
you
not a
think we
know it
don't get it.
all.
No, no,
Right.
no,
We
It's
no,
do
not
no.
get
that
it.
we're
We get
Wait,
it.
mammies. We
wait,
get
hold
it.
on.
Like,
Let me just say this here. Scar Beauty. I
go
said
ahead.
this in the beginning of the show. Baby, you like me, honey. If she is like a damn cold splash of water to wake your ass up, it don't feel
No.
good. That hold on.
And
What I'm saying, what she's saying, the way she says it to me, to black women, is like harsh. And
I don't
I
think
think
so.
I even offended her one time when I said like this is like ridiculous talk and stuff like that. But
I
my
guess
thing
what I mean is
is
like,
no, what I'm
if,
saying, it's not even that we disagreeing with her.
right, that's
It's
my
just
point.
like F you if you don't get it,
Right, we
right?
agree.
Like
We all
F
That's
you
the
if you
point
understand.
that
don't
I'm
get
trying
it.
to make is that we do agree. So it's like
Right.
Yeah.
It's like you
sometimes it
arguing
kind of
with
seems like she's picking for a fight. And it's like,
Mhm.
no, sis, we're agreeing with you. That's it. We agree. We agree. And that should be it.
It's
It
like
doesn't
you
have
think
to
we're
be, but you
mammies.
don't get it.
Yeah.
It seems like you
Yeah.
think we're mammies or something and you're talking to us like we are not like we haven't been on this already.
There
And we
was
Right.
have.
And
one
you come to
point.
channels that are really, and I'm going to be honest, I feel like you come to channels and you say that to people that I think have a better understanding than you, because I've also seen you speak to these men. And it's like, why do you want to talk to them if that's really how you feel?
Mm.
Oh wait, she not even up here. Hold on, y'all.
Oh, where'd
Give
she
her
go? Oh,
wait,
dang.
hold on.
I don't want to
Oh,
be
she's
talking to
here
the
now.
son.
She's
Pro
here
I
White,
now.
want to
I'm
talk to the
sorry. Did you hear
person.
that? Yeah.
I'm sorry, I had to disconnect. So I'm
Can you
sorry.
repeat it, Scar? Wait, Pro White, give me 1 second. Scar
Sure,
Beauty, can you repeat what you were saying,
sure.
please?
What I'm, I guess what I'm trying to say is you come off as shady when women are talking to you and we are agreeing with everything that you say, but then you seem to try to find a way to say what y'all don't understand is when will black women ever understand, or black women won't understand until they're dead. Like I've heard you say stuff like this, and then to me you go
Um,
to channels that I
excuse me,
Hold on,
wait,
excuse
let me
me.
finish. I'm
hold
gonna finish my
Okay.
statement and then you can go. What I meant is like you go, in my opinion, I feel like you go to some channels that I feel like have a better understanding of black male pathology, but I've witnessed I guess like trying to speak to the men, the very men that you say hate us, and we agree that they hate us, but it's like if you really feel that way, why are you running to speak to them about this, or why are you trying to convince them, or like I'm just trying to get, I guess, an understanding as to why you feel the need to attack black women that I think, I guess, have a better understanding than
on. Yeah,
you,
we get it.
in my opinion.
Black women
So
over here
you
get it.
claim, I'm sorry, you claim that I've attacked black women when? I'm sorry.
You always do, not when, always. Anytime I've seen you hit a panel, like there's been another panel you've spoken to me on, and I've explained to you that not every woman is where you are, so you need to give them a little grace. And then you kept on saying that black women will never understand until they're dead, or black women will never understand until this. Black women, and it's just like, but you're sitting on a
Okay,
panel with
Well,
these with
wait,
women
wait, wait.
who,
well,
Pro
okay,
white male leadership.
but that's what's
Before you
happening.
speak, wait,
no,
but let me say this here.
I
In
get
my
that.
Yeah.
opening,
You
But
I
you're
still
not
didn't have to
said
understanding. We
the
get
understand.
it
pro
though. You
white
don't have
male
to talk to us
leadership
like we don't
is
understand.
like a glass of cold ice water waking you up, right? It's harsh. This is what she's
Can I
saying to
say
me.
something? She's just
Wait,
trying
no,
to say
hold
that
on. Let me just
we
say, finish my
understand.
statement. Can I please finish my statement?
Sure.
It's not, she's saying that she really agrees with everything you're saying, pro white. She just feels like some of us, and I'm not even saying what she's saying.
And that's why I don't
Because,
hit panels out,
wait,
because I can
she's
never get my
grown.
words
She
together.
can speak for herself. For me, it is
Hmm.
shocking some of the things you say. And then what makes me freak out is like I agree with what the hell you're saying. And so it's like it's shocking, but it's like, God damn, she's telling the truth. So this is what she's based to me, in my interpretation is
No, what I'm saying is
she's
that we
trying to
do
tell
agree
you
with
like
her,
if we agreeing,
But she's
but it is
arguing, being
but she's
argumentative.
arguing
yeah,
with the
it's
fact with us
completely
agreeing
different
with
from
her.
what we used to. Okay,
No,
I mean,
wait.
no, it's not
could I
different.
say
It's
something
just
real
that
quick?
when we say
You,
that we
this is,
agree, she still
I'm,
finds a way to argue.
Right.
well,
It's like
I'm sorry
you're not
that's your
understanding.
opinion. All
Yeah,
right,
my
but
opinion, right?
this is, all right, that's an opinion. If you guys, this is the thing. You say that you understand the situation that you're in. You say that you say you understand the situation that you're in. You're saying that you're agreeing, right? So the
We're not
question
saying
is
that
what
we're
is,
in that. We're not in that. What I'm saying is that we get that we're not. Myself personally, we are doing, the people that you're speaking with over here are doing the work to make sure that we're not in those positions. Is what we're
well, I'm a
saying to you.
little
So maybe
confused because
you need to seek out channels where
I'm a
people
little
where they don't
confused.
understand.
I'm a little confused about what you're saying because
What
at the
she's
end of
saying
the
is
day,
there are people who are not claiming to be divested but are dating out already. And
well,
she's
there's
one of
people
those.
that's claiming that I'm
Wait,
not
hold on.
divested. So
What she's
No,
saying
no,
is she's just
We're
keeping
not
You're
all her
aggravating
Mill,
aggravated.
because
options
you
open.
no
Mill.
because
What
you
Scar
feel the need to
Beauty
keep talking about this.
what Scar Beauty is saying is that the way how pro white leadership sometimes comes up on panels, and when she's talking about things that are factual, that we understand that you're telling the truth, she feels that it's coming from a condescending tone, whereas
Thank
she's
you.
talking to minions or she's talking to women who don't fully understand what she's trying to get across. And it could be that she had pushback, and that will lead her to believe that maybe they're not understanding exactly what I'm saying. But for Scar Beauty, it's coming off as condescending, and it's almost similar to men in the waterheads in our community who say a
well,
lot of
this
damaging,
is okay.
condescending
Now I
things about black
understand.
women.
Right.
Okay,
That's why I don't
well,
hit panels, because if
okay, so
I don't
I'm
want
gonna
to,
tell
I'm
you
not gonna be able to
why.
It's
Okay,
kind
I
of like
get
you're
it.
I'm gonna
arguing with
check.
yourself because we already understand it. But you're just like
Okay,
trying
well,
to
if black
argue.
women, no,
I
if black
understand.
women
and I'm
understood,
to touch somebody else. So
could I
that's
say
another
No,
reason
all
why I
something?
black
don't hit
women don't
panels.
understand, but the black women over here understand. That's what we're trying
Well,
to get
at
you to
the
believe.
end of
Why
the
I
day,
said
could
maybe
I?
you need to seek out channels where for the women that don't get it, and that's okay. But even when you
Well,
get there, you're
could I
not going to
just
be
say
able to
something?
speak to them that way.
Okay, well, I'm sorry for anybody that feels that I spoken to them in a
All
bad
right, ladies,
way.
I'm gonna
But
hop down. Y'all have a good
could I
day.
just say something? But at
You're
the
still
end of
doing
the
it though. You're
day,
still being
Okay,
condescending.
hold on.
well,
What you're not gonna do is ask somebody, confront somebody, and then don't let them respond. Let her respond, please.
Well, she
at the
left,
end
but
of
she
the
already
day,
she
because
left.
of black women's behavior, our murder rate has increased dramatically. Okay, and that puts me in danger as an individual black woman. Okay, so obviously a lot of us
knew that these men did not like us, but you were still out there marching for them. And because of that, our murder rate has increased. So
You
obviously,
actually sound really crazy right
it's
now.
it just
Actually,
is
the
what it
murder rate has
is.
increased because men have increased the murder rate. Like you sound dumb. For real. You need to calm down because what you're saying is not making any sense. Whatever
The
black women are
part
doing is not increasing the murder rate.
the part that I had disagreed on was the part where they know. I think that the black women who are advocating for black men do not know that these, or don't realize that these black men hate us.
Exactly. And
But who's
unfortunately,
advocating for them over here? Who was over here advocating for them?
it's not about over here.
No
It's
one. No.
about how people view us collectively as black women. And I think that's an issue that black women seem to have. Just because I come online and I speak the way I speak does not mean anything. When I walk out my door, I'm still a black male worshiper. Okay, we're all black male worshipers when we walk out of our doors. It doesn't matter what you want to sit here and say on YouTube. And at the end of the day, because the image has been pushed and now black male worshipers are now mainstream, and they have been for so long now, for the last couple of years, that imagery affects all of us as black women. So, because of those black women, that can trickle down to us individually, regardless of where we are. And that's what black women are not understanding, that because black women will say, oh, I know the truth, I understand, but there's always a but.
But what makes you
There's
think we don't
always
understand this?
an excuse. Oh
What,
no, I'm not saying that you guys don't understand. If I'm coming off harsh, it's nothing, it's not that I'm coming off harsh because I feel that you don't understand, but it just seems as if I hear a lot of backtracking, I hear a lot of excuses, I hear a lot,
from
and
what? I mean, from who?
that
Like
seems
as
to
far as what?
be, it's just, I'm just saying, I'm not saying here
Well,
per
that's what I'm
se.
talking about because we don't like the way you're. This is what Scar Beauty was saying, and I agree. The way you're approaching us over here is not. We don't appreciate it because it's like you don't understand that we're not the mammies that you're talking about. We're not black male worshiping. We're not doing any of that. So I just don't understand why you're talking at us like
And
Oh,
I,
well, I'm
Me
sorry if I feel
personally,
like, if anybody feels that I was talking at them. That's not my intentions to talk at anybody. That's not really what it is. Excuse me if anybody feels that way. I had to change my device because my other device was having some technical issues, so I couldn't really hear what the other woman was saying, but she was claiming that I were disrespecting black women on some panels. And
she said that she thinks
I
it's
don't
shady
remember.
sometimes the way you come at black women when you say y'all will never understand, black women will never get it.
I mean,
This, that, and the third.
unfortunately, that's what it appears. Appears that you don't have to ask me that. It appears that you're not getting it,
Who's
and that affects
you?
us collectively.
Why?
I'm not
Okay, hold
saying
on. Let me just
anybody.
say this here.
Yeah,
This here video that I was reviewing, y'all, was to review her video, not to go in on how. Listen, when I first heard pro white male leadership, y'all, I, I did not offend you, pro white male leadership. You took it offensive, right?
absolutely, you did, and I
And
understand
and
that.
and I apologize.
No problem.
But what I'm saying is, y'all, I can play you this rest of this video. One thing about pro white male leadership, when she have these men talking, she rarely interrupts them. She just lets them talk and get their thoughts out. And when they get their thoughts out on the way they believe in us and the way they believe in just the culture, it is absolutely 180 degree from what these black men have been telling us. That is the point I'm trying to make with this. To be arguing with pro white male leadership, that ain't no point I'm trying to make. I'm gonna just be honest.
Actually, she's arguing with me, but okay.
But yeah, I get what you're saying, but I'm saying that's not. I mean, if you can hear what these guys are saying about the guys who are actually hating on us, can we get with that? These are men
Absolutely.
who are telling us we're shit, we're worthless, we're the ugliest woman in the world, we're nothing. I would much rather focus on that.
I'm sorry, Miss Mule. Well, if anybody ever gets offended by anything that I say, I always tell them to please email me because I don't like having conflicts, on YouTube. It just doesn't look good. But I always tell people
And
to
I
email
really
me and
don't
we can
want
have,
black women to be arguing with other black women,
yeah, because it doesn't look good because that's just going to
especially
be something
when
they're going to
these
use
damn
against us.
people are constantly telling us how we're ugly, how we're the most hated, how nobody wants them, how nobody wants us, and all this shit. I would really like to. One moment, give me one moment, y'all.
What?
There are two
More white
things
men
that
need to
I
stand
wanted
up
to
for themselves,
say.
get out of that white guilt. And I know we play nice, and I saw the comment saying me and Favorton are nice guys. We are nice guys. But look,
I am. I'm a very nice guy, ladies. I'm sorry if there's too much of it.
but hey, we do stand our ground, and look, we love black women. And you know what? I'm gonna keep doing this YouTube, and I'm gonna try to build up pro white leadership channel, and I think it's going to explode. And look, this ain't racism. This ain't white supremacy. This is going for the best option. And you know what? Black women, white men are the best option, hands down.
So they didn't say I was a nice guy.
No, that girl said she really liked you, and we were too nice.
Yeah.
Oh, girl, what's that comment?
Yeah.
Show me that one.
I think what she said is we're more diplomatic. I was like,
I was black woman wake up and behold. That's what it was. BW wake up and behold.
Yeah. I'll go find it. I'll go find it later. That's the thing.
And this is the next comment here. Suppose I mean, this is obviously a threat. I really don't.
By the way, BW wake up and behold. Thank you. All right.
So I have another comment here. It's by One African History Channel and Marcus Robinson. These two clowns, I think they were kind of triggered over the last live I did, white men and the colonization of black women in America. And I think that's where these are coming from. So supposedly, I'm this is a hate speech. It's a hate speech, and supposedly I'm really dumb. And this is all about I'm joining in white men and black destruction. What do you guys think about that?
I thought they were destroying each other. I just put on the news.
Hey, the marriage rates are so horrible. Only 27% of black women are married. The most out of birth rate. What are they talking about destroying? We're actually repairing the black community when we open up our options and marry black women. We're giving black women a better option. We're giving them more love. We're giving them more resources. Actually, we're trying to fix the problem they've caused. So they could go ahead with this stuff that they're saying.
What y'all think about that? Anybody?
There's
I don't know if I can respond to my own video, but
no, there's he's there is truth in that. I mean, I always have said that black women should be dating everybody, dating anybody and dating the best suitor, especially like I said, if you have the collective of black men saying all this
But
horrible things.
NJ, even you saying that in my family, we have.
What happened? We can't hear you. Or I
Can
can't
you
hear you.
hear? You can hear me now.
Yes.
I have so many men who marry out, but
And you know
very
it's
few. But let me just tell you this here: out of the men who marry out, I've only had two females to marry out, and both of them been married out for a long time, over 20 years. So their marriages have lasted. While my uncles and cousins, and girl, they've been married multiple times to different women.
well, I will definitely say, like, in my family, the older black men in my family marry black women. The younger generation, like my younger cousins and stuff like that, they're all dating out, they're all having children out, out of wedlock and from other races. So I mean, at this particular time, it would be the best decision for black women to definitely open up their option to the best suitor and mate. If family and children is what you want, you have to definitely be logical and strategic, and it would not be logical to procreate and marry with someone who disdain you. I mean, it is what it is. I mean, we can't, there's too much record on record and in our face about the disparaging black women and degrading black women and pretty much hurting black women. They're literally killing black women on social media or on internet for everybody to see. So we can't close our eyes to what is happening, right? We have to we have to be honest with ourselves, honest about our situation, and if you want a better outcome, you know take take the things that you have learned and apply it into a better situation, so your next relationship, or your if you end up getting married in the future, it will give you the relationship that you want, that you deserve, because I believe that black women deserve the world, and that doesn't take away from anybody. I just feel that black women deserve the world. That's it.
I agree. I just really believe that it's a lot of responsibility being a woman. Honestly, outside of even working, just the raising of the kids, the building of the family, the households, all of that is a whole job in itself. And then take a job outside of the home, it's a lot. And then to not be appreciated and to be looked at as masculine because you have so much on your shoulders. It's just unbelievable. And to not be appreciated at all for it. That's my point. So I don't know. Tell me what y'all think. Pro white, Sharice.
Yes, I'm still here. I'm sorry. I'm a little distracted. But yeah, I'm gonna go soon because I have to finish my next video for tomorrow. It will prepare it will prepare tomorrow at noon, between noon and 1 o'clock. But I'm sorry, Miss Mule. Say that question again.
I just feel like what they were saying was true. But I'm saying, as a woman, as a black woman, everything is put on us. The onus of being a perfect mother, a perfect wife, raising the children so good, everything in the household, cooking, cleaning, everything. And then you need to be a provider. And then you need to be this and that, a protector. You need to school your kids. You know what I'm saying? It's so
W-
much on
Well,
the women. And
well, I
all that, wait,
I see
all
what you're
that,
saying.
excuse me, but wait, all that they say about a man is he needs to just provide and protect. But as a woman, you need to provide, protect, school, cook, clean, nurture, everything. It's just like it's ridiculous. Okay, now you can
Well,
go.
I think well, because black women are so used to not having actual men around, actual dominant males around. That's why they feel that way. Um, but in most situations, we don't have proactive male leadership. We have a lot of failed male leadership. So I think that's why you're looking at like that and you've experienced that. And I'm not saying that any woman doesn't go through, we're women at the end of the day, but a lot of burden and a lot of hardship will be taken off of us as Black women if we was to go to more proactive male leadership. And I promote that so much on my channel. This is not just about white men. This is about proactive white male leadership that benefits Black women. And what does that mean? That means that some of that burden can be taken off of you because you have a proactive male leader in your home,
Wait, I will
if
say
that makes
this here.
sense.
Every time, and when I say every time, I mean every time. And I want to just see if I'm the only one. Every time I've ever had a flat tire, it's been a white man pull over to help me change that tire. I was trying to think back earlier if a Black man has ever stopped to help me change my tire. I actually, the very last time, I remember telling the man, my husband said he'll be here in 10 minutes. Do you know what this man told me? Oh, well, I have this fixed before he get here. Do you know by the time my husband arrived, he was right here. He was still like just barely putting the last nut lug nuts on my car. And so
Right.
what I'm saying is they show and prove that they are so willing to be helpful to us.
But they always have been. I'm not saying they've always have been, but when we needed them in the 60s, they were there.
But does
So
anyone disagree with that? Because I want to know, have anybody had a flat tire and a brother stopped and helped them? Because I'm gonna be
no.
honest, I'm older. And I hate to say this, but I've never had a brother stop to help me. And it's just weird that I haven't. But has anybody on this panel had a brother stop and help them change a flat?
Sadly to say, no. I had a Latino man and a white man help me. But I already know how to change a tire. But
I
they
know how to
had the,
change the tire too.
yeah,
They
they
just
they
show
had
up so
the
fast
yeah,
that
they
they
had the
want to do it
equipment.
for me.
Right.
Yeah,
They had the extra equipment that I needed, like the jack to pull up the car to actually put the tire on. And they
yeah.
decided to do everything in the process if they lended out their tools. So no, I haven't. I can say that I haven't.
Charisse, has a black
Yes,
man
ma'am.
changed your tire? Has a
Huh?
black man ever changed your tire?
Yeah, actually, you know what happened? The last time I recently like had a flat tire. I was at the tire place and this black
Mhm.
man had paid for
Wait,
me
I'm
my tire.
saying not at the tire place. I'm saying like on the street. You catch a flat and a black guy
Um
help you.
no, no, no. But no, but I just think that was interesting.
Have
But
you ever had white men stop to help you?
yes.
And that's the
I've actually
weirdest thing.
specifically had black men not stop to help me, but white men have.
And that's what I'm saying. When I was thinking about this during this video, y'all, it touched my soul because I couldn't think of one time that a black man ever stopped to help me with a flat in 30 years. And it's just outrageous that they convince us that these same people hate us. They convince us that white men hate us, yet they have come to my rescue so many times. Listen, I've had little kids in my car. My children were newborn and 2 year olds, and change my tire, don't misuse me, don't want no money from me, but yet they convince you that these people hate you. Anybody else?
Well, I think yeah. Well, um, well, like I said, I like I said, maybe I go a little too harsh a little bit, so I want to apologize for that again. But I think that for me, it's like I've always been trying to make Black women understand that they are women. And a lot of Black men have opposed the way men treat them onto us. And the way men treat us versus them is different. And a lot of Black women have taken on Black men's identity. And they don't realize until they actually experience, because they don't seem to understand that they are women. And the way white men are built, they are built to help women and children because they view us as the weaker vessel. And I'm trying to get Black women to understand that, not just through their experience, but understanding how white men, particularly white men, are built. So, yes, that is how they are because that is in their DNA and that is how they are built. They are built to help women and children. Hello?
No, we're here. We're here. I was just thought somebody else was gonna chime in. I mean, I hear what you're saying. Listen, we can agree to disagree. If you apologize more than once, um, I wasn't offended, but I did understand what Beauty was trying to say, and I don't think that she was offended. And I would just think that she was just pointing out what she saw. You know what I'm saying? But like Mule said, if we're on the same accord according to the topic, then it is what it is. We're all good.
Yeah.
Hi,
Well,
ladies.
I
Can you
have
hear
to,
me?
yes. So I'm sorry, guys. I have to end this. Miss Mule, thank you so much for having me up again. I support you. I support all female content creators, regardless of what. Um, like I said, I warn a lot of people. I am harsh. I am extreme because I want the best for Black women. I will be, excuse me, guys, but I have to finish my presentation for tomorrow and I will see you on the next live. Thank you for having me, Miss Mule. I appreciate everything.
Have a good night.
You too.
Take care, Pro White.
Thank you so much for coming up. Thank you so much for a white male.
Mule, I think
Thank you.
no, but no, but sister, nobody B is in the back.
Wow! What's up? What's up?
Wow. Hey, Mule. Good evening, ladies.
No,
Wow! What's
damn
up,
it. She just
Lacey?
dropped everybody and their mom calls you every time you're on stream. I've had a question for her for the past 20 minutes. Fuck.
It happens. I suppose you can ask her in the comments, or you could ask her now,
Ah,
or I suppose even when she's got her next live, you could ask the question.
before everything blew up, she had made a statement about withdrawing money from the Black community, and I wanted to try to get her to expand on it because I don't know what the answers are, but I didn't think it was a good idea to withdraw money from the Black community because the Black community is three parts: the Black men, Black women, and Black children. If you withdraw that support that Black women give to the community, you're also withdrawing it from the children and the other women. So I was
That,
trying to see how she would go about that because I was assuming
that
maybe
was
she was
Lady T's
speaking.
comment. That was my comment. I made that.
Oh, yes. Okay, perfect.
So yes, what I said I stand by, right? Because we all know who financially sustains the Black community. It isn't Black men. I think we know that. And children can't sustain anything. So it isn't the Black children, right? So if Black women leave the community and take their resources, they're more than likely taking their children with them.
So this would be under the impression that all Black women just up and move and not necessarily just
Those
parts of us.
those who want better for their lives.
Okay. Makes sense. I was trying to see what lens you were speaking on it from.
Right. I'm speaking of a lens outside of the Black community, right? I'm not a part of
Okay.
the Black community. So I'm looking at, if Black women are tired of what's going on in the Black community, which is where most Black men are, then they should take their resources and leave the community.
I guess from my opinion, I do agree in part. I think it was Cynthia I first heard this from. It could be wrong though, about not investing and not putting any resources into
Right.
Black men
Right. You
specifically.
you don't invest where you don't get a return, right? Black women are not getting a return from the Black community. That's just fact.
I think we get a return from the Black community. We do not get return from Black men.
What are
They're
you
only
getting?
one third
What are you
of the
getting?
community.
What are you getting?
I've been supported by Black women my entire life. We're the only ones
That's
that
another
support us,
Black
in my
woman.
opinion.
So if everyone that's supporting the Black community is Black women, how,
Yeah.
if Black women leave, aren't they just taking their resources out of the quote unquote community?
Yes, but that means it's not circulating within Black women as well. That makes us we are already mostly
I guess
dependent on the system and on Black and on white men. I do agree. But there is a large amount of community between Black women to other Black women and children that is also a support system that if we remove it, I'm wondering where that would leave us. You know what I mean?
where it will leave us, where I guess I'm not understanding. If the breadwinners of the community are Black women, and Black
Yes.
women collectively leave a community that does not benefit them, how are you? I don't understand.
Okay, so I'll say it more like I hopefully this is a good one. We all have a bank account. Black women, Black men, and Black children. We all have our own bank account. We get money from the white man's bank account here and there. A lot of our resources come from there. But if we withdraw ourselves from our own bank account and we go into white men's bank account, we now do not have a collective of resources that are ours for us, if that makes sense. And we're now, even though we are mostly dependent on them anyway, we will become fully dependent on them because we do not have our own little collective anymore. We have now
You
melded
don't have
in
your
with other
own
white
anything
women,
now.
with white men.
You don't have anything now.
Black women have a good amount. I'm that
I mean, what I'm saying is you don't have anything to sustain yourself independent of white men. You don't have that now.
not fully independent, but we do
You don't
have
have
an
it, period. You
outside
don't have
system. We
anything
do
that,
have our own
I'm a Black woman. I
community.
don't have anything I can provide for myself that's life sustaining, that does not come from white men. I don't have it. You may have it, and that's fine, but I don't know any other Black women that has it. But you may have it.
I guess maybe I'm not stating it right.
You're
I'm kind of
stating it
thinking
correctly,
that
but I also think that you're holding on to a potential of what Black women could do instead of looking at what the situation we're in now, right? It is more likely um, that Black women will be um, deleted every 4.5 hours than this illusion that they're going to come together and build this community, right? I just don't see it. And this pie in the sky of Black women having their own this and their own that, that's cute for delusions,
I'm
but in
sorry.
I mean, but
Can
reality
I
Black
that
say
doesn't.
women
something?
do have
Hello,
their
can
own
I say
this and
something?
their own that. And I
Wait,
also
can I just
believe
say one
do
thing? Let me just say something. So you thinking that Black women are gonna do this all by themselves? Is
What are
that
you
what you're
talking
me,
about?
saying?
That's
no.
not what I said. I'm not. Are you
No,
talking to me? Because
not
that's not what
you.
I'm saying.
I'm talking to Sister Nobody. Do you think
Okay.
Black women are gonna build this all by themselves?
No, no, I do not think that. I think that, how
Okay,
do
I
I
was
say,
just
each
asking.
community has its own community outside of the larger system. The larger system is what a lot of other communities are dependent upon, not just ours. And I don't know if we should fully abandon our own. I'm not saying our own community as in don't abandon Black men. I'm talking about us because a lot of times we do not separate ourselves from Black men, and there are three parts to a community. They are only one part of our community. So I don't know if we should fully abandon ourselves and fully immerse ourselves into the broader like and full and just give up on the community we do have within each other. Because that leaves us no fallback. Our fallback is not perfect as it is, but I don't think we should get rid of it
But
altogether.
do
I
we
think we
have a
should replace
fallback at all? Because you're saying it leaves us
within
no
each other.
fall.
I do believe we do have a fallback.
And
Can
so
you
Is it
describe
perfect?
it?
No,
what would
Can
absolutely
you
stop
not.
us
just
from having that fallback? Because I'm gonna be honest with you. To me, as a sister,
What would stop us from having a fallback?
it
If
would
we
not
all
matter.
removed our resources from each other. If black women stop buying black, as far as black women go, stop investing in other black women. If we are putting all of our resources
Uh
into
huh.
white men, we're going to have to share what they have to give to their women. And we will get it second because it only makes sense for their own survival
But we
for
only
them to
get
give
it
it to their
second,
women
third, fourth,
first.
or fifth now, right? We don't
Right.
get it first
Say it
and
again.
now, right?
We
What do
don't
we
get it
get first?
first. We don't get it first when it comes down to black men. In fact, we don't get anything.
Anything.
However,
anything?
you know, black women have been supporting other black women and the
Yes.
black children in the community.
Then take
Where
them with you. Then take them with you when you leave.
yeah, I mean,
Exactly.
I mean, if
I
I'm
hope
saying
nobody
black
leaving their
women
kids, but
leave, if I'm saying
Because I'm
black
gonna be
women
honest
leave,
with you.
then leave.
That excuse of not getting it first, it just ain't flying with me. Because we don't get it at
No, it's not.
all.
I'm not
We don't
saying
get
don't
it at
explore your
all.
options. I say explore a way, yes, please. But I
Okay,
don't
but
know
when do
if we
we
should
get it at
fully
all, let
abandon
alone
each
first?
other. I don't
Never
know if we should
abandon each
fully
other.
abandon each other and
I don't
fully
believe we
emerge.
should ever abandon each other. Ever.
Right.
I don't think we should ever abandon each other.
so
Because
And
if
that's
we
like
stop
what
investing
Shit.
in the black
If you want
community,
to
we're
hear the
also
truth,
not investing
we
in
all
black
we
women
got.
or black children.
No, no,
can
that
I
doesn't
ask,
have to
can
be
I
like
ask
that.
someone to define the black community that we have now or that you have now?
The black community is black women, children, and men. That is, I mean, race might be a social construct, but it's a very strong social construct. So whether we want to be in a community, whether our community is dilapidated or not, it is a community, and it's what we got, and it is also what we're judged by. Like what Pro White was saying about our collective image, and we needing to be concerned about our collective image.
Correct. The image is a different thing. I'm talking about strictly resources and what makes a community. Because in my mind, a community is a bunch of people who are aligned, right? They worship together. Their kids are educated together. They build together.
Well, that's
They
an
build
ideal
infrastructure.
community.
Right, but those communities exist, right? My
Yes, they
thing is,
do.
my community are the people who have my beliefs, who share my beliefs, my political leanings, my religion, if I have it. Those are people who are part of my community, people who are in my socioeconomic status, right? People who live the same lifestyle I live. Those people are part of my community, regardless of their race. My neighbors are part of my community. We go to the same church, right? They're white. They're part of my community. So I'm saying black women have to stop thinking tribal, race, community. Community is whoever you decide to bring, who you decide to align yourself with. That's your community.
I do believe that's true, but I don't believe that's true on its own. I do believe that your community is who you surround yourself with
Right.
and who you have relations with. But there is also the broader aspect of race, and people in your race are seen as your community, whether you like
That's,
them or
they're
not,
not
or
seeing
whether
it.
they're good or not.
That's not how people outside of you see it. That's what I'm trying to get you to see. And Pro was saying that earlier. We have to get out of this dynamic that everyone sees us like we see us. My neighbors will
Well,
tell
I
you
was
I'm just
going
as much
off
as
of.
part of their community than anyone else.
Oh,
I
that's
mean,
understandable, and I do agree. But I was going off of the fact that many cultures and races, they do align themselves with each other. They do see each other as a community. They do work as a community. Like I said, our community might be dilapidated, but it is one. I do think other races and other cultures see themselves as a community as well. They keep a lot of them try to keep their money within each themselves. So if they're And they also gravitate towards each other and can create smaller communities of their ethnicity, nationality, etc. So to say that they don't also see the way we see doesn't sound right, because that's how they move. They actually move better.
They move.
They
They
move
move
better.
in regards to their own self-interest. I know
Yes.
non-black people, white people who are conservative, because I'm conservative. They don't see themselves as the same as white liberals, right? They're all white, but they can't stand
True.
white liberals, right?
True.
So my thing is, we gotta stop this black first, black over everything. Find your community, find your tribe, regardless of race.
I agree on that. I do agree on that. Where I guess I was trying to strike the conversation is, how do we find a balance between doing what's best for Black
Right.
women, because that is important, but also not giving up on the part of the community that's ours as well. Is this our community, the Black, this is my opinion personally. The Black community, I refuse to let anyone believe that it's just Black men. This does not belong to Black. We are literally the only reason it still survived. And if it wants to go down the trash, they can go down the trash by themselves. There is still two parts of this three-part community that I still would like to invest in. I would like to invest in Black
Black
children.
men
I'd
are
like
not
to invest in
investing
Black
in that
women.
so-called black community that you have. They're not investing. In fact, they're destroying it.
I
Whatever
agree.
you're trying to build, they're going to destroy it. So why do you keep throwing your money at it?
Wait, why do you keep throwing your money at other Black women?
No, at the quote unquote community.
Because Black women and children are
You
in
just
here as
said it's
well.
three parts, and you said black
Yes.
men are part of that, right? But if one of the parts is destroying it, why do you keep trying to build it?
When you fail, do you just give up?
Yes.
Well, then that's the end of that conversation.
Yes. If I'm trying to build me a house and someone comes and keeps knocking it down, I try to build it again, they knock it down, but they're a part of my community, but they don't want to see it built, I'm done. I'm done.
I mean,
Understood. I think that
I definitely have some I agree with, that's Lady T, correct? I
This
do
is
agree.
Lady T. Yes.
Yes. So I definitely agree with her, and I definitely agree with you, nobody, because me personally, like, my society and who I decide to share my community with, I can choose, on my belief, my morals, my characteristics, what type of bills and laws and policies that I want set place, and if they agree with me, then that will be my community.
I
However,
agree with that. I agree
black
with that.
black women and black children will always be my community, and I
And
will
that's
always
me.
think about them first, and
That's
they will
me.
always be a priority. So I
Yes.
will find a balance where I am supporting black women and black children and still
Yeah.
supporting the community that I want to live in.
Right.
That's me. Yes. Yes.
Exactly.
I did
I
Right.
not
definitely
Okay.
disagree
agree
with
with
Then
that.
leave the black
Lady
community and go
T.
online and order you some Shea Moisture or whatever you got to do to support a black woman. Nobody is telling you not to do that. What we're saying is that if you're saying there's a part of your community that insists on destroying not only that community but you, and you still see a benefit in investing in it, I call bullshit on that.
The reason I said I still see a benefit in investing in it is because it's because the other
But
part.
nobody, do
Like,
you
it's
see a
not,
benefit
I'm not
in
saying that
investing
I
in black
agree with
men?
invest. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
I was asking you, do you see a benefit in investing in black men?
No, not at all.
Right.
Then why are you investing in the
Okay,
community?
hold on, y'all. I want to play a
Because the
little more of the
community is
video.
three parts. Two
Hello,
part yeah, sorry.
hello. I want to play just a little more of this video, and then we can talk about it. Okay, thank you.
But the truth is, black women are better off in the collective with white men. And that's not a white supremacist talking point. That's a truth talking point. Okay? And I'm going to be real nice and sweet to the Beta Kings, Hey, not all. Not all. Kings. I love that, dude. Hey, Beta Kings. There's a unicorn out there. Okay, we're going to acknowledge it. But anyway.
Vincent, do you have anything to say about this?
I mean, I had more to say about that comment, and I was just letting everybody else finish their thoughts about the topic. But I mean, she's right. I'm not diplomatic, and I really I'm not faulting the people that are. You get what I'm saying? And I do get why Henderson and Brett here are, or sorry, Fiberton, my bad. Let me.
Fiberton, it's all good, man. Whatever.
Fiberton, my bad. Like, I remember everything you've ever said. I just got your username wrong. Fiberton.
Right. Yeah.
Why Fiberton
Fair
and
use.
Brent are the
Fair
way they
use,
are.
guys. I just want to say fair use.
And most black women want to have your children if she loves you. Black women are doing it because they have no choice. They're in a desperate state because
Browns in Africa.
I think
you know what I'm saying?
I think
what do you guys think about that?
I thought they were destroying each other. I just put on the news.
Hey, the marriage rates are so horrible. Only 27% of black women are married. The most out of birth rate. What are they talking about destroying? We're actually repairing the black community when we open up our options and marry black women. We're giving black women a better option. We're giving them more love. We're giving them more resources. Actually, we're trying to fix the problem they've caused. So they can go ahead with this stuff that they're saying. But the truth is, black women are better off in the collective with white men. And that's not a white supremacist talking point. That's a truth talking point. Okay? And I'm going to be real nice and sweet to the Beta Kings, you know. Hey, not all.
Beta Kings. I love that, dude.
Hey,
Beta Kings.
There's a unicorn out there. Okay, we're going to acknowledge it. But anyway.
Vincent, do you have anything to say about this?
I mean, I had more to say about that comment, and I was just letting everybody else finish their thoughts about the topic. But I mean, she's right. I'm not diplomatic, and I really I'm not faulting the people that are. You get what I'm saying? And I do get why Henderson and Brett here are, or sorry, Fiberton. My bad. Let me.
Fiberton, it's all good, man. Whatever.
Fiberton, my bad. I remember everything you've ever said. I just got your username wrong. Fiberton.
Right. Yeah.
Why Fiberton and Brent are the way they are, and there is, we do need that. But we also need, you need the pen and the sword. You get what I'm saying? I think you need both. And my mentality is more sword. But yeah, I don't. On one hand, we need to tastefully address these kind of things and nicely, well, maybe not nicely, but more diplomatically, as you put it, Brent and Fiberton too. But there does need a point where it's just all right, the line's crossed and the guns got to come out. And we talked about this a little bit in the private, where I think cops should be granted full amnesty when they're shooting Black Lives Matter rioters. And I do mean that. I really do think the president should be hey, anybody who shoots these guys, they're out here shooting people up, burning down buildings, looting stores. Cool. You get what I'm saying? And that is the deterrent in itself. Is, once that happens, I promise that the riots themselves and such will never happen again. If black men started paying the price for the things they do, if we stopped giving them a government that enables them, because I'm so tired of supporting men. I don't fucking support men. You know what I'm saying? I'll support a woman, I'll support a kid, but I'm not going to provide for a fucking man. But whenever you see,
let men starve. So
yeah, but whenever you see a guy living off the government like that, and I understand a level of government assistance, things do happen, but whenever you see somebody that just lives off the fucking government, I am Jesus fucking Christ, bro. Are you my wife or something? You're living off tax money, right? You're living off the money of the white men that you bitch about all the fucking time. That is beta male fucking behavior. And there's more beta male behavior that the black guys are guilty of that we talked about on the private that we'll get around to later. But that's a huge one too, is the idea that they believe they're supposed to just be in the home while everybody else kind of provides for them. Once again, the community is a matriarchy, not a patriarchy. We just have abusive wives instead of physically inferior wives. That's what it is. So, like, say he'll be at the home, but he ain't cleaning and taking care of kids the way most homemakers are. He wouldn't even like to be called a homemaker. Right. So he's a what? He's a broke king. Yeah, and the thing is like, I also, while I'm on this subject too, black men should not be calling themselves kings. You were never kings. At best, you were a chief of a tribe. The king, the crown, like, there were no crowns in Africa. You know what I'm saying? Crown is literally the most European piece of jewelry to ever fucking exist. You know what I'm saying? And y'all did not have that over there. There were no crowns in Africa. You know what I'm saying? There weren't. Like, I'm just saying, like, there weren't. There were no kings. There were no crowns. You can call yourself that all you fucking want. You're wrong. There were no kings. There were no crowns. There were no kingdoms. There were villages at best. Villages built by the women.
Out of wood, built by women.
Well, hey,
that's the crazy thing.
There was a woman. There was a woman king.
Okay, what y'all think about that?
Well, I was actually twerking in the chat during that live, so I heard it live. But I agree.
Ladies, please tell me what you think.
Well, I agree. Those guys were telling nothing but the truth, and they are saying the same things that white men that I've talked to in my own life have said. You know, they feel the same way about the black community, about women, and something, I don't know if you played the part where he was saying that white men just see us as women first, and this is something I've tried to tell black women. They see us as women first. The only people that see you as black first are black men. That's it. All races of men just see us as women. So they're going to exhibit masculinity when they're around us. Because your men don't see you as women, human, actually, they don't exhibit that. So I agree with that.
I disagree with having amnesty for killing protesters. And I disagreed with not having crowns in Africa. There were, but everything else,
Right.
I agreed with.
Can y'all hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, there's a lot of things that he said with I agree with. You know, for those who know me, I just say it in my own way when it comes to these nakers and these degenerates. Now, when it comes to these kind of subjects, I'm an hashtag all men kind of woman, okay? Or me being Queen Cascade. So to me, yes, there are parts that I agree with, but on the other hand, there's other parts where I feel things are disingenuous. And obviously, I understand that this is a conversation with white men talking about things the way that they're talking about it, and we're reviewing it. At the same time, it's like the rates of domestic violence, whether it's in the black community, whether it's in the white community, whether it comes to white women being in domestic violence shelters, the grapes that are taking place, SAs that are taking place, um, things when it comes to the provision and healthcare and well-being of black women within the community, the disparities when it comes to healthcare. So I do think there's more where, yes, overall, black men have caused the issue. At the same time, I'm not going to sit back and pretend like, white supremacy doesn't exist, or that white men haven't exacerbated situations and helped to continue the cycles of degeneracy, which I see as the overall male bro code that exists. Because we have things like what's happened recently in the last how many months with the Roe v. Wade, where it was men looking out for their own interests and not thinking about women overall, our needs in moving forward with what's going on, and talking to us as a wider collective about what is needed if they're looking at us as women and not just being black women. So there was something that I wanted to say earlier, and I'll probably have to go over to Pro White Male Leadership's channel when she's having a conversation with these guys. But as she's talking about and has been speaking about proactive pro-white leadership, then I want to understand, if they're saying that they're going to fix the black community, what is the proactive leadership moves you're making to make these changes for women, and what's that look like, and what's your 5-year plan, what's your 10-year plan, what's your 15-year plan? Because it's okay saying that you're going to marry black women and promoting that, but it does get complex when the way that we look at race, the way that we look at the social constructs, the way that education works for Black women, the way that education works with the biracial children that we have coming through, the amount of biracial children that exist currently, the non provision that's been put in terms of wider guidelines and laws and things. And we're seeing the rise in the amount of mixed race children that are coming forward and saying they want their own community. So there's a number of questions that I have when it comes to the proactive part of the leadership in moving the conversation forward. If we're understanding over here that we know every 5.5 hours, every 4.1 hours, or whatever it is at this point in time exists, and you have a set of men that want to come in and um, put in their patriarchal structure, because I didn't get to listen to all of pro white leadership's stream, this stream specifically, because I fell asleep. I don't know if that would answer some of the questions, but at the moment, to me, a lot of this is lip service, and I'm an actions kind of woman. I need to see that your words match your actions. So I want to see where not just the lip service is going, but where the actual actions are going to be in moving things forward and dealing with the disparities that exist for women, and especially Black women. If you're saying you're going to be taking up Black women in the community, because we have
Hold on. Hold on, Queen. I'm just asking y'all to hit the like button and to also support the channel, y'all.
and I'm the kind of woman, I don't worship no man. Okay, I don't care if you're black, white, pink, green. I call out the degeneracy in all cultures, and that includes white men, that includes Black men, Asian men. I think it's okay, I'm for Black women going out and having the best
I'm the
options
one
out there
getting
in
cussed
whatever.
out and told that I'm all this here shit. So I'm just saying, just hit the like button, subscribe, and please, if you can, support the channel. If you can't, that's fine. But if you can, I would appreciate it. This here to me was an eye opening of shit that I've already been saying. But now that y'all hearing white men saying it, you hate me? This is ridiculous.
Who, me? I don't hate
No,
you, Mew.
no,
No, the
not you,
chat.
honey. Queen,
Oh, okay. Sorry, I
Queen,
wasn't
you know I
concentrating
love
on what
you. No,
I was confused there for a hot second.
no, I'm just saying, it's just ridiculous. People are sending hate shit like this. I've been saying that the modern men want to be the modern women. But now because white men are saying it, I'm evil. This is crazy, man. Y'all have
Listen,
got to stop it.
ignore the foolishness, Mule, because I've seen you before on your channel with,
This shit is
other
crazy though,
panels
Queen.
where Black men have come on the panel and asked for incentives. There was a specific, I don't remember exactly which panel it was, but you did a panel and we was having a conversation and we was talking about, I brought up about the £50 billion, sorry, $50 billion in terms of, BM within the
Yeah, but
community,
this is
having
the
us in
thing.
debt.
They want to
And
be so angry that I'm saying I've said this.
mm,
I've said this, but I'm playing pro white male leadership video,
mm,
and it's just confirming.
mm,
Listen, they say we're the ugliest, that with all this here hateful stuff, but
mm.
now you're mad and angry that I show a video of white men saying the opposite, or saying this. Listen, this is weird.
Some people don't like the truth meal because at the end of the day, you've got a whole heap of men sitting on mics talking about what they want to talk and conditioning women the way they want to condition women. It goes against their rhetoric that they're putting out there. Because remember, you've got Black men saying white men don't want this, white men don't want that, white men do this, white men do that. And now you've got white men having a conversation and they're saying it from their point of view. And some people aren't going to like that. To me,
Okay,
this is
but
nothing new.
listen.
Right. Because for years,
Wait,
Black
John
women,
John Watson says the Moors were an empire, kingdom. I
And
thought,
Somebody
right?
else
so,
already said that the Moors was treacherous, and I agree with her comment.
listen,
Okay,
wherever BM dust exists, as far as I'm concerned, But I'm not going to be blind to see that dust exists in white communities. There's nakers of every color. There's emotional dust mites of every color that exist.
You
So
better
as far
say
as
that,
I'm
Queen.
concerned, black women need to do what's best for them, choose the best option for them, but be aware of the degeneracy and dust that exist in those communities as well that you enter into, so you know what to look out for. But in regards to the wider
Absolutely. I
scale
mean,
of
that was
things,
like one of my
go
yeah,
ahead,
that
sis.
was like one of my biggest things too. Like I definitely get that our situation in the black community is dire, especially with dealing with the collective of black men, and black women definitely needs to make the best decision going forward for their children and for themselves. However, yes, I am not going to play dumb about that.
Man.
That
Nah. I want to just say shout out to Chocolate Kitty. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, sister, because guess what? I can't even understand why these black men acting like they hating this message. And this is the same exact message I have been giving. This is
it's because you're highlighting the truth by actually having the men speak for themselves. Remember, black men are very good at speaking for white
ooh, but
men.
girl,
So,
BJ,
you
I'm
know,
so sick of this. They're making it seem like this is not something a concept I've said on my own. They're
it's
making
Well,
it
different
yeah,
seem
when they
but
like
think that
this is
it's
something
different when
I'm learning from other people.
My
I've
thing is,
it's
said it on my own. This is just something confirmation that basically what I've been saying is I'm dead on.
yeah, but you're a black woman, so you're bottom of
right.
the barrel, you're inhuman. So when
remember,
you say
yeah,
it,
you,
Oh,
it doesn't
yeah.
I
mean
forgot. Thank
anything.
you. Thank
When
you,
you
Sister
have the
Nobody.
cream of the crop, the white man say it, it means everything, and that's a problem.
I
Well,
forgot.
I
You know
think
what? I gotta learn
because
my place again.
I think
Girl, for real.
for so many years, black women have allowed black men to speak for white men. Also, they've been allowed to be the voice piece, basically for any race of men, and black women have by and large listened to them. When myself and other black women who actually deal with white men on a regular basis have tried to tell black women otherwise, they did not listen to us. And that is why Pro does what she does and bring these men to her channel to speak to black women, because y'all don't listen to us, right? Y'all, we want y'all to hear it from the horse's mouth. And that's what she's doing. And the men are telling you exactly how they feel. They don't mind taking care of black women and black children. They're just not going to take care of your men. He said it.
He also said some things I found very sus, but I don't want to bring them up only because, and this might be a bad thing, I probably should bring it up, but I don't want to bring it up because I don't want it to seem like I'm trying to deter. I don't think black women need any more deterrence from doing what's best for us. But there were some things I found
You're always going to find
underliningly
suspicious because that's
sus.
men, right? You know,
Yeah,
that
yeah.
what I'm saying is I hear a lot of black women say, oh, there's dust in every community. All men are this way. But if I'm going to deal with men and they're all dusty, give me the ones that got the assets. Give me the ones with the financial portfolio,
Hmm.
right? Give me the
Yeah.
one with the 850 credit score. Give me the one that owns homes and properties and commercial buildings, right? Give me the one who can give me everything I need to survive. If I got to deal with dust anyway, give me the top tier dust.
You know what I like the best about I haven't seen your stuff, but I'm assuming you're similar to this. A lot of the women, black women YouTube creators that I've listened to, I like the little jewels that y'all drop sometimes. Not just about the men or the relationships, but things that I didn't know of, like when y'all would say stuff like, okay, you don't have to get married. I never knew this, but you don't have to get married to get all of the benefits from marriage. You can write up contracts, get things notarized. Like y'all have been dropping a lot of jewels that no one ever told us. And I'm really glad about this movement because of things like that. Like just the information being passed to us that we weren't privy to before.
And that's what a lot of these dudes don't like nobody. They don't like that we're getting the information and we're all, well, not all of us, but the women that are over these sides and this platform are connecting, networking, learning from each other, growing from each other, evolving. It means them being left behind. It's the continuous cycle of manipulation to a certain extent.
It's exploitation. I mean, like, we had black exploitation. We have always been used as as sexual objects for them and for other men. Other races of men too. Like it has always been an exploitation of women, and especially black women. And now where you see that this is not your only option, this is not the only route that you have to go. Yes, there is other people who do seek you, who do seek wanting to build with you, and it foils the plan. It foils the plan with your resources going to a man who doesn't even value you or the children that he spawned with you. And that's what you're going to see. You're going to always get that type of pushback because it's been almost 70 plus years where they've been able to exploit black women and degrade their image, in the same breath getting protection and resources from them. So yeah, they're going to be hella mad.
Right.
You
And
too.
that goes back to what I said about black women pull your resources from the black community because they're using your resources to exploit and unalive you. Right. That housing, whatever you get in the black community that they get to set in and turn your shit into a damn trap house, they get to exploit you off shit that you got. And they see it now that that's a threat now because other men are saying, hey, you don't have to deal with that. So of course they're not going to be happy about it. Of course they're going to be mad at Mule. Of course Mule, they're going to come for you. Of course.
I also think it's there was something I heard. It could have been on Themis. I could be wrong. But how abusers like to isolate you. I think another reason they're not liking the Black women empowerment and are us talking to other races of men online and etc. I think it makes us less isolated, which makes us harder to abuse.
It does. And I'm going to just be honest with you. Listen, I'm just thinking and thinking and thinking. We really need to support pro white male leadership. This shit is crazy, y'all. And if I'm just getting a piece of the shit she's most likely getting, this is ridiculous. I am reviewing her video. I am only reviewing a video. So if I'm getting a piece of the bullshit she gets, we all really need to be supporting pro white. This is bullshit, man. Because we live here in America. We think we should all have freedom of speech. We have so many brothers, black men. I ain't gonna even call it as brothers no more. When y'all hear me say brothers, I'm talking about white men. Listen, we have so many of these Negroes hating on us, saying the most egregious shit to us. If I'm getting a portion of what she gets, pro white male leadership, could you please drop your cash app in the chat? This is crazy. This is fucking crazy.
One thing I like that Pro does, and I've told her this,
Yeah, but this
is
is
when she's
fucking
on the
crazy.
panel, and she feels like some dust is going to come, she makes sure that she surrounds her panel with white men to catch that dust. And I love it.
Well, I don't have no damn pro white men on around me. And y'all, they are hitting my email so crazy right now. This is fucking ridiculous. This is ridiculous.
What
The
are they
hate.
saying, Mule? Can you give us an
Girl,
idea of what
I
they're
already
saying to
told
you?
y'all. Y'all know they dropped my dad's address already before. It's
What?
like they want to
Mule, like
out
I
me.
told you,
I'm so sick of these
when you're
damn
dealing
black
with
people.
anything, when you're dealing with
I'm just sick of them.
anytime you're dealing with waterheads, Mule, if you don't do what they want, if you don't say what they want you to say, you automatically become their enemy. You like seriously, like that's why we say that there is a worship. That's why we say that some women worship
Listen, if I'm just getting a small bit of
beneficial
shit
to
that she getting,
black women is a problem.
It's solely a problem. Like you're not to benefit at all. You
It's
know, like
crazy.
this. If this is what they're literally saying, you're not to benefit at all. And if you were going to benefit, it has to only be a trickle down effect by the benefit of black men. Because we damn for sure know they don't care about these fucking children. So I mean, you're gonna get. This is what's gonna happen. You're gonna get that smoke. You're gonna get that hate mail because that's all they can do. All they can do is just show you their true vitriol when you're not quote unquote pacifying them.
Preach on Jay. Neil, you've
That's
watched
all they
news
can do. They
closely.
show.
You've watched
We've
what's
all
going on.
did.
We've all of us on this panel have been
We
through it.
all did. You remember they used to call us the divestors? They called us bloody cheerleaders. They called us everything but a child of God. And most of the things that we were saying wasn't attacking them, but just for the simple fact that we even had an opinion that was outside of what they wanted to hear from us. We was the worst thing since sliced bread. They threatened your life. They said they wanted to see black women hanged on Congo Square. We have heard it all. We have been through it all for the past 3 years on this fucking social media. That's why I don't care less what waterheads feel. I say what I want, and they can do something about it if they want. But I guarantee they're not going to win.
Yeah,
They
you
just
say something as simple as black women are beautiful. Make one post saying black women are beautiful
feels a certain
and
type of
watch
way.
the ugliness in the comment section. It'll be disgusting.
Hmm.
Of course, you would think that black women done said that black men need to get hanged at Congo Square. You haven't heard one black. I mean, I haven't heard, or I don't definitely don't go to anybody's channel who say they want to see black men hang. I don't go to people's channel like that. I just want you. I mean, I just want the warheads to leave black women the fuck alone. You
Their
know, leave them
whole
alone. Stop going into our spaces.
their
Stop
whole
coming to our
channel
spaces.
their whole channel would be dismantled if they said that. You know black men are protected. You know that.
Black men are a protected class because of black women.
Yep.
And black women have
That
to
I could
carry
definitely
that
agree.
L. Black women have to carry that
Oh yeah,
L.
that's an L. That's an L. That's a definite L, and I can definitely say that at one point in time I was a part of that problem, and but I'm not about part of that problem anymore.
I
I
I'm
feel
think
definitely
like
not a problem.
black women created the monster that they have to deal with now because when um
no, that monster already existed. I think we
no,
helped
but there was
exacerbate the
some
problem.
punishment for that monster, right? Now you got police that's scared to touch these monsters when they put y'all head in the microwave.
Oh, I get it.
So
Okay. Yeah.
my thing is what this boldness that we see is because they know that you've shielded them from consequences,
Wait,
right?
I just added some people with wrenches, John Watson. Uh Wait, let me see if I saw pro white male leadership. I'm sorry, y'all go ahead
I've
and
been
talk.
twerking in your chat for months. I ain't seen a wrench, a screwdriver, a hammer,
Wait,
nothing.
who is it? Lady,
Lady T, honey.
put something in the chat right now.
Pro's got her wrench, Mule. You might have forgotten you given her a wrench.
I also have a question. I wonder if it's truly our L to carry because I do believe Black women have always done the best we could with the information and the tools that we've had. I think a lot of the things we have done has been for survival. And even now, we
I
are
don't agree with that.
adjusting to
I
the
don't agree with that
information
at
we have.
all. I don't agree with that at all. I don't agree black women didn't do what she had to do. She did what she did because she did not want black
Exactly.
men to face consequences for their
No, I don't
actions.
think she did it because she didn't want them to face consequences. She did what she had to do to keep society going.
I
How?
mean, but do you
How?
guys
How?
remember the narrative going around? It, in my opinion, I don't know about anybody else, but when all the Black Lives Matter stuff was going on, they really made it seem like black men were dropping like flies. Black women were getting got too.
But black
Like, I
women can
didn't
Google
know.
and could have found out that that was not the case. Black women call themselves the most educated, the smartest, the most intelligent. They could have figured that out in 2 seconds. They chose not to because they did not want black men to be victimized. Period.
I mean, yeah, I can partially agree with that. I mean, but I didn't find out until recently that it was only like eight men, eight black men that had died.
And what are
Like,
these new body worn cameras showing us? It's showing us that police getting their ass handed to them by these niggas on the streets. These niggas are tearing these cops' ass up. We see it now.
I'm sorry, Eleanor. Eleanor, can I come up? I have a solution. Yes, you can. Wow, what's good, Sister Tequila?
I think that I think that there was a lot of red flags that we did not want to address, that we brushed over, that we hope for the better, and whether or not if we did, we try to do the best that we can, we can still say we made a mistake, and take the L for that. You know,
agreed. Okay.
the
Yeah.
Okay,
the pathway
That
to
I'm a,
makes sense.
hell is paved with good
Good
intentions, right?
intentions.
wait,
Yeah.
wait.
So what are
I'm
we
gonna tell
going
y'all
to
the
do?
truth.
What are black women going to do to change that? Right? We
Lady
see
T, hold
black
on.
males are out
I
of
think we're
control.
reprogramming ourselves currently with the way we're spreading information as fast as we are and how
You just said that you
YouTube
don't
is
even want to leave the
growing.
black community, that you know
Okay,
black men are
hold on,
destroying.
Lady T. How do
Yeah,
you feel about me?
I don't
How
want
do
to
you feel about
fully get.
me if I told you that I actually paid money, not just for me and another person, to go fly and do protests for George Floyd?
Child, mule, child. Mm-mm.
I did. I promise you I did. Do you hate me?
I don't hate you. I feel bad for you. I feel bad. I feel bad that you took your money to go. I just can't see it. I don't understand it.
I did. Because I didn't know any better at the time. I really didn't. And I think that's what Scar Beauty and MJ was saying about maybe the message being that I'm sharing. They're saying that pro white male uh, leadership doesn't give any grace for people who just didn't know any better, and that's what I'm
Well, I'm
thinking.
trying to withdraw on that because the information was there.
It may have been, but I'm gonna be honest, because of COVID. Once I wasn't at work anymore, then I got onto YouTube a lot. Other than that, I was in like health and beauty and do it yourself projects. I made a sofa last year. I wasn't into these channels like that, so I didn't know about it.
Yeah,
So I
I get
mean,
what you're saying.
until you actually get into it and actually know what it is, then you like, But even with that, I felt like it was just a few people. But now, a whole year into it, I'm enthralled, and I'm like, damn, this is how really all black men feel about us.
Yes, that's how they feel about you. They've always felt that way about you. When you were out there marching, that's how they felt about you. When you were getting hit in the face with rubber bullets, that's how they felt about you. When you had to pour milk in your eyes from the tear gas, that's how they felt about you.
Yeah, I mean, it's just crazy for me. Like I said, I don't know.
As far as the withdrawing of the financial support from the black community, the reason that I don't fully agree with that is because I don't view the black community as black men. I view it as three parts, and the largest part is black women and black children. Do I think
Right.
we
So
should
take that
invest
large
in black
part with you
men?
and depart.
Right, but it would still be a part of the black community. Like, even if we leave, we're
What I'm
still
trying to
the
tell
black
you, and
community.
what I'm trying to say in a nice way, is that that black community that you have in your head doesn't exist.
It exists as a social structure, and it also exists as a Well, as a financial structure as well, we do have resources within the black community. Is it being distributed properly? No. But we do actually hold wealth. I think who did a study? They did a study saying that
What's
if
the
we
wealth of the
actually
black community? What's the total wealth of you guys' community?
here, let me look it up. I'll Google it.
And what I want to do is, yeah, I see that scar beauty, and I don't like it either. What? Listen to this. I want more of my sisters to feel confident in thinking that they can date out instead of feeling discouraged by people.
Can I suggest something? I know we talk about dating out a lot.
Listen, no, 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 because
Go ahead,
I'm
Nina.
I'm feeling from Skull Beauty and other people in the chat like you guys are discouraging instead of promoting. And I'm not a divestment channel. However, I've always made it clear that I do believe more black women are supposed to date out just strictly by numbers, right? I think that when you keep on making them feel lesser than for not knowing shit, you're shitting on them, just like black men do. So they're agreeing with you. I don't know if you realize they're agreeing with you. It just may be not knowing everything that you already know. And
Um,
they're
yeah,
agreeing with you, and then to still shit on them after agreeing with you make people feel like you don't really appreciate them, or you think you're smarter or they're stupid or
it's
something.
not
It's
about
just,
me thinking I'm smarter. It's
yeah,
that
but it
black
doesn't
women
make
have
them
been
feel
trying
good.
to say this to black women for years. I'm a woman of a certain age. I'm not a spring chicken. For almost 20 years,
Yeah, but you got to
I
realize, hold on, the two ladies who are up here are spring chickens. So if you're talking to a
right.
25-year-old and all these young people, you need to realize this is new information. And it's like almost purposefully, like you're trying to discourage, like you want to in one way encourage, but then the minute they go along with you, you shit on them. And I'm not understanding the
I
purpose of
haven't
it.
shat. Let me say this on anyone on this panel. I have
Okay.
not shat on anyone
Okay,
on this panel.
but did you hear what Scar Beauty was saying earlier?
No, I wasn't here earlier when Scar Beauty was talking. I don't know who you think. I'm not pro. I wasn't up here.
Okay, no, and I'm not even trying to blame pro. What I'm saying, I notice this with just different people who have more information than the next. When other people are trying to grasp and learn, they wanna,
They want somebody who's not condescending and coming off mean
yeah,
spirited towards them.
uh, and
Oh,
not just
okay.
that, yeah.
Well, here's the thing. I don't know anything about Scar Beauty. Don't know anything about that incident. I'm gonna have to go back and rewind and listen to it because I wasn't up here then. But I don't know what happened. I'm talking about
Okay,
resources.
but when Sharice was talking, can you tell me how you feel when somebody is saying this and you totally agreeing with them, but they think you're not?
I
It
felt
feels
dismissed. I
like
felt
either
dismissed personally. But
right.
didn't take it personal, but I did feel dismissed, yes.
And it's like I feel like
But wait,
that
hold
they're
on, Sharice.
projecting like
Sister,
mammyism onto
nobody.
us as if
Yeah,
we don't
but you felt
understand.
like you were agreeing with her, right?
Yeah, I
Yeah.
agreed with like 90% of what she said.
Okay. That's what I'm saying, Lady T. Can you address this question?
No, I can't because I don't know what you're talking about. I was the one that brought up withdrawing funds. I was the one that said that. So I'm not understanding. I brought it up. She asked a question. I answered it.
Yeah.
I don't know if y'all are
And
getting me mixed up with someone else, but that's what I was talking about. I wasn't even talking about dating. Y'all kept going to dating. I was going back to resources.
Okay, I think Sister
and then
Nobody
when
was
I
saying that
disagreed
it's three
about the
parts to
finances,
withdrawing funds. Sister
yes, when I
Nobody
disagreed,
said,
we had a good conversation, but then later on, when I was speaking on something else, you were like, "But you think that we should keep putting fun." I was like, "Damn, damn."
well, she was saying all the funds are not going towards the men.
Yeah, I was
Well, look,
because
I
I don't see the
apologize
black
if y'all
community
felt that
as
way.
just
Keep
black
putting your
men.
funds in the black community. Don't listen to me. I'm just a lady on the internet. Keep putting your funds wherever you see fit.
And I think that's what Mule was talking about right there.
I don't understand. Now what?
It's kind of like trying to speak to you and kind of muddle through things and your perspective and versus my perspective because we kind of see things different on this one area. And then it to be like, oh well, they don't want to listen. These black ladies don't. Then pour your money into black men. No one on the
No,
panel.
pour your money into the black community. If that's where you want, then do that. I'm suggesting something that I've done. If you don't, look, I can only speak from my perspective and those around me. If investing in your community benefits you and you're getting return on your investment, continue.
Understood.
Continue.
I mean, I just think it is a good idea for black women to invest in black women and black children. I don't think that black women should pour all of our resources into white men and white women.
Mhm.
Um, for a number of reasons, but there could be more of a payout to do that. We haven't had that full conversation, but I do think that it would be a good idea to support
Can I speak?
ourselves.
Hello, everybody. How y'all doing?
Hello.
This is Trinity Time Travels. How you doing, Mule? What's going on? Wow. Let
Wow.
me go ahead. Wow. Let me copy her. Yeah. Wow.
Wow.
I love your intros, girl. Wow.
I mean, welcome, welcome, welcome.
I love your style so much, Mule. What I would like to say is this: we are Black women, therefore we are the Black community, and for so long we have held the community on our backs, and I understand it's frustrating because our men have acted a damn fool on us for a long time, and to a lot to a certain extent they have let us down in many ways. However, the reason why we have survived so long is because we have invested in each other. Now, I am a light skinned Black woman, and I'm gonna tell you, if I didn't have dark skinned Black women investing in our community, I probably would not have survived. It's important that we invest in our community. We all we got. If our men aren't investing into us, who the fuck you who else you think gonna do it? We are who we have. And so what you're basically trying to tell us to do is to abandon the only support we have. And the support that we have is coming from Black women. And let's just keep it real. Black dark skinned Black women, because let's just keep it real, biracials are hanging off the goddamn threads off of dark skinned Black women. Now, please don't tell dark skinned Black women to turn their backs on us. We cannot afford it. We can't. We already got our men being wayward, acting a damn fool on us, disrespecting us. Black women are the only people we have. Don't tell those women to turn their backs on us too. I'm begging you. That's all I have to say.
Wait, we have Ella nine. I let you
It's
up.
Alana.
I'm saying.
Hey, everybody. So I've been listening off and
I'm
on.
sorry. Can you say your name?
Alana?
Hey, Alana, wow,
How are
Alana.
you?
I
I'm
like
good.
that, Alana.
Thank you.
Wow.
Um,
Welcome. That means
thank
welcome, honey.
you.
Welcome.
Thank you. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes,
Yeah.
I can.
Okay. I've been listening off and on. I think this is the first time I discovered your channel, so forgive me for not really knowing too much about the channel. I was at the live for pro white male leadership, and I definitely enjoyed it, just like you did. I think I heard a little bit of the kerfuffle between pro white leadership and some other lady who was up here. And I think it comes off a little abrasive if you haven't heard that type of discussion before. It's just raw, it's real. That's how white men really think. That's how people really see the situation. And in the Black community, Black women have been lied to so long that it is shocking to hear that,
Hmm.
you know what I'm saying, like you've been lied to, like you're in a fairy tale. You're not in reality. As far as this discussion that you guys are having right now about whether or not Black women should support the Black community and what that looks like going forward,
But we
I
hold
think.
on. But we are the Black community.
Okay, can I
We
can I can I speak real quick? I
yeah
haven't finished my
yeah.
my
Sorry about
statement.
that. Okay.
Um, I feel like Black women, for whatever reason, Black people, we have a very black and white thinking. Like it's all or nothing. We either do
Hmm.
something or we don't. Like there's like no
Hmm.
nuance. You know what I'm saying? Like we have to be able to walk and chew gum. Okay, calling Black women the Black community is the reason why I feel like we're in this predicament to begin with. No
Yes.
woman is a community. A
Thank
community
you.
protects women and children. We
Thank
have
you.
to understand our terms, okay? A woman is not a community. A child is not a community. A community
Preach.
exists between a man, a woman, and a child.
Thank
And
you.
it's men who protect women and children. So
Okay.
if we're in a failed community, right, because we have a failed patriarchy, we have to re-strategize. We have to go back to square one and think. Now, the analysis that I like to use, the analogy I use is as far as business, right? We're in a state where Black men know that they have a monopoly over our bodies, over our time, over
That's
our
not true.
energy. We need to introduce competition in a real way, okay?
Black
We
men has never had monopoly over a Black woman's body in
okay,
America.
okay. I'm
You're gonna, you know,
just
hold
follow
on. If
me.
you
If you could
hold
Well,
on,
follow
no,
me.
no
actually, that's
disrespect.
true.
But if you're gonna make that statement, you're gonna have to prove it. Black
Okay,
men have
I don't have
never
I don't
had
have time.
monopoly.
I don't have
A
time for it.
a
So
black
y'all have a good
man have
night. You have a good
never
night.
had
Bye,
no.
Alana. Thank you for calling in.
Bye, Alana.
No disrespect. But Black men have never had monopoly over Black women's bodies in America. Let's just keep it real.
Well,
You know, I don't.
actually,
You listen. I don't mind. Listen, I don't
Trinity.
mind you telling your.
Trinity. Trinity.
No,
I
come
believe you're
on.
telling. I
You're
believe
gonna
you.
have to prove it.
Hold
You're
on.
gonna have to
well,
prove
Hold
it.
it's
on.
already been proven.
No,
I
no, no.
can.
Trinity. Hold
I
on.
think that's
Oh
pretty
my God.
Sharice.
When have Black men
Sharice.
ever had Black
When
men have
we,
never had
Am I gonna
monopoly
have to
over their
pause
own
y'all?
bodies
I'm gonna
in
have to mute
America.
y'all.
they do when they can create kids and walk out and not take
Oh
care of them.
my God. Okay, we're
That
talking about
is.
monopoly here.
oh,
No,
and
no, no.
also
Yes.
when we
No,
first
black
got
women
off
are.
the
We're talking
plantation,
about
Hold on. I don't
monopoly.
know who talking, but I know y'all hear me.
Okay.
So let me just say this. It's already a fact that black women want to be with black men.
Yes, true.
And that means by default they have a monopoly because even the women that I know today, 99% think they would never date outside their race. So this bullshit that you're saying that black men have never had a monopoly when all black women want it, this is some bullshit, Trinity.
Okay,
And I
okay.
call bullshit.
Okay, can I
Now, if
say
you're
why?
talking about during slavery or when women didn't have a, let me tell you something. It wasn't Teresa Taylor into the
So why
1950s.
are Black women
Hold
complaining
on,
about
Trinity,
colorism?
Trinity. Do I need to mute you?
Why you gotta mute
It
me if you're telling the
because
truth?
you're not talking. You're not letting me talk. It was not until Reese Taylor was raped when the governor of Alabama finally passed a law that it was illegal. He didn't even believe that black women were capable of being raped.
And who passed that law? Mule.
fucking white men.
Okay. So
Fucking white men.
okay. See,
But
I don't
hold
see.
on.
You all you gonna do
Before
is
that
mute me.
point, it was not even a law that women, black women could be raped.
Okay.
So
So what?
what you're
Let me ask you a question,
saying,
Neil.
if you're gonna let me
Black
fucking
Lives Matters
Trinity,
mean what?
you're gonna stop Trinity today. Because what you're not gonna do
Mute.
is
You muted me because
you're
you
not
want me to
gonna
what?
allow these motherfuckers to keep saying black women were bed wenches.
Oh my God,
Oh,
mute.
Trinity, I can't right now. Stop it. Please stop and don't keep disrespecting me.
You disrespecting me right now.
You're disrespecting me because I haven't even finished my fucking point.
The Trinity
You
Time
won't
Travel
even
Show.
let me talk. You won't let me talk on my own fucking show.
The Trinity Time Travel Show. I'm going live right now.
Go
Hang on.
live. Let me just say this here. I won't let them keep with the narrative that fucking black women are bed wenches. And that's what the fuck she was trying to do. The whole thing was, it wasn't until the fucking recent Taylor rape of a 9-year-old fucking Indian girl that they even acknowledged black women could be raped. So what I won't keep perpetuating is this myth, this lie that we can't be raped, and that everybody who was with white men on during slavery and after was these bad wenches who were willing. It was bullshit, y'all. It's just like right now, if you get arrested and you go to jail, which he would never let me finish this statement. If you're in jail and you're a prisoner and a guard sleeps with you, he is convicted of fucking rape. Even if you agreed or didn't protest or didn't fight him, because you don't have the right to consent. And just in slavery, because you were not deemed free, you were property. You didn't have a right to be able to consent. This is the reason why I'm against that bed wench fucking mindset. Do you get what I'm saying? And for Trinity to not let me finish my thoughts, that is what pissed me off. It's not her. It's just you're not even trying to see where I'm going. You just disrespecting me the whole time. Okay, yeah, I'm done.
Can I say that Alana, she, if she's still listening, I really wanted to hear where she was going with her statement.
Yeah, it was getting good.
Yeah, Lana, come back. Don't let Trinity frighten you off. There's going to be people around here that don't agree with you on certain things. I'm interested to hear what she's
Because
going
she
to
said
say.
something. She said women can't be their own community
But
because
what
women
I'm
are
saying
supposed to
is,
be
I'm sick of
protected
that
in their
bed one
community.
shit. I'm sick of
Oh,
it.
and that made me think of a question. I
I'm sick
wanted
of.
to. Oh, sorry. I'm sorry.
No, I'm just saying, I'm sick of that because there's no such thing as a damn bed wench. If you were sleeping with a man during slavery, that was your fucking. You had no right. You had no choice. You did what you had to do. And I'm just sick of black women getting up here trying to say black men didn't have a monopoly on black women. Listen, that's all black women wanted and need, and to me, ever was trying to be with. So for you to take and say, I don't know. I'm just tired of that fucking stereotype, y'all. I hate that word bed witch. I really do. I hate it because it really it's like it's no power in women. And y'all know I'm all for fucking women empowerment. It means to me when somebody's your bed wench, they had no choice in the matter. And that I don't like. And you're not gonna blame a woman who didn't have a choice in the fucking matter. That I'm not gonna stand by. Now that shit is long gone. But it's like every time black people, men and women, want to get into this white man, black man shit, they want to bring up this damn stereotypes and want to say, well, black men have never had a monopoly over black women. Well, who the hell have, if black men didn't have a monopoly on black women, who the hell else have? That's some bullshit. They're the only people who have had a monopoly on black women. Girl, this is ridiculous.
Agreed. Mentally and physically, they did
Hell
have a
yeah.
monopoly. Yes.
Physically, emotionally, mentally,
Yes.
psychologically, with the state of the community.
Anybody else agree?
fifty
Because that's
billion
two
dollar
agreeing.
hole,
Who else? Sharice, what you
And
feel?
let's not
domestic
forget the pimp
violence,
industry. When we first got off the
okay,
plantation.
popcorn pimping black women for how many hundreds of years?
Come on now.
To the
You
I ain't
point
know
gonna
where
what?
say
I'm
what
I
I'm
mean,
not gonna
disrespectful.
say
you
what I want to say
Okay,
because then y'all say I'm condescending. So, but I was gonna
no
piggyback
say
off
what
what
you want to
Alana
say.
said.
Say
No,
what you
I'm
want
not
to
gonna
say.
say that because y'all ain't about to
Let
jump
me
on
just
me
tell
because
you
I'm
something.
telling the truth and y'all don't want to hear it. No, I'm not
I
gonna.
don't give a shit. Let me tell you something about me. What I need you to understand. I ain't gotta agree. Let me tell you something. You know the people I most don't like is people who agree with me with everything. Cause then I think something wrong with you.
Right. Right. Really not. I
I
just
can
had
be
one
wrong.
question.
I can be wrong. And guess what? If you teaching me something and I feel like you taught me something, I love you even more.
Yeah.
So
Yes.
don't ever feel like you can't disagree with me. I'm
listen,
not
we
that
all
person.
disagreed with
Can I
all
just
of
say
us
one
on this
thing?
panel at some point or another in the past, and she's seen things, and she's been doing her research, and spending more time listening to the different content creators and seeing the statistics. So she understands certain things, and she's continuing on her journey. We're all at different levels when it comes to this thing, but
Can I just say
I
one
just had
thing? The
oh
fact
sorry.
that black women say that they're not even going to open their options, it proves that black men have a monopoly on black women and their bodies. I mean, there's women that have said they've been celibate for a decade because black men just can't get it together. Instead of
Oh,
them opening up their
oh,
options, they're just going to be celibate.
Sharice, sister, Sharice, I
precious
1000 agree with you. Preach, sister, preach. I'm
that.
gonna go on mute. Preach.
I just had one question because I have to go, but I really think I understand what you were saying, Miss T. What's your full name again? I just remember the T.
I am Lady T.
Lady T, Miss Lady T. I think I got it now when Alana said it a different way. Clearly I'm slow, but do you kind of see the black community? Well, I know you don't think there's a community, but the black
No,
community as like a machine. So even though there's three parts, and in my head I'm like, okay, well, we're the biggest black women and children. That's the biggest part. So there's still a large good part of the community. But do you see it more like a machine? And since
no.
one part of it isn't working, then it's all like then it doesn't work. Then it's trash.
Right. It's broken. But did you hear
Awesome. Good question. Good
did you
question.
hear Alana? Yeah, Alana say that the women and children of a community have to be protected. So who is doing that in your community?
No, for me, I wasn't. I was thinking of it in a different way. For me, it was really just okay. The community is three parts, so why are we throwing away a whole community with two whole good parts over one fucked up part? But then I
Please
realized
tell me the good parts. Like, tell
the
me.
black women and the black children. This is how it is
You
in my
mean the
head.
children that have been abandoned?
Yeah, just because they're abandoned doesn't make
Yeah.
them bad
Yeah.
themselves.
No
Just
one
because
is
they're
saying
out
That's
the
of
children
abandonment
is
don't mean they're
bad.
not
The
yeah.
abandoned.
structure is bad. The
Yes.
structure. We
Agreed.
gotta stop thinking like this. When I didn't say the children were bad. I said how the children set in the community is bad. It's terrible.
Agreed. Agreed.
So how can you have a functioning community when you have unprotected women and children and abandoned children? And a
No, I
lot of
never said we had a functioning community. I agree with
okay,
you.
then what do
I
you
never
have?
said we had a
What do you
functioning.
have? What do you have?
I said we do have a community, but when you said it like the men are meant to protect, for me, I felt like it kind of sounded
That
like
is what
throwaway.
the men are there to protect their women and children and
Yeah,
community. That's what men do.
yes, agreed. But for me, it was I kind of seen it as like okay, well, because the men are bad, throw away the whole community. But after hearing you guys speak, I think I kind of got a grasp of how you guys see it a little bit better. Like, because the women and the children aren't protected, because the part of the machine is not working, therefore the whole machine does not work. And even if we continue to try to cultivate between black women and children, it still won't make the machine function. I
It
think
won't
I
make you a
understand the
community. You're
perspective
just a bunch of
better.
people who are trying to survive. It doesn't make you a
Yeah.
community. There's no one protecting you. There's no one building for you. No
I
one is
guess I'm
doing that for
so
you.
pro black woman that it was kind of like we're throwing away a whole community because of what, because of the men. Like, damn, what about us?
There's
Like,
no
that's kind of how
community
I
to
see
throw
it.
away, though. That's what we're trying to get you to see. There is no community. It just doesn't exist.
She's considering black women and children the still a part of the community. That's what.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because I see the community as three parts. That's why for me
But
it's
then
hard
when I
to
ask
grasp.
who's protecting those two most vulnerable parts, right? The women and the children, we can agree are the most vulnerable parts of any community, correct?
Yes. I mean,
Who's
if I had to
protecting
answer that
those?
question, I would black women, but we're not doing it well because, that's not our,
How can black women
but
be
we
vulnerable
are
and the
protecting us.
protectors? How can you be both?
Say that one more time. I got a call. I had to decline it.
How can black women be vulnerable and the protectors?
Two things can be true.
Okay.
Remember, you guys were talking about don't think in black and white. We do protect. I mean, because if we didn't protect, how can we take an L for protecting black men
Then why
if we're
can't
not
black women
protectors?
protect themselves from being unalived every 4.5 hours?
I think it's because we don't see the threat. I think
Which
that's
means
a
you
lot of
can't
us are
protect if you
waking up
can't identify.
to the
One of the
threat.
things they teach us, one of the things that they teach us when I got my concealed carry permit is know how to identify a threat, right? Before you can protect yourself, you have to identify the threat. If you're telling me that your protector, black women, can't even identify the threat, how is she a protector?
Because you can protect and from things that you do know, and even if you don't know some things, doesn't mean you're not protecting. Just means you're not protecting well.
I will
But
give you
that
credit.
was
You are
just for me
trying hard to make this
to
true. And
answer your
I heads up,
question.
I give you kudos for trying to make this make sense. But I give you kudos for that, though. I will say that you're trying to debate this. I respect it.
Listen, having an internal threat and an external threat are two major differences,
Yes, and I
right?
think we've only
To
been
have
fighting
an
the external
external
threat.
threat,
Yeah.
you can be more prepared for. It is the internal. This is why presidents have to take an oath against enemies, foreign and domestic, right? So, a man who has never hit his wife before, do you know that the wife is waiting and knowing that she will be hit right now? No, she doesn't know it until she's hit. So what you're saying is absurd.
Wait, what? Who's saying is absurd?
What I'm telling you is a difference between an exterior threat,
External and internal threat. We
yes,
understand that. Yeah,
and an internal.
right,
And that's the reason why the president's take an oath to protect against foreign and domestic.
right.
Because you don't always know. You may be more aware of a foreign attack than a domestic attack.
Okay, I don't get where you're going. What does this have to
What
As
I'm
do
as
with
saying
far
is
as
if a
as far as
man has
both
never
things
hit
being
you
true, we can be
before,
protectors
if
as
a
well.
man has never
Oh,
hit your
okay.
ass before, you would think he would never hit me because he's never hit me before.
Yeah, but the black men been whooping the black community's ass for
Okay,
generations,
but the
though.
white man hits women too.
Right, but black women are prepared
Okay,
to
but no,
go
no,
after
no.
white men. We
I'm
see
gonna be
that.
honest with you.
And that's the
I'm
point I
not
was
prepared
making
if
about
my
the
husband
fence
hit
thing,
me
us not
because he's
being able.
never hit me in 29 years. So Am I going to sit up here and be thinking that I'm going to be hit and I haven't been hit in 29 years? No, I'm not.
I think it's also about the way that black women compartmentalize the threat, internal and external.
Now, if you've been hit
Yeah.
before, then you're
Yeah.
on the ready. You're already expecting another blow. But if you've never experienced it, that's a difference.
So I think we're waking up to the internal threat. I think we've been fighting the external threat, which has also been beneficial to black men. And I think that's kind of where I am. I'm kind of just like, um I think black women should support black women, whether you want to divest it out of relationship, whether you want to divest your entire life. Well, I'm really just kind of pro black women at this point, and us, and I think everybody on this panel is pro black women. Everyone debates on how we should go about it, but I love this is why I support black women, because we always try to find a way for us to be better. But I gotta go. I thank everybody, and thank you for your opinions and the the thoughts you've given me, Miss Lady T. Bye, Queen
Right.
Cascade.
It's
And I want
Lady
you to come
T,
back
and
and let
thank
Bye
us
you so
now.
know.
much.
I want an update from you in a while. See where you are.
Okay, cool. I think I might die pro black woman. I will always be pro
No,
black
I don't
woman.
think anyone is questioning that. I'm talking about on your community.
I guess, yeah, I have to figure out my thoughts on it, because it's hard for me to see that there is no community, because I see our community. I mean, our
Mm.
community might be shit in other ways, but because of how I see the community as three parts: black men, black women, and black children. So it's hard for me to just say throw away the whole community, because myself and my children are in it. So I'm not gonna throw away us.
Mm.
Can someone hear me?
Amen. Thank you. Yes, I hear you, Lady
Mm-hmm.
T.
Sister Nobody, have a wonderful evening with you and the kids.
Thanks.
Love you, Sister
Bye.
Nobody.
Love you.
Love you too, sis. Hey,
Hello.
MJ.
Hey, I
Yeah.
didn't know if anybody heard me. I wanted to come in on the defense for it because that's my profession. Um, will I say that black women as a collective are good protectors when it comes to themselves? No. I
No.
will honestly say no. And the reason why is because there's been so many red flags that we took a blind eye to, right? And what Lady T is saying, you do have to address the threat first prior to you being able to protect yourself. So it's like foresight, right? So
Yeah.
we took a blind eye to the foresight of things getting worse. Out of hope, out of whatever it is, I'm not going to put words into anybody's mouth. But yes, I would not say that we are the best proactive protectors of ourselves and even our children. But I will say that we are defensive. We are very defensive, that we will defend, you know, our children, and we will defend ourselves once a threat is upon us. Like once we actually know a threat is upon us and we're in that immediate type of threat, then we will react to that. So proactive, no. Reactive, yes.
I agree. I mean, I can agree with that. What you're saying, MJ. I agree with that. Lady T, what you think?
I mean, I just feel like, and maybe I'm just thinking of me. I'm nobody's protector. I don't protect the community. I don't defend the community. That's not my role, and that's not a role I want to be in.
I hear you, Lady T. I hear you. And honestly, not everybody is supposed to, supposed to play that role, right? I totally
Do
agree.
you
And
think
I do
black
think
women
that
want to play? Can I ask you, do you think black women want to be in that role, or they're forced to be in that role?
absolutely not. I don't believe that black women wants to be in that role. I think that they are forced. I totally agree. I think that the collective is forced to play that position. And if they were
Right.
given another
An
option,
option.
they will
Right.
definitely choose the
They'll let the
better
men
option.
right. They'll let the
So
men do the protecting while they rest in their femininity. So I think black women are mentally telling themselves this is what they want to do, this is what they have to do, when in reality they don't have an option.
right. I mean,
I don't
yeah, I think
believe
that's
that
kind
black
of true.
women are telling themselves this is what they want to do, ever. I do believe that we do have to tell ourselves this is what we have to do because we have no fucking choice. So, yeah,
I
I
you
can
know
go there.
with me because of the type of woman that I am, I have a sense of protection, like for me, like me being a protector, I can admit that about myself, that's why I'm in the career field that I'm in. I protect. I do know how to protect, and I do know how to defend. I know how to defend others, children, property. That's what I do. But as a collective, no, I don't think that most women want to be that. And quite frankly, they shouldn't have to be it unless they want to, right? And you can tell the ones who do want to, because they usually go into very dangerous type of career fields that they don't mind being putting on, taking on that toll. But I don't think it should be forced, and I would love to see black women not have to be forced, because like everybody will perish, or the children will get hurt, or a lot of black women will get hurt and won't be here if they didn't try to put on a protective role. And it's hard, right? Because we are the quote unquote weak vessel, right? Men are naturally stronger than us. So, it's already in a situation that we're in where we can have to see a threat as another woman is even bad enough when you have males being a perceived threat in that type of way. So it's a hard situation. It's a hard situation. I do definitely believe, I wish that black women wouldn't have to be in that position. I really do. I really do. Not unless they really wanted to, and it was some type of form of benefit where that's their career goal, and
Right.
that's
I
what they've
I
been
can
doing.
agree. I can
Yeah.
agree as a career, if a black woman wants to be a leader or protector in her career field, that's fine. But if she's forced to be that in her life, her personal life, then that's different. And I think black women sometimes get the two mixed up. Oh, well, I lead at my job. I do this, this, this. So I'm a great protector. Yeah, that's what you do as employment, right? So that's different than you having to do that in your real personal life.
Well, what if what you do in your real personal job is what you have to do at home?
That's not true, because what I do at my job is not what I do at home.
It can be true though.
It can,
If you're
but
a policeman, it is the same.
yeah, but black women saying that they're the protectors of the community, I just don't understand how you can be vulnerable and the protectors. I don't understand
So how
how
do
you
you
can be
think
both.
police women feel?
I
Are
mean,
they
that's
not
their job,
human?
right? They can choose not to be a police officer. They can walk in and say, I don't want to be a police officer no more. But if you're the protector of a community and children and other women are depending on you, that's what you do in your community. You can't just walk away from your kids and say, I don't want to protect y'all no more.
I would think, you know what, Lady T, I'm going to semi agree with you. I think what you mean is how we use protection as interchangeable versus what we do as a career and what we do when we defend our household, right? Because if you have a
Well,
protector and he's out protecting, and you have to defend the household when he's not there, right? Just in case if something happens, right?
right. But
So
I also feel when
Yeah,
men,
but what I'm saying is it's bullshit. Because I'm here to tell you, as a military wife, your fucking husband can be on deployment and you can be married and still have to be a fucking protector for your family and your household. These women live in fucking fairy tale lands and delusions.
I think we
Where
get
you
into these
believe that a
personal.
man is going to be at your side and in the forefront at all times. What if your husband
no,
go to work before
they're not.
you? What if your husband get off of
No,
work after
they're
you?
not.
You mean to tell me that you are protected 24/7 hours a fucking day?
I guess that's the reason why it
It's
needs to be a culture
bullshit.
and not just an individual, right? There should be a
Okay, well,
culture of
let's see
men
about the culture
Yeah.
protecting.
because it cannot be just
Because
on
if
your
your
husband.
husband,
Because if
can I
it's
get
only
this out,
on your
please?
spouse,
Okay.
it's bullshit.
Can I get this out? If you're in a community where the men are the protectors of that community and your husband is out of town doing what he does, the men in that community should make sure that that woman, those children in that house where that man has had to leave is protected. There's a culture in that community that says
Absolutely.
nobody messes with
I
those
agree with
women
that.
and children.
And that's why,
That's what I'm saying. That culture does not exist in those so-called black communities
It
because the
does
minute they
exist. It's
see
called the law. When you call the police, if they ask get caught, they go to
police
jail.
respond to crime, they don't prevent it.
Exactly, they don't.
So what I'm saying
right,
is
so it had to occur first.
if there's a culture, men are going to be protecting that community, even if a man isn't there for whatever reason. And this is what I'm
Right.
trying
I
to
do
get.
agree.
That culture doesn't exist with black men. It does not. That culture of protecting the women and children just does not exist.
That I can definitely agree with. I can totally agree with that. We do not see any sign of protection for black women and children as of date, at all. If anything, black women and children are being given up to the wolves, and we're also being given up to the wolves of degeneracy in the community. Like, you have the quote unquote say I'm the good black man who basically stand by and allow the degenerate that they don't want to associate themselves with do what they do. And they say, as long as it's not my mom, as no long as it's not my immediate family, then it is what it is. That's just life. So in that aspect, I totally agree. Individually, as human beings, we have self-preservation, so we are supposed to protect ourselves. So yes, there is a level of protection or protector that every human being has.
Right.
But as a collective, as a culture, you are absolutely right, Lady T. We cannot really
Mhm.
consider ourselves the protectors. I will say that by
Right. And
going
that's
by
all I was trying
society's
to say.
standards.
I was trying to say we can't keep applying our individual lives to collective communities because it doesn't work. Because yes, I protect myself, I carry all the time, but I also know I'm in a position where I'm always protected, even if it's not with the man I'm with, it's with the men that I'm around. I'm protected anyway, and that does not happen for most black women, unfortunately.
In that aspect, I will agree. Definitely in that aspect, I would agree. Collectively, culturally, we are not protected. We're being thrown to the wolves. So there is no protection there. That's why a lot of black women are speaking out about there not being protection, and in all other things, or the children are not being protected. So in that sense, we cannot say that we're getting the protection that we need. We're not getting the protection that we need. We're defending ourselves, but we're not getting the protection that we need.
I agree. I agree.
Well, we're being told that we don't deserve certain aspects, certain protections. We don't deserve to have men who provide. We don't have deserve to have men who protect. Um, and that's just the way of the black community at this point. The women are being told they just don't deserve it, and it's really just an excuse for the men because they're scared of other men. So in order for them not to just own up to their own insecurities and their fears, they deflect onto the women and just say you don't deserve it.
Also, they're the ones doing the victimizing for the most part. So, I mean, they're not going to protect you from themselves.
No, and they don't hold themselves accountable at all. And unfortunately, most black women don't hold black men accountable. I just went on for, like I said earlier in the chat, for about it's been about 4 hours. I think my Facebook post is up to over 100 comments, because I posted that black women deserve to ask that a man make six figures a year, and I got like so many comments from men
Is that
and black.
Black Audacity? I'm sorry to interrupt.
Yes, it is. Hi.
Hi, I haven't seen you in a long, long time.
Oh, my
Sorry
channel
about
got
your
removed.
channel.
Yeah, my
Oh,
channel got
okay.
removed, so I started a new channel. But
Okay. Good to see you.
thanks. Hi, good to see all you ladies. But yeah,
I gotta
my
follow. Can you put it in the back chat?
huh?
Can you put your channel in the back chat?
Sure, I sure will. So yeah, so my new channel is just Black Audacity instead of the Black Audacity.
Okay.
But it's really small. It's like 90 subscribers. I just made it like 2 weeks ago. But yeah, I on my Facebook post, literally, I keep getting notifications. It's up to over 100 comments of them telling me how black women don't deserve to make six to have a man with six figures, and that we I'm falling into white supremacy, and the black man is being held down and he's not capable of this, and that if he does make six figures, then he should have the option of the best women in the world, and he should be able to have several women, and it's men and women that are saying this on my comment section.
And that's why you can't take that whole black love as a collective thing. Like black love has to be identified as an individual type of situation depending on the relationship between the person, because they're clearly showing you, and like you're saying, they're saying that even we're being held down, so this is why we can't do what we need to do for you. But even if they weren't held down, you're not the right person that they need to do it for. So
Exactly.
if they're saying, if they're saying that you and your children, the children that they spawn, is not even worthy if they were on their feet, I don't understand how can anybody support them, these waterheads, being in power, because they're
Oh,
telling you exactly what's going to happen to
absolutely
you
not.
when you're in
Absolutely not.
power.
I couldn't even imagine black men being empowered. I would
It'll never
even
happen.
even the
It'll never happen.
no, it will never happen, of course. But even the thought of them being in power, or even the thought of living in just even even a little town where they are in power, I could see. I can only imagine what the women and children would be going through in that town, and it would be horrific.
How can you say you want to be empowered when you think making six figures is like an unattainable
That's
goal?
what I
Like
was telling
six
them on.
figures is normal.
It's
Well,
very
it's
normal.
normal.
They brought up all the, it's like everybody that was commenting on my posts were like Kevin Samuels. They had to be Kevin Samuels fans because they had all the exact talking points that he had. Oh, only 10% of people make make six figures, I'm sorry. Oh, well, you got to be top notch, you got to be, you got to be this supermodel on a runway. I said nobody that's a supermodel would want a man that makes only $100,000 a year.
Right. Six figures is not in this. It's not. I don't know. It wasn't until I start listening to YouTube that I realized people thought $100,000 a year was a lot of money.
Right.
It
I said
really
I make.
isn't.
I said I've been making hundred over. I've been making over $100,000 a year for quite a while now. And they're like,
Yeah,
"Well,
me
you're in the
too.
top. You're in the top 11% of women, and if you have six figures, then why would a man want you? Because then you're gonna throw it in his face that you got six figures." I'm just like, they have the exact same talking points as Kevin Samuels,
Yeah, it
like
was
the
weird.
exact.
It was weird that people thought that was a lot of money. I was like, wow, where do y'all live that y'all can live a comfortable life under six figures? Like, where do you live?
They live in Alabama or Mississippi somewhere. No, no offense to anybody who lives in those little states, but the
I
cost of
mean,
living is lower.
I guess, yeah, the cost of living. Like if the cost of living is dirt cheap and somebody's there with $100,000, then I will understand why they think that that's making great money. You know what I'm saying? Because
Hmm.
they'll be able to spread
I'm
their
in the
money.
South. I'm in the South and I make six figures. And I guess in YouTube land, they act like that's celebrity money. That's basic human, that's
Yeah.
basic needs and wants money.
But you know
It
why
is.
though? You know why they think it is? Because you take somebody who makes 30,000 a year and they qualify for government benefits, whether it be housing, food stamps, child care, Medicare, and they don't realize the cost of those things because they never have to pay for them.
Exactly. You're right. You're right.
So when you take somebody who makes 100,000 a year and they're paying for those things, and it brings their income down to probably about 60,000 a year after taxes and paying
Mm-hmm.
for all these things, like they realize that that $100,000 wasn't a lot of money, but somebody
Right.
who's making 30,000 may think, wow, if I made 70,000 more, that I would be making a lot of money. But they don't
Right.
realize that all those free
All of the
benefits that they're getting,
exactly.
they would have to actually pay for those things.
Right. Insurance, right? Because you got a lot of
Right.
people on government health
That's
insurance,
why I said
right?
Medicare. Yeah,
Yeah.
Medicare.
Yeah.
Food stamps. Um, you hear all these men say, especially mainly black men. Well, you women shouldn't have to get that much child support because they getting free. The kids are getting free lunch at school. They're getting
But
Medicare and
they
stuff, and
assume
it's like
free lunch
they
is a right. That's something.
right,
If your child qualifies for free lunch, that means that child is in poverty. Why
and
would you
that's what
want
I
your
told.
child to be in poverty?
Right. I told a guy that on Clubhouse, I haven't been on there in a year, but a year ago, and I'm like, you're talking about children who live in poverty. You're talking about a impoverished community. He got mad and like kicked me off. Yeah, you one of them and kicked me off. And I said,
Because they don't like the truth. They
like,
they like I
how do
said, when
y'all
the truth is spread is right smack in their face, they feel like you killed their dog. They're like the way that they act, you would think that you shot somebody and their family member by just telling them the truth. Like it's really insane. But yes, that is a child living in poverty. But they don't want to talk about poverty though. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? Like if anything, you clown and you disrespect people that's in poverty. You don't even want to help
mm-hmm.
them get out of poverty. But then, yeah, you're saying, oh, no, they don't need that. They don't need this. They're fine. Oh, they go to school. They're in school most of the day. They can have that school lunches, but then also complain about obesity in children.
Right.
Exactly. Exactly. And I
But
had to
you,
tell
you,
him
but you
like
allow other people to feed your children. You see it like, like it's like where does the responsibility kick in? And it's never going to happen.
Right.
it's
It's like
just
they
and it's a
complain
bunch of
about,
it's a
and I've
bunch of
only learned this on YouTube. They complain about education, the education system, but then it's like,
but they
I
don't want to
think
pay
in
for private care. They
private
don't want
school, I'm
to pay
like,
for
why don't you
private
just give
school.
your kid a private education or pay for someone to stay at home and educate them? It's really
They
that
don't
easy
want to
because
pay for
that's what
that.
all the men around me do. Their wives stay home if they have
They
children.
don't want to. They don't understand. A lot of people who live in poverty, whether it be black people or any race of people, but we're talking about the black community. But people who live in poverty, especially within the black community, don't understand the true cost of things because they're not paying for it.
Paying for it, right? And they don't understand how much kids cost because they're not taking care of them.
Because they're not financially supporting them. They're getting a lot of help from
Hmm.
the government. If they had to get off of government assistance, of move out of low income housing, not receive Medicare, not receive food stamps, not receive public education, they would understand how truly expensive it is to raise children.
Right. And they would know that $100,000 a year is nothing.
It's not, unless I mean, if you got one child and you're one like is one child, I believe to me, like if you make $100,000 a year, you should one or two child minimum is I mean maximum would be what I would say you're at. But people do it with less, but and I'm not poverty shaming
Right.
because I know there that I feel like most of the very wealthy people did come from a single mother who struggled and made it work. But these men, just their ideal of she doesn't need child support, she doesn't need help because she gets all this free stuff from the government. But these are the same men that you say are holding you down, and you say and these are the same programs that you say black women took to get you out of the house, but you're okay with her having them if she's got your kids because it takes the financial burden off of you.
Hmm.
So, mm,
Yeah, that's what you just call double talking, which they're really good at.
yes,
Like
yes,
They're really good at double talking because it doesn't make no sense. A lot of the, like you said, a lot of the programs that we have out there is the same ones that they're complaining that they don't get enough of. And even if, let's say, for example, with I think was what Goldman Sachs, who wanted to invest in Black women entrepreneurship, and they made a whole stink about that, and they was complaining, saying, "Why haven't they give us money?" Like, even in that breath is like, don't you see that they notice what you're doing with the money? Right.
Exactly.
Like they know what you're doing with the money, and most of your businesses, even if it is successful within the 1 or 2 year mark, it dies out. The startup dies out, right? And or there is being invested into like jewelry or clothing, and or acting like you're a baller on the internet or social media and stuff like that. So it's like they see what's going on. They don't see that like it's going to be used wisely, right?
Right.
And this is why they was like, okay, well, we see that these women are starting businesses. These women are actually really putting their foot forward, whether they're in a situation that they really have to. They're still doing it. So for them, it is a wise investment to know that they're going to get a return on it. Like that's what an investment is. You're gonna put into something and get a return back. Um, for them not to see why they're not, they don't
And
see.
not only and not only that, like on Pro's channel, when she has a lot of the white males that come on there and talk, like they've said, it's a couple things. They don't want to help men. They don't mind helping women and children, but they don't feel like they should have to have men help men. That's for one. So black men need to stop looking for handouts from other races of men and get their ass out there and do what they're supposed to do. That's for
But I
one.
also think black women have a problem with that because they'll call it racism.
Yeah, because black women literally
They
up in
see black men as the children of society. They think that white men are supposed to take care of black men.
a lot of
That's
black women, and I know that that earlier in the panel they said that the information is out there and black women should know, but I'm telling you, a lot of black women don't. They are very lost, and until they are able to get on the internet and really like run into channels like this one and like Cynthia G and like people who really try to get through to them, most black women are very black male identified, and
hmm
they're highly religious, which is very patriarchy, and their patriarchy is the black man.
and
So
politically they lean liberal, which is another thing that keeps
exactly.
them. Yeah,
Exactly. So it's a lot of black women who honestly don't know anything outside of the black community. They're not open to knowing it. They don't want to hear it. They just don't even receive the information because they're not around that type of
other
they're
right, and
not
it's
listening
really
to it.
crazy. I know black women that are older that have never been around anybody but black people. They'll tell you, I'm just
Yeah.
around black people all the time, and it just boggles my mind that you're only around black people. Like you don't know how other cultures carry on. You don't know other social norms. You don't
Nope.
you don't know
Nope.
anything about anybody else except for the dysfunction of the black community. It just blows my mind.
I even one of the women that was going back and forth for me on Facebook, she's in her 20s. And you know, I hear the younger people, the younger generation on YouTube saying, our generation is going to be different. It's a bunch of young and the ones in their 20s and teens that are mammies and mules too.
Right, just as brain dead as the previous one. Yeah, and it scares me because I was like one of those people saying, "Yeah, these younger ones going to be different. They're going to do better." But then I get disheartened when I see the opposite.
Yes. Yes. It's a lot of them. A lot of them. It's passed on. It's a pathology and a sociology. It's a pathology and it's a socialization that is passed on from generation to generation.
And
It's
this is
like,
why
and I liken it to like, okay, I know we focus on the black community, but just like in the Middle East, the where the women pass on to the younger generation to follow the religion, to wear the hijabs, to not work. They can't go to school. They can't do this. And to us, we would say, they're being mammies. They're teaching these girls to follow the patriarchy and not really just the patriarchy, but be to consider themselves second class citizens. But to them, that's their culture, and they're going to keep passing it on.
Hmm.
This is the culture of Black women. This is what Black women have known for hundreds of years. So of course they're going to keep passing it on because that's what they know. Until they know something different, that's what they know.
But I feel like I agree with you, but I also feel like Black women don't want to hear the truth a lot.
Well,
That's why,
most cultures of women don't.
right? But it's killing Black women though
It's well
at an alarming rate.
outside of the United States, it's
We're
killing.
talking about the U. We're talking about the
Right,
U.S.
because I was gonna
It's
say
killing
outside of the
Black
United
women,
States, it's killing everybody. It's killing
right?
women, and femicide is every 2 hours in certain countries.
Right. But the women here, the Black women in the United States
And
are the most
but
protected women in the world, right?
the
Black
Black
women in the
women,
world
they're the most what? I'm sorry.
protected as far as protections by law. What I mean in the world,
You think
but
Black women are the most protected?
the Black women in the U.S.
Hmm.
compared to Black women in other countries.
Oh, you're just speaking specifically about Black women. I was
Yes,
gonna
that's what
say
I'm
because
talking
white
about. The
women are
Black,
definitely more
no, I'm not
protected.
talking about women, period. I'm talking about Black women.
Yeah.
So what I'm saying is a lot of Black women don't want to hear the truth, which is why when I say it, it comes across as abrasive when I'm really just telling you bluntly how it is.
But the thing is, you have to teach the ones who are ready for the message, and the ones who aren't, just aren't.
Right. I agree.
It's some people, just like the ones I was arguing, going back, I won't say arguing, but going back and forth with today. I can't even imagine. It would take a lot of teaching for them to think anything different than what they think. And a 20-some-year-old told me that Black men are, the most discriminated against, and that we have to not compare
Mhm.
ourselves to white women because they have their men are able to and are capable of doing things for them that our men aren't, and we just have to, fall in line. A 20-some-year-old told me this. So, it just, I don't know. And you talk to the ones that are ready, and the ones that aren't, they stay behind. They'll figure it
Right.
out eventually.
That's where I'm at, with it. I rarely even speak to Black women in real life simply because I don't have access to them, right? So I don't, I wish I could. I just don't have the time or the bandwidth to even talk to them and engage with them like that.
Right.
But the
Because
people who do have channels and can reach them and, you know, do that, I think that's a great thing.
yeah, but and like somebody was saying earlier, where she was saying she didn't even she like never even ran into these type of channels, because if you're not even, if it's not in your recommendations, and it's not even something that you even have even thought about, and you're only looking at makeup videos and do it yourself videos, it's not even something that would come across your mind. Like, I really honestly just ran into this community about 2.5 years ago. Prior to that, I was at police right, I like at protests. I was marching with my signs. Like, and it wasn't that I, like, people can say, well, Black women should know better. I absolutely didn't know better until I got on YouTube. I was watching CNN all the time. That was my favorite channel, CNN and MSNBC.
But didn't
And
I also ask, what do Black women who see what's going on in their own community, right? They see the violence, they see the dereliction, they see the single parent,
because
pumping
you
up culture.
because if you're taught that it's because of white supremacy, and that if we only had more opportunities, that it would be different. If that's something that's ingrained in you, and you think that, wow, my community could be so much better if white people wasn't holding us back, and
Okay.
that's the reason why you stick with the narrative, because that is what you're taught
Mm.
until you see
Mm-hmm.
something different. That's what you're taught. And why would you think that your community for centuries and centuries is just lying to you and just making this up?
I don't know.
Especially when you know the history of slavery and Jim Crow and the
Yeah, I
and those eras, and you have even your mother had to sit at the back of the bus. My mama was born
mhm.
62, so even in her generation, they had to sit at the back of the bus. If you come from you're still young enough to where your family is still young enough to where your grandparents can tell you about discrimination they face, and even your parents, then it's still very alive and well in your household.
Right.
So why would you think, if they are telling you about growing up in the South and about an uncle that got lynched and about
Hmm.
they having to sit at the back of the bus, why would you think that you can trust the people who did that to them, and that your own community may just be lacking accountability?
That was that definitely goes back to the outer threat and the inner threat, like the
Right.
Hmm.
blindness to the inner threat. Like if you're only being conditioned to focus on the outer threat, and that's just being
Exactly.
ingrained on you constantly. However,
Exactly.
in the same time, when civil rights was going on, black exploitation movies was going on where black men was pimping out black women in the
And black
same
men were
exact
fighting for
time.
interracial
And
Right.
marriage, right?
and
They
what
were
But
fighting for interracial marriage. That's
well
what
right,
black men were
exactly.
doing.
So, but they never, like I said, when they talk about the civil rights movement, they never talk about that aspect that was happening
exactly.
in the same era because
Exactly.
it doesn't benefit. You see what
And
I'm
I
saying?
really just started knowing like about the black men and the interracial dating literally in the last 3 years. I never even thought about it, about them doing that during the civil rights movement.
Yeah, I
Never
mean,
thought about it because it wasn't talked about.
the black exploitation movies that everybody quote unquote say they're black cult classics, like Superfly
Like Goldie.
and
Goldie.
Coffee
Hmm.
and Claudine. Oh,
Yeah.
you know what I'm saying? Like they love to use Claudine about with the welfare took the black man
Oh
out of the
yeah.
home. You know what I'm saying? Like all these type of movies was happening at the same time when they quote unquote said they was fighting for civil rights for black people. But but damning and degrading black women and turning them into the quote unquote Jezebel archetype was happening at the same time.
Right.
So
Right.
we so like that's what
And
I
I
said
was
about
born.
the
I was born. Okay, I was born 1980. So like those black exploitation films was a little bit before I was born, and we never watched them in my house. I mean, I saw them in Blockbuster movie theater, like in a movie theater. I might see one on the rack somewhere, but we never watched them. So that wasn't even like a part of my family. Like my grandparents was married 54 years with 12 kids. Most of my aunties and uncles was married. Everybody family that was black didn't come from the struggle, is what I'm
mm-hmm.
saying.
Right, exactly. But but like even when you talk about in the collective, and you even talk about black men, they glorify those type of movies. They glorify Superfly,
Mm,
right? They
yes.
glorify these type of movies where they're smacking, quote unquote, smacking hoes and getting money off of women and all the stuff like that. They glorify these things. So
And not only
and
that,
mind you, we was so like our emotions, like our emotion and our nerve system to where we should have been upset about those things. We was literally cut off for even actually feeling the true emotional impact of all those things that was happening back then. We thought
yeah,
it was great entertainment. It was a part of our culture.
yep,
Yeah, there's some pimps and there's some hoes, and pimps get smacked by hoes. We bought into all that because we weren't looking at internal threat because everything was white supremacy,
yep,
white supremacy
exactly,
this, white supremacy that, so it
exactly.
was like everything was the boogeyman outside, but we wasn't thinking that there was a boogeyman inside. It was just the way of life.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely, absolutely. If you are trained to think a certain way and it's like drilled into your head that these people are the problem, and the stuff that is happening within the community is the result of what other people are doing to us. You just I don't know. It's just until you can really like until I got on the internet and saw Cynthia G and Nyla. I'm telling you, I was definitely in I was definitely not in the loop. I was listening to like Vicky Dillard and like Boys Watkins before that, and watching CNN and MSNBC, anything that was Black Power and uplifting. I wasn't like part of the Black Quack community, but I would listen to that type of stuff. I was never a religious type of person. Never went to church and stuff like that, but I definitely thought that everything was because of white
Right.
supremacy.
Yeah, and I'm from the South, so of course I grew up with the whole racism, KKK, all of that. It wasn't until I distanced myself from the Black community, and I hate to use the word community, but the Black way of life, I guess I'll say it that way, and started living amongst, working with, and dealing with other cultures, not just races, but other cultures, and saw how their community thrived, how their community treated their women and children, how everyone was married or divorced or had been married, probably remarried, and how they believed in family structure, how they believed in men providing, how they believe in respecting and being chivalrous, and all of the things that the Black community that I saw never believed in. These people were making it work, right? Where Black people may say marriage is a piece of paper, I would go over here to these other communities and that's their goal, marriage, right? So when I started to see how other cultures operate and started to compare what I was seeing on the other side, is when I started to open my eyes about, okay, something's not right. Why is all these other people, not just white people, Asian people, all these other cultures doing it this way, and here we are doing it that way, but then we're fucked up. We got crime everywhere. We got single parent homes everywhere. We got poverty everywhere. We couldn't continue to blame at that. In my mind, I'm like, it can't be the white man, because these people over here, Asians are just as discriminated against. Latinos are just as, discriminated against, but they're not letting that keep them from doing what they want to do. So that's what changed me years ago.
Hello.
Hello, did y'all hear me, or was I talking to myself?
Can you guys hear me?
I can hear you.
Oh, I didn't hear you. I'm sorry. I don't somehow I heard the last thing you said about you had went to other communities and saw how they lived compared to ours.
Right. Saw how they interacted, how they lived in their way of life. And it was always different than, the quote unquote Black way of life that I had known. Right.
Mm-hmm.
Like, for instance, whereas Black people say marriage is just a piece of paper, where in these other communities, marriage is the goal, right? Family building is the goal. You don't build a
It's, and
family unless you're
see,
married.
I've heard that within the because like I was saying, my grandparents were married so long. They got married as teenagers and they had a bunch of kids, and the majority of their kids got married, and majority of my cousins are married. I'm married. But when I was in my 20s and I would talk to Black women and men about marriage, they're like, "Psh, marriage? Like I'm not I'm finna live my life. I got life to
Right.
live. I got stuff to do." And I'm just like, and my husband when we were dating, he's like, "Your family is not like the typical Black family." Like he thought my expectations of what a Black family should be was out of the norm. Cause he
Yes.
said he's like,
Yes, that's what they thought.
your expectations of that's not how most Black families are. I'm like, well, they should be though. Like just because they aren't that way doesn't mean they should. That doesn't mean they shouldn't be. And all the excuses given as to why they can't be that way is just I don't want to hear it. Like I don't like excuses. I don't like the thought that because I'm a Black woman, I can't have a man that makes six figures because I don't deserve it. But yet but I'm a nurse and I work at a hospital where I see frumpy looking white women with stringy hair and out of shape with husbands that are lawyers and doctors and engineers. But you
Right.
tell me that I have to be a supermodel. I have to be a supermodel to
Right.
get a man that makes six figures, and then I'm gonna have to share him with three or four women because he's got options. Like
Right.
what?
And that's the Black community's way of thinking, right?
Mm-hmm.
They
Yeah.
think like that. Because they think six figures is a lot of money. Don't realize that the white man you just passed on the street that looks like nobody makes that and then some.
Yes.
I've been watching Kendra G lately, and I've noticed that when Black women have a, like, an income requirement, she does seem to question that a lot with
She
black women.
does. Well, she's very male identified too.
Yeah, she's male
Yeah.
identified. And I also noticed, and I just watch it for fun, I think it's hilarious. She also only questions women with darker skin because when lighter skinned women present or non black women say those same things, she never questions them.
You're right. I actually, because I was just watching it yesterday, like she was live. But yeah, she definitely doesn't think black women deserve anything.
She doesn't. I saw her talking to a lady, and actually, I had saved it. I was gonna do a video on it.
She
Um,
doesn't even question the men that are looking for men that are looking for providers. She
no.
only questions a certain type of black woman, even if that black woman makes six figures herself.
Yes, yes. She treats
Right.
them the same way KS treated that woman that was making six figures that came on his show. It's like, what makes
Right.
you think you deserve a man that makes six figures? Like,
Right. And then
excuse
she'll
me?
disguise it as if like she's asking for the men. She'll be like, well, I know the men are gonna ask this question, so what makes you think that you deserve, like,
No,
literally, like that's her.
the only men that are going to ask that question are black men, because no other man
Yes,
gets a
broke
hundred
black
thousand
men.
dollars is no other man
I've
gets
never
a
had a
hundred thousand
white
dollars.
man ask me how much I make. I don't think anyone, do my man know how much? I don't even think he knows how much I make. Like we don't even talk about that, but I know how much he makes.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
don't. I barely, I barely watch her show. I mean, the last time it was a wrap for me when she literally had a man calling from prison, trying to date someone, and she literally gave him the floor and the platform, like whatever he wanted was some need to be taken into consideration. After that, I was just like, I can't.
I know you
I can't.
lying.
No, I'm dead
Yeah, it
serious.
was a man that called in from jail. Yep.
Oh, did y'all see MJ? I had posted in the Discord. Did y'all see James on there?
Who
James
is
that be on
James?
Tez? J Prince James, the one whose dad tried to kill him, tried to
What?
run him over.
He
Yes,
was
he was
on
on
there?
Kendra J. Yes, I posted the link in there a couple days ago. But yep, it was him, and
That was the.
he even brought the food truck up and everything.
Wait a minute. So, wait. So this is the man who sit up there and blames his mama for his
Yep.
father trying to kill him and his siblings, and he goes on Kendra G dating stream to try to get the same women that he said that he hate in vows.
Right. I think he even mentioned, like, he didn't say that story, but I think he might have even mentioned his dad. I was just like, wow, I can't believe it. He was even trying to plug his channel.
Oh wow.
But she didn't let him. She was like, she didn't really question him like that though. He was, because he was saying, like, he got 3 kids, and I think he got 3 baby moms. He was saying he liked getting women pregnant, and just bullshit. He's just trash. Like, and I really
That
would hope
brings
for. I really hope black
no. Go
women
ahead,
didn't
Trudy.
hit him up. I was just gonna say, I really hope black women don't be hitting these dudes up, but I have a feeling that he
They
got
do.
some.
They
Yeah.
do. I mean, yeah, honestly, like I know that they probably are, right? I mean, it's just the nature of things right now, especially with some black women. Like they just like it's subconsciously. It's like subconsciously they just feel like it doesn't matter. They just have to seek, the black male gaze, even if it's as degenerate and it has all signs of a degenerate. I was gonna talk about that on my channel when I do a live stream, probably tomorrow, because I was watching one of those dating shows. Have you heard of Too Hot to Handle?
Yep.
No. Okay.
It's on
Oh
Netflix,
no.
right?
Okay. Yeah, it's on Netflix. So
Mhm.
in this new episode, the new season, right? There's this beautiful South African black woman, very dark, model type body and everything, right? And when she's on the show, and it was 2 black men that was on the show. The first black man that was on the show didn't want to have anything to do with her. He wanted to go after the white girl, right? And she kept on putting herself in his face, trying to get attention. And
The
he
black
was,
woman.
yeah, the black woman.
and he wasn't paying her no mind. He wasn't paying her any mind. So then she decided to give one of the white guys who was interested in her in the beginning a chance, right? And then the white girl and the black guy, they ended up, like, splitting ways. Obviously they realized that they were just only lusting for each other, and they had no compatibility, and she actually decided to go with another white guy instead of being with him. So he was left asked out because he was trying to play all the girls there. Like, he had the white girl that he wanted to be with, but he had an Asian girl that was second runner up, and then the black girl was the backup, just in case things didn't work with
Oh
the
my
two
goodness.
other ladies first, right?
Mm-hmm.
So in the middle of the season, everything is going great with the black girl and the white guy, who was initially he only had eyes for her. He was only pursuing her. Another black dude comes on the show. He's from Florida. And when he gets there, the first thing he does, he's viewing all the pictures and stuff like that. He sees the same white girl that all the guys was going after. That's who he wanted to go on a date on. When he comes back, he realized that the white girl didn't want to really have anything to do with him. Then he want to say, oh, well, I love my black queens. I love my dark chocolate black queens, blah, blah, blah. And he realized that the black girl, was in a relationship with the white guy. He purposely went out of his way to try to destroy whatever relationship they're trying to grow with each other. And I'm like, in my head, I'm like, sis, why would you even entertain this dude when you wasn't even his first choice? Like, this is those red signs that I see that black women are not paying attention to, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, if he
I'm gonna
came
check this
onto the
out.
show.
No, I'm sorry. I just said I have to watch this.
If he came first date that he took in the house, he really wanted to choose you, he would choose you first. He did it. Chose a white girl. Why do you allow someone to be secure up for this? You are willing to destroy a relationship that you're established with a guy who
Is
showed
she
you
Morgan?
initially you were the first. And I was like, when I was looking at that, I was like, that really shows the dynamic of black men and women relationships, right? How you are always second best. You are always second runner up. They want to taste the rainbow, as some would call it, right? And then when things don't work, they always want to fall back to you as as the cleanup woman. You know what I'm saying? To pick up the pieces. And some black women they don't know, subconsciously they're because they really want to be with a, and they will destroy a relationship that can grow, and the person was initially wanting you.
Oh wow, she fell off. I think, is anybody there? Because I think Mule fell off too. Can somebody write in the chat like what's going on? Mule left. It was getting good, scarred. And like I can't let MJ up because I wanted to hear what she was saying. Damn. Fuck. That's weird. Well, yeah, y'all follow MJ because she has a channel. It's called A Word with Lorraine.
It's
I'll put
called
the
A
name.
Word with Rain.
Mm-hmm.
I got a channel too. It's just called the Black Audacity.
Yeah, I
They
was
took
following. I was when you're subscribed to your other channel. I'm a subscribe to your
yeah,
new
they
one.
removed it. The mammies and the black men kept reporting me.
Wow.
I
So what you
just
got, like a copyright strike?
I just never had a strike. And then all of a sudden I just got an email at 4 o'clock in the morning, like your channel has been removed for going against community guidelines for harsh information and all this other stuff. I'm just like, whatever. I've
Wow.
been trying to appeal it. That was like 2 weeks. It was like December 9th, I think.
See, I've been talking about YouTube, like for black women, it's really not a platform for us. There really isn't a platform for us, but especially the fact that we have these men on here, the manosphere, and like they can just disrespect, threaten, degrade black women as
Yes.
much as they can. But
Yes.
like as soon as a black woman says anything, like that seems to happen a lot. Like our comments don't even stay up half the time.
Exactly. I just don't.
Anybody
I
can say whatever they
really.
want about black women.
I remember Tommy Sotomayor, whatever his name is, used to go in on black women. I mean, I before
Yes.
I even found the black women empowerment space, I always heard about him from like 10 years ago. Calling black women, hair headed hooligans and
Mhm.
hood rats and B2 whatever's. And his pages, I mean, I've heard he's got pages taken, but he still is on YouTube.
Right.
But you have a small channel, and they will like report you over and over. And that's another thing. I don't give how black men feel they can say whatever they want to.
Hmm.
And as soon as you say something, them and their mammy rangers will attack you and get your
But the
stuff
crazy
taken.
thing is, black women. I mean, there are some like some of the divestors, but for the most part, black women are not even as harsh and extreme as they are. Black
Exactly.
women are really just talking about the real issues that are going on, and for some reason, they get offended by that.
I mean, you speaking about actual data. They
Right.
can say that we're the fattest women in the world and all this other stuff.
Right.
But as soon as you talk about data that is proven about how they terrorized the community and about black femicide, they were so mad about black femicide.
Right.
Like she took her whole channel, she took her channel down, she took her Instagram away. Like they were so mad that was being reported, and tried to lie and say it was other races of men doing it. How can
Yeah.
you
Right.
how can you say out of one how can you say out of one part of your breath that black women have no options and are not dating any other race of men because nobody wants us, and then in another breath say that other races of men are the ones taking us out? Come on now.
Right. Exactly. No, even for like with that, they harp on those like really sporadic cases where a black woman has been taken out by a white man. It's very rare. Like I've heard them say that the femicide numbers are not even that serious because if it's every 5.5 hours, then that means it's only 4 black women a day, and that's not that much.
Okay, well then them being taken out by officers is not that serious because it was only 200 in 1 year last year versus
Right.
1,400 black women being
Right.
taken out. So we should just not take that seriously either and say, that's hardly anything. It's just a drop in the bucket.
Well, what do you
But
think?
yet
You
they
think
want you to march and they want you to put on your cape, your stomping boots, your bullhorn, go out there with your Vaseline and your milk for your eyes when you get pepper sprayed for
right.
them, but they want you to be quiet about your own issues.
Right. Well, what do you think black women should do? Do you think black women need to divest as a community?
Well, I can't say that only because I am married to a black man, and I've said that
Mhm.
many times on my channel. I'm married to a black man.
I'm with a
When
black
I
man too.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So, and my husband is awesome, but I understand as a collective, first of all, we outnumber black men by 2 million. That's a problem in itself.
Right.
So that's gonna automatically make them feel like they got way more advantage than us.
Mm-hmm.
Secondly, secondly, we are being harmed viciously by black men. So for me, black women need to pick the best option for them. They need to make better choices when picking those options, and they need to absolutely open their options to other races of men. Um,
Right.
and really work through the pathology of that we have that is in relationship to being the ride and die, the big mamas of the community, of the so-called black community. um so that's my take on it. Black women have to, I think we need to push the younger generation to that they don't have to be so race loyal.
Mm-hmm.
They need to make better decisions for themselves, for their children, their future children that they may have, and they need to realize that this option of staying loyal to black men is killing us.
Right. I agree. I don't know how long you've been listening, but like Pro White Male was up here, and I don't, I mean, I can understand what she's saying, but I don't think like the solution is to just run into the arms of, another race of man.
Yeah, me and pro white male leadership have talked many times. We communicate a lot, and we've actually did a live together.
Hmm.
So those that I differ with the opinion of, um I've told her that I don't believe in really, like, let me say, to think the words to put in. I don't
Male,
believe in worshiping any race of man.
right. The male worship. That's my thing.
I
I
don't
feel like
believe
we
in
need to
worshiping
be able
any
to,
race of man. And I feel like with the men, with the socialization that black women have to be so loyal to men, if we take what the thought process that we have in the black community over to other races of men, we just gonna end up with the same outcome, because we are so, other races of men realize that black women are very, very loyal, and they will say it. Even the ones that date black women will say, well, I know black women are so loyal. Well, we can't, that
right.
may, we may be loyal to a fault,
No,
to
we
where
are.
other races of men are like, oh, well, Becky isn't doing what I want her to do. She's running off with black men. The Asian women are running off with these. But if we get a black woman, she's gonna be very loyal no matter what we do. We can't
Right.
be those people either. We
That's
can't
what I'm
be just
saying. It really
rug
opens us up to
mat.
being
I mean,
exploited.
doormat. Right, exactly.
Right.
We
Because
can't be
like,
doormats.
and I've seen like even on like TikTok, because you know how the number that black men have done on TikTok these last few years, just degrading
Hmm.
black women. I've seen white men coming out, which some of it I think is pandering, and I feel like it's just the fact that they know they can come up now because, for one, black women are a cash cow. I feel like we like crave some type of male, I don't know, validation or whatever it is. Like a lot of men know they can just step up and tell black women what they want to hear, and they'll
Black
open
women.
their purpose.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Black women are like in every other race of women. Other races of women, they just naturally have a masculine counterpart who, and I'm not gonna say all other races of men are all that either, but they naturally,
Right.
for the most part, have a masculine counterpart that uplifts them as the most beautiful and the most sacred thing in their community, whereas we just don't have that. So
Right.
we are craving that because the feminine and masculine energy go together well. So of course, as a feminine being, we crave masculine energy, unless that's just not what you're into. But if you're heterosexual, that's a natural part of life. It's literally in the Maslow's hierarchy: sexuality and intimacy. So we just don't have, we have sexuality and intimacy in a very negative way. A bitch get over here and you walking across the street, Shody, hey Shody, can I talk to you? Just pure ignorance. We have it,
Hmm.
but it's not
And
really.
and once she ignores him, then she gets cussed out or even attacked sometimes.
Yes. And what other races of men approach their women in such harsh, negative ways?
Right.
And then want you to be massive. They just want you, and they want you to be feminine and submissive and with a smile on your face while you walking down a shitty community like Chicago, where it's shootings, where you got to be scared you're gonna be shot to go to the gas station. But I'm supposed to have a
Right.
smile on my face and walking with a maxi. I'm supposed to put on a maxi dress and walk down the street with a smile and walking my dog with, and be feminine and submissive and cooperative in a neighborhood where it's shootings every day, and um
Disrespectful niggas just approaching you like,
disrespectful men is death memorials all on the trees and all type of stuff every block that you walk down, and that's where I'm supposed to be submissive and nice and friendly in that type of community.
right.
No, I'm gonna put on my most leave me the fuck alone face,
Right.
my tennis shoes, I'm throw my hoodie on, and not try to make no eye contact because I just want to make it back home.
Seriously. And they have the worst attitude. So that's why I just don't even understand it. Like how they want to talk about our attitudes, femininity. Like y'all are the nastiest niggers out there. Y'all don't know how to approach women. Y'all are very disrespectful. Like I know you've heard them say, "Oh, well, white women turn us down a lot nicer than black women." Okay, I've heard them say that on numerous occasions.
I haven't heard that one, but
Yeah,
that
I've
just,
heard that numerous
just
times. I know some of y'all in the chat have heard them say that.
like I just don't. Black men seem to not even get the clue when you don't want to be bothered or talked to. Like
Right,
they don't even get a like you're not looking at them. They'll say, "Hey baby," you say hi and you keep walking and they follow you. Like
right.
walking away from you. That's your hint that I don't want to talk to you.
Right. I was getting in my car the other night and some Dusty was trying to walk up to me. He was like, "Excuse me, can I talk to you?" So I just ignored him, tried to get in my car, and I turned around and he's right there. And I have my weapon and stuff, but I'm like, "Yo, can you back up?" Like I don't
Right.
I just ignored you. Like, why would you think it's cool to come follow me?
You would literally say, "I have a man, I have a husband." Oh, well,
You can't
what they
have
got?
friends?
Your man care? Your man mind if you have friends? Of course he minds.
Right.
Well, I'm down with back in the 90s. I'm down with OPP. Get the fuck out of my face. And now I'm gonna get rude with you, and then you're gonna say I'm the angry black bitch. Get
Right.
out of my face.
Right.
Like
It's like
how many ways can I tell you no?
yeah, they just have no respect, and then they want you to just be peaches and cream when you see them. Like, no, y'all are threatening, y'all are intimidating and disrespectful. Like, y'all supposed to be the reasons why we're safe in the community, and it's the complete opposite.
The complete opposite. The complete my city is horrible. It's horrible. My city had the highest rate of increase in black femicide in the past 2 years during the pandemic. It went up 200%.
Wow. You live in
It's
Chicago?
horrible. I'm next to Chicago. I'm in Milwaukee. It's horrible
Mhm.
here. Horrible.
There was
It's
a serial killer in the Midwest like last year too. I think it was St. Louis
we've
killing
had the
black
most serious
women.
because this is where Jeffrey Dahmer he lived in Milwaukee. So
Yep.
Jeffrey Dahmer was like we knew about him here. It wasn't a big story. I mean, it wasn't new for us. We all knew about Jeffrey Dahmer, but
Right. No, yeah, I know about him too. I don't know why it got popular this year, but yeah,
that's
there was like a like last year 2021 it was a lot of black women getting killed out there. I think it was St. Louis
there was
on
a
it.
serial killer in Milwaukee too that was killing black women. He was killing prostitutes. I think he
There
killed
was
like
one in Jersey because I'm from Jersey, and dude was like my age and he was like killing prostitutes. He was meeting girls on like dating sites and killing them, and he was like
there was
he's
one
young.
killing them here too. Prostitutes here.
Mm-hmm.
It's black men just
Yeah, it's
and
crazy.
it's sad that they don't see anything wrong with their behavior and they don't want to change it. And that's the biggest thing for me. That's the biggest reason why that I would tell black women to move around because they
Hmm.
don't see anything wrong with their behavior. They don't
Right,
see
that's the biggest problem. Like,
they
there's
don't see
no
anything
hope
wrong
of
with it.
them changing it because they don't even see it as an issue.
Nope. And they see everything. I don't see how a group of men want to be leaders, but yet they don't want to take responsibility for anything wrong in the community.
Right.
Like, how are you wanting to be the leader? It's okay. The one of the girls that was on arguing with me on Facebook said, "Well, what about the black women that's always y'all always think about money? Like, what about the ones that's chasing the bag and they a single mother and they kids is left at home to and she not there doing what taking care of her responsibility." I said, you do realize that in order for there to be a single mother, there has to be an absent father.
I was
Like
saying
you
this
put
earlier.
all the onus off on the woman, and you're mad at her because she's not there taking care of the kids, but you're not speaking anything about a father. In the black community, it seems like black people don't realize that black children actually do have a father. You might not see
Right.
them, but they were created with a father. Y'all don't put no type of onus, not you, but y'all don't put any type of responsibility off on the father.
No, and it's really triggering. Like, because I mean they'll sit around and talk about the single mothers, how the kids are being raised, but they don't talk about how they're the ones creating the single mothers, how they're not raising their kids. Like it really is triggering for me. Like because then black women will go and repeat the same thing. Like, oh well, he's that way because of his mom. But like there's no talks of a dad. And then they'll say, oh well, black women say they don't need a man because he's not there. So yeah, they don't need
Exactly.
what's not there. Like, of course they're gonna say that.
It's like common sense,
Right.
absolute common sense that is just lacking. It's like it's so uncommon in the black community. Like
Yeah.
common sense is it might as well be a fairy tale because it's so lacking. Like if a black and then they keep showing the same video from the 80s of these teenage black girls saying that they didn't need a baby daddy, that they was gonna do it by themselves. They said it because they said their
I,
fathers wasn't around,
I think I
their
sent Nyla
grandfathers
that
wasn't around,
video. And the thing is, they were showing their baby dads too, and the baby dads were the
and
ones
the
saying
baby
that they didn't want to settle down, they didn't want to get married, they wasn't even
exactly.
going to school. Like, of
The
course,
baby daddies was saying that they were still lusting and they had high sex drives and they it wasn't no woman gonna stop the show for them and the kids could get taken care of with welfare.
yep, they sure did. And it's like women by a lot, I feel like this is natural in women. Most women want to get married, have a family, be secure. The reason why black women for the most part say that they don't because it's not even a possibility. Like
They don't feel
not
like
only
it
are there
is.
2
They
million
don't
more black
feel.
women,
Mhm.
but not only are there 2 million more black women, you got to think about all the DL niggas, the gay ones that are just out and gay, the ones that are locked up, the ones, it's just so many factors that just diminish the numbers of viable men.
Also, because black women are the only race of women who will literally say, "I'm not dating anyone but a black man."
Yes, I
Other
was
races of
saying this.
women do not say that they will not date outside their race.
I've heard women have said they've been celibate for almost 20 years
I
because
know.
black men can't get it together. And
I
I've heard
know.
black women also say that, they've never seen an attractive race of other men. I just feel like it's all black men worship. It's them wanting to stay stuck, like
It
basically
is.
like saving out, like holding out until black men get it right.
When you've been raised to believe that you will not be protected, and that's the like the one of the craziest things that I think that black men say is if you leave outside of the black race, we're not going to be able to protect you, as if they ever fucking protected us since we got here.
Right.
You ain't protected us since 1619, sir. You didn't protect us prior to that when you sold us into slavery. What do you mean if we leave out of the black race, you're not going to protect us? You're not protecting us now. And
I
you're our
was
biggest threat.
watching I was watching it. This was like during the George Floyd thing. There was like, a protest, and they had a whole line of black women. It was linked arms, and the black women basically was creating like a wall, and it was black men on the bullhorn saying, "Nobody pass in front of the black women. The black women are basically damn near the shield. No, everybody stay behind the black women."
I saw that.
Yeah.
Like, what the hell type of leadership? Y'all the
And
leaders
they
of
really thought
this.
that they was doing something.
Right.
They thought that they were like, I just couldn't believe it. Like, y'all
And
really
black
put
women
your
went
women
along
on
with
the
it.
front lines, literally.
Black women went along with it. They
Hmm.
went right along with it. They went
Yeah.
along with it. So because we just it's so much brainwashing within this community that has to be reversed.
I mean, we see little kids out there, little girls out there
March.
protesting.
Yes.
Yeah, marching, signs. Like, I mean, it's ingrained at a very young age, and it's like the girls aren't raised to think that. Like, we're not even raised to think that we're in jeopardy. They don't mention police brutality against black women. I mean, I
No.
was arguing with this woman. She said she had walked up because this black man was getting hemmed up by the police. She said she intervened and they ended up macing him and slamming him on his neck and everything. But I'm like, why would you go put yourself in jeopardy? She said, I'm not in jeopardy. I'm blessed. I just wanted to make sure they didn't do nothing to him. So you as a woman don't even think you're vulnerable, but you think that you could stop these men from doing their job. Like I don't know. Like it really is ingrained in us to not even see ourselves as
We don't
the
even see ourselves as women.
no.
We
They
don't
don't.
even see ourselves as women. We
Black
see
women
our
don't see themselves as vulnerable.
we see ourselves as black, and that's it. Our but yet these same men, when they want to leave the black community, when they get a little bit of success, they then notice that the women within the community are very black male identified, and they use that as against you as a reason not to want to date you, because they're saying these women identify with men too much. I'm gonna go over
Hmm.
to women, but when they're poor and they're down and out on their luck, then it's okay for the women to be black male identified. But as soon as they get a little bit of money, it's like, no, those women identify with men too much. Let
Right.
me go find another group of women.
Right.
Until of course they get in trouble, like Bill Cosby and Michael Jackson and all of them, and then all of a sudden they run back to the black community. They expect
And
you to
black
help
women are there with open arms.
with open arms.
Yeah, that's where we need to like be accountable. But it's
Oh,
hard
we
to think
definitely
it's gonna happen.
in this. We definitely do. We definitely do.
Yeah.
But yeah, we
I
definitely have some accountability. We got a lot of brainwashing that needs to be undone.
when I was having that argument with that woman, she kept bringing up like Sean Brown, I think his name was. Like, she just kept bringing up black men that were, something happened to them with the police. And I'm just like,
I didn't hear that. I must have not been here when you was doing talking to
no,
her.
it wasn't here. It was on another, it was on Bomb's channel. But I'm like, y'all don't even like, do you
What
even hear yourself? You don't even
conversation
think,
about?
hmm?
What was the conversation with you and the woman?
So she basically had said like, there was a guy that got stopped by the police. He got pulled over, and apparently he had just got off of probation or something. The cops wanted him to get out the car. They were saying that he had a gun or something. She said that he didn't have one or whatever. So I guess he wasn't being cooperative. He didn't want to get out the car. So she like first she was recording. Then she goes across the street and she's like, "Hold on, why y'all pulling the man out the car like that?" And of course they're like, "Mind your business." But she's just over there getting in between. Luckily she made it out okay. She told me that his parents, his mom and grandmom, had came over and thanked her the next day. But of course they did,
Right.
because I mean you put yourself in jeopardy like over this man you
Oh, a
don't even
woman on the
know.
channel said that happened. That she did that.
She was on a panel. She was like
Oh,
a guest.
I thought you said that you saw that you guys saw somebody on the news that did that. This a woman that was
Yeah,
on the
this was a
panel that said
woman.
that,
No, yeah,
and
this
she
was a
thought that that was
woman.
good.
What'd you say?
She thought that that was a good thing.
She thought it was a good thing. And then like the way like because I'm like, so you didn't think nothing could happen to you? And she's like, no, I'm good, I'm blessed, I know my rights. Okay, but you don't know what he did. He could be a rapist and a murderer, and you're trying to intervene in this situation that you don't even know about. Like, and this is the part I do understand with some of these women that are a little extreme. We're stepping in the way of our own help and defense. Like, you got these police officers trying to do their job, take this criminal off the streets or whatever, and then you have a black woman basically ready to risk it all to make sure that he doesn't get hurt,
Yep.
even though she don't
Yep.
even know what he did.
Absolutely. But it really honestly takes for you to take off the blinders and really look at the world in a full 360 view to understand that that's what you're doing to yourself.
Mm-hmm.
Other than that, if you still think everything is white supremacy and your men, if your men could just have a leg up in life, they would make your life and their life so much better.
Right.
If you're
Umar
still in
was
that mindset.
Umar was on he was on the Breakfast Club recently, and like he did say one thing I agreed with, because they was talking about reparations, and he was saying, wait, what's he saying? This he was basically saying like the psychological damage that we need is like way past what money can give us, and
Mm-hmm.
it is like it really wouldn't matter if they gave us each $1 billion, because we already have rich black people in the community that don't do anything, that are anti-black as fuck. So money really is not the issue. Like it really is psychological, and I think it's spiritual too. And I don't
Definitely.
and I really don't think there's not any, like, the only thing that we could do is stop engaging. Like, again, you're with a black man, you're married to a black man, I'm with a black man too, but I know that it's hard for black women out here to find decent black men. Like,
Oh, and my husband knows how I feel.
yeah, mine too.
He
He
knows
sits
my
here all day.
stand.
He be listening to this. You know what I mean? He knows how I feel too. Like,
Yeah, because
he be hearing these dudes
I
call
get
in.
that, I get that all the time. Like black men will comment on YouTube and Facebook. Does your husband? Does your black husband? No, they'll say you hate black men.
Yep,
Then I say no,
that's
I
all they
don't.
say to me.
No, I don't, because I'm married to one. Oh,
I
does
don't
your
even say
husband
that.
know?
I
Does
let them
your
think it.
husband? They say, does your husband know how you talk? Ain't nowhere in the world a black man will be with a woman that talk like this about black men. Well,
Yeah, if he was weak like y'all.
right. My husband don't care about what I say on my channel.
Yeah, they love calling me a black male hater. I don't even try to convince them. Like, I don't care. If you think I'm a black male hater because I talk about the degeneracy and femicide and how y'all don't want to take care of y'all kids, then that's on you. And
That's
then my
just a
thing is,
deflection.
they want to talk about how, oh, it's not all black men. But
It's
if
the
y'all are
majority.
so good, why do y'all have a problem with us discussing the issues?
Right. It's a hell of a lot of them. It's a hell of a lot of them.
It's most of them. Like, that not all shit is like so annoying. Like, not
It's a whole
all.
bunch of them. It's a whole bunch of them, and I let them know that it's a whole bunch of you.
By them
So
saying not all, that means they know it's most.
and if it wasn't an issue, then they wouldn't. When as soon as they get some money, they want to leave the community
Right.
because they know how bad it is. They
Mm-hmm.
don't even want to. Don't nobody want to hear gunshots all night, police sirens, ambulance sirens. Nobody wants to live in a neighborhood where their kids not safe going outside. Like,
Right.
no, it's a problem. It's a problem. And they so stupid. They don't know how to read stats. They don't know how to read data. They misinterpret information about everything
Mm-hmm. Or they
and
just be
just say
lying.
stupid shit. Like a man, one of the men on my Facebook posts about that I put about black women deserving the $100,000. Oh, but black men, we got 64% of us is in the middle class. No,
I
y'all not,
know.
fool. I
Like,
said, no,
why?
you're not. I
I
said
don't know why.
75% of the black men in the middle class are in the middle class because they're married and their wife works.
But
Their wife's income puts them in the middle class.
they've also said that 50% of them are childless.
He said that too. I
Yeah.
said that includes teenage black boys.
Yeah,
80%
and
of
most,
black men over 40, 80% of black men 40 and over have children. 80%.
yeah,
You talking
most
about some
men
50
have
year olds.
children. Most men have kids
I
anyway.
said he said no. Most 17 to 20% of black men are fathering all these children. I said, do you know how stupid that sounds? If that's
For
the
one, they don't
case,
even
then
travel. So we know that's not
I,
true.
s- I said if that was the case, do you know that the majority of us would all be siblings?
Right.
If you're saying that all of us share the same 20% of fathers, do you know that majority of us would be siblings? Are you
We would all be in the
stupid? Like,
same
it's just
we would
dumb.
all be in the same area too, geologically, because we know black men don't really travel like that. Some of them haven't even left their hood. So
Exactly.
that would mean they
So
would all have to be in the same area.
pre- pretending like they getting a passport and going somewhere. People been having passports forever, and y'all just now finding out about the passports. Shut the
And
fuck.
I
Take
heard
your
some of those
passport and go.
passports. I heard they were selling notepads that look like passports. And I swear I think that's what a lot of them are doing. Just holding up a fucking notepad. Because they haven't
Cause,
opened it. I haven't seen one stamp.
Cause most of them, you can't go out of you can't leave the country if you have child support issues or legal issues, which a large percentage of them have. So
Right.
And then the ones that do be passport bros, they're saying they passport bros. Why they all be looking like O'Shea Duke? Like they all be hideous.
He is hideous. Taz did he did a live this morning about Red Ma Supreme. He is a
Mhm.
fucking mess. Ugh. He's just like, I don't know if he's a passport bro or not, but yeah, he looks like how they be
They could
looking.
be calling him Young and May.
Yeah, I call him dead ma because his name's Red. But yeah, these niggas are just
They
embarrassing.
all look like that. Like
Mm-hmm.
Red Supreme and LJ Duke or whatever. O'Shea, I mean.
Yeah. Okay, Duke.
Yes, they
Okay,
all
Dick
look
Jackson.
hideous.
They really are. They be calling O'Shea the ugliest dude on YouTube.
Well, he's damn near close to it. I'm sorry.
Yeah, he is. He really is. He's not good looking at all. And then he always got our names in his mouth. Like you really think you're good enough to open your ugly mouth to talk about us?
Man. He paying what if man. Maybe go back to my he is whatever whoever he got, he definitely paying what he weigh plus some. I guarantee it.
He has a woman?
If he do got one, he
Uh,
paying her
yeah,
heavily. Is that man
definitely. I don't see
look
it
like
though. I see him being single. But yeah,
mhm.
if he did have one, she wouldn't be there for nothing. He's spending that YouTube check on her.
Yeah, he, I mean, only woman that would like him is a fat washed up Becky. I
Mm-hmm.
that ain't nobody else gonna like him.
Mm-mm. No, yeah, that's why they hate black women though, because they're the type that really can't get no black women.
Exactly. Well, that's because all I'm going to be honest, white women, all black white women, they're like they're fetishizing of black men. All black men to them are like King Kong. They
Yeah.
all look the same. They
Mm-hmm.
all look like thugs, and they want to be the woman. They want to be the woman in the damsel in distress. The white woman does. They all have a fantasy that it's gonna be this big black King Kong that's gonna come and swoop them up. It don't matter if it's a O'Shea Du Jackson who we see black women in the community. We can tell different types of black men. We know them by their
Mm-hmm.
swag, by the way they look. To white women, all of them look the same.
Right.
They
Yeah,
all
for real.
one big King Kong monkey, and they just think that ooh, these big monkeys are gonna come in. These big gorillas. I'm sorry, I shouldn't even say that on here. I don't want to get her page just straight, but they all look the same to them.
Right. They're gonna come in with their BBC and that's it. I feel like that's what they think.
They do think that. They absolutely. They think all black people look alike anyway.
Mm-hmm.
They'll be having a story about Jay-Z, and they'll put up a picture of like Kanye West because they think all black people look alike.
I was watching this movie called Master. It's on Prime. And like the black girl, she was in college. She walked in and everybody was like, "Oh, Jill Scott, Beyonce, Nicki Minaj." They were just calling her all different types of black people. So yeah, they do think that.
They do. They do. It was a black girl that I was working with, and she was like, "Well, they got two black girls mixed up," and she was like, "Well, one is caramel skin and one is light skinned." And I was thinking, I told her, "Do you think white people look at different skin complexions with black people? They
Right.
don't. They
They
think
don't. No,
they,
well,
they
I feel like because we had this discussion before too. So don't you think that there's a colorism hierarchy between white people though? Like as far as entertainment, law enforcement.
just
Uh,
like probably like when it comes to entertainment, like famous people." But
yeah.
when it's just everyday black people that they work with, if you come in and you're karma, you say you come in and you're just Nicki Minaj's complexion, and then somebody else come in that's like just a little bit darker. Say she might be Nia Long's complexion. To them, that's
Mhm.
the same.
Yeah. No, that's
That's
definitely
the
true.
same to them. They don't
Hmm.
care.
Right.
And it's so crazy because they can tell they can be only a half a shade different and be like, oh no, well she's olive complexion and she's
Right.
beige. Like y'all can barely tell the difference in y'all skin complexion. But
Hmm.
y'all have a black person that's Lupita's complexion versus a black person that's Rihanna's complexion or Tisha Campbell. Tisha Campbell's complexion, and y'all think they the same damn person.
Right.
That just
They'll
let y'all know
call
that y'all.
they'll call a dark skinned woman Beyonce just because they're both black. Like,
They'll no. They'll call. Um. They'll call Jennifer Lopez dark skin. I've heard white people say that a Latina that's a like a Latina that's like Cardi B complexion. Oh she's dark skinned.
right. Well, Jeannie Mai was saying that her parents, when she came out, they didn't like that she was so dark. She is a full blown white woman. Like, I don't. It's crazy to me, honestly.
Yeah, yeah. So white people they really don't see like I think they don't have as much colorism with it. The same way. Okay, I'll use this as an example. The way Meghan Markle, when she married Harry, the way they thought that her baby was gonna come out dark as
Dark,
hell. They
right?
was like scared that she was gonna have this black child that looked like Shaquille O'Neal.
Even though she doesn't even look
Even
black.
though
Like,
you can barely tell, like she had to say she was black, and nobody
right.
knew it.
I damn
But
sure
they
did.
had a fear that she was gonna have this dark black child because white people literally, especially white women I think more so than white men, but white women think that black people all look alike, and they really believe in that one drop rule of, if you have one drop of black in you, that you're gonna be like dark as fuck.
Mm-hmm. Right. No, that's definitely true. But I do think because we had this like hour long argument that darker skinned people do get treated, I guess, worse as far as the hierarchy. Like, if there was a job, say there was a job, and there was a light skinned person and a dark skinned person, do you think that would be a factor?
Um, if they're gay, no. I think they hire any gay person that's black, especially
No,
if
but I
it's a
mean,
gay, if it's a feminine black man. They don't care. But as far as it depends, you know what? It honestly depends on what type of job of it is. If it's a job where you have to represent the job, whereas you have to go out and talk to people in the job.
like a receptionist or something.
Yeah, if it's some like you're going to be the general manager or something, you're gonna say it's a sales job where you have to go from meeting to meeting talking to people, and you're
Mhm.
representing the company. Then I think it makes a difference. But if it's just a regular smuggler job where you working at Walmart or something, I don't think they care. So it
Yeah,
just depends on
no,
the position.
yeah, no, I don't think like that. But no, I just think like
Just
in
like with your hair, like do they want somebody that's coming in with locks, sister locks, or dreadlocks? No.
right. But also, like, even on TV, like, they always put, actually, they put biracials as black women.
Yeah, I'm starting to see a change with that. I'm starting to see more because really the first woman that I saw really highlighted on TV was Oprah, and Oprah's dark. To them, she's extremely. To them, she's probably black because she's the same color as Lupita. But
Yeah.
they
But
don't
I
care.
noticed that, like, when they have, like in the season of American Horror Story, they had, all those young white girls, the witches. I don't know if you watch it or not, but they basically had, teenage girls. They was all young white. And then they have Gabourey Sidibe. She was the only black teenager. Now, I don't think anything's wrong with her, but we know
The
she's
one from
overweight.
Precious? You talking about the
Hmm.
one from Precious? Yeah.
Yeah. And I just think it's interesting. Like, I feel like they know, like, they don't want to compete with us. They don't want to put our, most in shape, prettiest black women up against their decent looking white women.
I think honestly,
And not
I
that
think
speak
that's
of her
I
thing.
think that's I think that's absolutely true. But I also believe that white people's perception of beauty within the black community is different from black people's perception. Like white people think like to white people Lupita, which I believe Lupita is gorgeous.
Yeah.
But I know in the black community she would not be seen as top tier because of colorism. But to
Just
white
literally,
people,
even though she has I think her eyes are so pretty. It's
her
literally
eyes
her
are
skin tone.
Yes, and but to white people, like how black men think that other races of women look exotic, to white men, a very dark skinned woman like Lupita or like Grace Jones, Naomi Campbell, those women look exotic to them because they're opposite. They're the complete opposite of them. They have
Yeah,
a
black
completely
women with
different hair
4C hair.
texture.
Right.
They have
4C.
rich dark skin. So
Mm-hmm.
to white men, I've seen white men like really like go after very very dark skinned women because to them those women look exotic, whereas to black men, the opposite is true. So I just think I think for white people, like putting Lupita in the movie, some black people might be like, oh, they could have put a better looking black woman. But to a white man who is a producer, I think he think Lupita probably the best thing, best looking woman on earth. Like to her, he's gorgeous. So I just think the perception of what's gorgeous in the black community is different for black people because it's so much hate within the black community. So they're gonna automatically start with black people. They're gonna automatically start with the skin tone to decide if you're pretty and then go from there.
Let me give you
Oh,
another example. You know the
mhm.
show The Parkers with Monique?
Yes. Yep, yep, yep,
I
yep.
always wondered why that white girl had to be in it. Like we have Monique and Kim, they're they're heavier, but then we have this skinny white girl who's just like I don't know. I just feel like they wanted her to outshine Kim, even though she was like a dumb white girl or whatever.
Right.
Like I just feel like as far as like they don't want to put they wouldn't put a Naomi Campbell as the lead star and then put that fat girl Amy Schumer, I think. Yeah, they
Yeah.
wouldn't do that.
Oh yeah, yeah, I could definitely agree with that. I could definitely agree with that. It's when they do have a white girl and a black girl, they gonna try to put the white girl in the most feminine, most pretty, most daintiest light, and the black girl is gonna be the rough, more rugged, more less
Aggressive.
appealing out
Yep.
of the two. Yes, I
Hmm.
definitely agree with that. I definitely agree with that. So, and mm,
Yeah,
the
but
thing
nobody does it
is,
like black men.
but the thing is, I'm also getting to the point where I feel like we have to make, we can't rely on other people to set a tone for us either. Like they're
Right.
gonna put out the image that they want to put out, and I can't blame them for that. It's their movies, it's their productions, it's what they want to do. We have to put out better images for ourselves. So now, just like I saw in Shade Room earlier, we got the Zeus Network. That's the Zeus streaming service, which is black owned. But look what they put out. The
Right. Pure trash.
the pure trash. Baddies Club, the what's her name? The Puerto Rican princess Gabourey. You
Mhm.
know, you got Roland Ray and the other gay boy. They got they trying to find love. It's pure trash. So you can't
Yeah.
look to white people and say, well, why are they putting out, a prettier white girl and a less prettier black girl? And why don't they show us in a better light? But then when we get a chance to show ourselves in a better light, we got Medea and we got Zeus Network.
No, I definitely agree with that. I just only reason why I brought that up is because I do think that white people see shade. I guess if they're really comparing you, like if there's an option to pick a dark skinned person, I don't know. Actually, it actually is
Because
a lot
when
of nuances. Because you're right. They would pick Lupita in a lot of things, but Lupita's
Yeah.
is she
And to
American?
me, Lupita is she's black Mexican. She was raised in Mexico. She was raised in Mexico. Yes, that's where the name Lupita, whatever her last name comes from.
She has an
Um,
African last name, I think.
she's
But
I think her parents are African, but they moved to Mexico when she was a very like 1 years old. She was raised in Mexico. She's fluent in Spanish.
mm,
But like women like Lupita, like Viola Davis, like a lot of the other darker skinned women that were in black in Wakanda, those are the women that white men would like fawn over. Like, oh my God, like they are so gorgeous. Whereas in the
right,
black community, as much as black men say they want natural and they want, the authentic black looking woman, no, no, they don't.
right. Well, we were
No, they
saying
don't.
this. They talk about the natural hair, but it can't be like short 4C hair. If
No.
it's short, it has to be like at least a type 3. And if it's 4C, it has to be really long.
And when
That's the
they
only
talk
way it's
about
acceptable.
being passport bros, and because they say that is because they want more traditional women. It's plenty of countries in Africa with traditional women that will let you, if you want to be polygamous, they'll be polygamous with you. They are very traditional and hardworking. I saw one walking down the street here in Milwaukee, carrying some water on her head. I'm telling you, she was had a baby wrapped on her back, a baby wrapped on her stomach, and was carrying a bucket of water on her head walking down the street in Milwaukee. So they
There,
could find plenty of traditional women in Africa, but do they ever say they trying to go to Africa and get one?
but they be
No.
lying because it's not traditional for you to go 50-50 with your woman. Like, I don't get it. A tradition, there are traditional American black women,
Yeah.
but they're really not traditional. Like, they don't know the definitions to words because traditionally the man would be the provider, the sole breadwinner, and your woman would be a stay-at-home wife. That's really
But see,
traditional.
they don't mind going to get ling ling, prostitute ling ling from Korea and trying to,
Hmm.
or from wherever they go get them from, and making them a traditional wife because they feel like they haven't been westernized, as they call it, so they're not going to
Hmm.
expect much. They feel like if they get a traditional black woman in America, she's still, even if they pay all the bills, she's still gonna want, I still want a car, I still want nice clothes, I still want to get my hair done every so often. They don't want no woman that's gonna want any of that. They want to be
Right.
as cheap as possible. They want somebody that's in the kitchen from dusk till dawn,
Hmm.
and is not going to want their hair done, not going to want their nails done, who barely speak English, and is just going to shut up.
Right.
They want a
Yeah,
slave. They
they
want an
do.
indentured servant.
Hmm.
And they want somebody who don't realize how full of shit they are and how
Yeah.
messed up as men they are.
Yep. They think they can go, across the world and go find a group of women that don't know, like, their true colors.
Right, exactly. And
But
who,
it's
I'm
like
sorry, who am I talking to?
Sharice.
Sharice, you said you got a channel?
Actually, I don't know if you know Rochelle, but we do have a channel. I'll put it in the back chat.
Well,
We
let me
haven't
put
gone
mine
live
put
yet.
yours in the back chat, and I'm gonna put mine in the back chat.
Yeah, we ain't got no content yet, but we getting there.
Yeah, I'm starting over, so I'm gonna be getting there too eventually. It is
Mhm.
what it is. So but it was nice talking to you ladies, and I
Yeah.
definitely will be back on the channel.
Yes. Okay. Put yours in the back chat. I have to like find it and everything. I'll just put it
I
in your
just put it
comment
in a
section.
private chat, in our
Okay.
private, because I don't know how to. Somebody put it in the comment already, but in the comment section, but I put it in the back chat too.
Okay. Yeah, I'll leave mine in like your comment section because I have to. I got a new phone and I'm not signed in.
Yeah, because I definitely plan on having more lives and wanting to really talk to black women about just us taking care of ourselves, and how we gonna move going forward. That's my
Hmm.
whole goal. I know a lot of people are like no longer. A lot of people know they like sort of like, I'm getting tired of black women because they don't listen. The thing is, it takes time to undo years and years and years and years of teaching. And those who want to hear it, they'll hear it, and those who don't, they won't. It is what it is.
Right. Yeah, I do feel like there's a lot of groups that are kind of harsh on black women. And one of the girls were saying, I think it was Scar Beauty, that everybody has, like some of us weren't. And like you say, you was at protests a couple years ago.
I was 3 years ago.
Right. So everybody has, a road that they go down to get to this point. Like we're not all on the same level.
We're
I
not.
think like we just need to have, a little bit of tolerance for each other as
Yes,
black
a little bit
women.
of grace. A little bit
Hmm.
of grace. Now, I don't really have grace for
mammies who have YouTube channels, because those
Demonic
women,
mammies.
yeah, like Crimson Curse and all of them, but
Right.
because those women know they're choosing to, they've picked a side, and their side is with the men.
Yeah,
But
they're
when,
evil. Like, yeah, there's a spectrum. I feel like the demonic mammies. I definitely have a problem with them.
yes,
But yeah, like regular black male worshippers that might not be privy to everything. That maybe never found Cynthia G or Nyla. I have a little bit of grace for them.
yeah, yeah, absolutely, because they honestly, if you, black people are segregated in America for the most part.
Hmm.
Most black people live around black people.
Yep.
They get their culture from black people. They get their mindset from black people. So if you don't see anything outside of your community, I don't know where people think that people are just randomly knowing that it's other stuff when they don't go outside of their community.
Right.
Do they know it's violent? Yeah, they know it's violent. But if they've been taught that the violence is because we're living in poverty and we've been kept down by the white man,
Mm-hmm.
then they'll
Exactly.
go with it.
Yeah. Yeah. It makes me cringe now when I hear like a lot of the because I feel like if we're gonna talk about anything, we need to really talk about the real problems, which are other black men.
Yes.
Like we can't keep talking about this white man who is really not the one coming in your community, victimizing your women, raping your women, killing them. It's not them.
You just can't, you can no longer, you can't tell me that I have to, like I told them on my Facebook channel once, they said, well, we can't compare. A black woman in her 20s told me, well, we can't compare ourselves to white women. They got, their men have all the privileges and this and this and that, and we got to stick by our men. I said, you can't piss in a cup and tell me it's lemonade no more. You
Right.
just can't. I
Right.
don't care that they don't have the same opportunities, because guess what, me as a black woman, I don't have the same opportunities as the white women, but I get my ass up every day and I work the fuck for it, what I want. So
Right.
I don't care no more about you not having the same opportunities. That means you got to work harder. It may not be fair, but you just have to.
Right. And it makes no sense because black women grow up in the same households that they grow up. So I mean,
Same household, same community, same neighborhoods,
same parents.
under the same type of duress,
Right. If
getting
not worse.
molested.
Cause
Right.
that's what I was gonna say. Cause black girls are getting molested. Like,
Getting molested, getting beat. The boys are getting coddled.
yeah, and that's a real thing. Like, we really have a real issue with that. Like, with the boys being coddled. I know too many black people who say that they're, even my ex, like he was spoiled. He's the youngest and he's a boy, but his two older sisters, their parents told me how like they got beaten. They had to do chores. They got disciplined. He didn't have to do shit. He never got his ass whooped. He never had to do nothing, and it really shows.
Yeah.
And both of the girls are successful. One's an accountant, and he's just not shit. Like, he's nothing. He doesn't
And
do
probably
anything.
trying to rely on them to help them. Probably calls on them, and then and unfortunately, their mother might tell them, "Hey, girls, you need to make sure your brother is okay."
I'm sure she do, honestly. She's a mammy. She is. She co-signing the bullshit. Like, mm. But yeah, it's
Absolutely.
terrible.
How many black women have been in relationships with men who have cheated, and their mothers and their sisters helped them? Like, so
Right.
it's just in our community is taught that the men are to be, they the damsels in distress. They literally are, the princesses in the community, and we're supposed to be their at their beck and call. We're supposed to be their stomping. We're supposed to be their big mamas.
Right.
We are the black man's big mama forever and forever, and they're the forever victim. They the
Hmm.
victim of everybody. And then even though we coddle and spoil them, they even say they're the victim of us. That we're the reason they are who they are.
Right.
So
Yeah. That's
mm,
why, black women gotta really walk away for the most part.
Yes.
Sean, it creates narcissism too, like all the coddling.
Alarm. Can you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
But just don't take the same mentality to another group of men. Don't go over to other communities with your nose wide open, with your cape on, and your stomping boots, and saying, "Okay, now I'm gonna come over here and protest and be your ride or die." Like,
Right.
just please don't do that.
That's why I don't like the whole white male worship. I don't. I do think a lot of black women need to divest. Not even just open their options, but actually divest. But it doesn't I don't even think about dating when I talk about that. I don't think we need to just start worshiping white men, and again, it opens us up to be exploited, which happens to us a
Absolutely,
lot.
absolutely, absolutely. Because people are people just are exploitative people, meaning that if they see an opportunity to exploit something, they will, and it's
Right.
that's just human nature. If you see
Exactly.
people see somebody who is, especially with men can pick up on a woman that has low self-esteem right away,
Mm-hmm.
and they're going to use that to their advantage. It don't matter if they black, white, purple, Mexican, Asian. If they see a woman with low self-esteem and low self-worth, and who also seems desperate, they're going to pick up on that.
Right.
But I got to get off, ladies. It was
Yeah.
wonderful talking to everybody. And I definitely will be back. Subscribe to my channel. And I'm going to subscribe to everybody's.
I will. Oh, if you could, I found I could put it in the back. Actually, no, I can't. I'll just put it in the chat. So
What you going to put?
my channel.
Oh, yeah. Go ahead. Wait, are you MJ?
No, I'm Cherise.
Sharice, you keep telling me that. Sorry. Sharice, go ahead and in this private chat. You're going to put it in a private chat?
Yeah.
Yeah, you can do that right. If you could
Okay.
do that a little bit quickly, and then I'll
Sorry.
go ahead
Yeah. Let me do
and
that.
subscribe.
Right. I was like signing in. Actually, I'll just put it in the regular chat because I have to do it on a different device.
Is that okay? So you're not on your phone?
I'm on my laptop.
Oh,
Hold
you on your
on.
laptop?
But then I'm like trying to send it on my Wait, I think I got it because I can copy and paste.
Because at the on the side where it says comments and chats, do you see my chat? Because it was me, MJ, and Queen
Mm-hmm.
in the back. Do you see mine?
Yes.
Can you
Yep.
chat? Can you chat yours under? Can you put yours under my name or no?
Yeah. Hold on. God.
Otherwise, you can put it in the comment section, and when I leave out of here, I'll see it in the comment section.
Okay. Yeah, I don't want to hold you up. Hold on. It'll take two
No, I
seconds.
can. I can wait. I can get. I got a couple
Okay.
minutes.
I appreciate it.
Oh, no problem. It's a good conversation.
Okay. Yeah, it was. I guess Mule like dropped off.
Because I'm supposed to be having a conversation. I invited the 20-some-year-old girl from off woman from off Facebook to talk to me on my channel, because she was like, yeah, because I just want to give a different perspective from my generation. And I'm like, girl, yo, I don't know, like in the black community, for some reason, like certain people, like the younger generation believes that they got some type of different mindset. Y'all the same mindset.
Yeah.
Like y'all are exact. Look, y'all are the exact same mindset. Y'all raised by the same people that we were raised
Exactly.
by, and y'all carrying the same mindset from generation to generation, just like we did. It's nothing different about what you're talking about, especially if you're telling me that I need to give our men a break because of white supremacy. Do you think that's a new mindset? Like,
Right. Okay, I did
I'm
put
like,
it back there.
okay.
Thank you for waiting. But
Oh,
yeah,
no
that's
problem.
that's not productive at all. Like, mm. But yeah, thanks for being up here with me. I mean, everybody else left, and I can't hear. So, I guess we about to end it. Y'all follow me and Rochelle. We put the name in the chat. Oh, and then MJ also said that the show was called Too Hot to Handle. It's on Netflix. And I'm gonna definitely watch it because I definitely want to see that episode. But Sugar Bum, you're right. I think like the younger women are, um, like they are doing better than the older generation. Like some of these younger women are not even, they're not like they don't even have to divest because they wasn't even fucking with these niggers. But I guess we about to, yeah, because they left bar. I guess we're gonna go to Bomb Cherries because Mule's going. So I'm about to hop off here. Bye guys.
Hello? Sorry, y'all. I'm kind of dozed off there. But what I missed is the Black Audacity still here? I'ma end it. I love y'all.